How's it going? Oh, hey. What's up, nerds? How you doing tonight? I hope you're well. Hello, hello, hello. Matt, Name, Bildo. What's up, guys? Gladriel, Amber, Scarlet, Swiggity, Swoner, Duckside, the Big Pam. How's it going? Oh, I do, don't I? Let me turn those off. Good call. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that was very hot what I just drank. Woo! You guys ready for some fun stuff? I think we're gonna have a good stream tonight. You know? I hope so. We'll see. The lovely Deadpoolio, Mr. 13, Ovius, Lucas. What a wonderful beat. Forehead cam, I got you, fam. Boom. Oh boy. Yes. Oh yes. Oh, I know the music's louder than my voice. We're just getting started though. We gotta do the music right when we start, you know? Otherwise, what's the point? Keyboard, do the right thing. There we go. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Hi, how's it going? How are all of you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Is anybody's first time? Any first timers? Any first timers in the chat? How's it going? First time, nice. Welcome. Azordurum and Ovius and EH and Sekid. Oh, Matanem. Hello. Atrox. Aha! The Pan Man. Dude, the Pan Man. You put some comments in here like super freaking early. You're crazy. The Creepy Crayon coming in early with the 5. Jeez Louise, we're starting off We're starting off strong. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause for the Crazy Crayon. What did you ask me? Taking flight, so I won't be here very long. Oh, that's okay. Oh, thank you for the support, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. So, friends, today is Homebrew Review Day. Have any of you been to my Homebrew reviews before? Who's first time? Raise your hand if you're first time. Any first timers? If this is your first time in my Homebrew review, let's talk about it a little bit. Let's set some ground rules so you know what you're getting yourself into. Okay, Baba, calm down. So this is the way this works. We are not here to goo and gaw, but we're also not here to be dicks. So, when I look at Homebrew tonight, I'm looking at it with a couple perspectives in mind. The first is that I am trying to make the Homebrew the best it can be with the goal of if you wanted to put it out into the world. Meaning that somebody in some other place that you will never talk to could pick up your Homebrew and put it in their game. Which means it's got to be clear, it's got to be balanced, and it's got to be evocative. Clear and balanced are the most important parts for usability, but evocative is the most important part. Because evocative is answering a question. And the question that evocative needs to answer is, what is the point? And you might be saying to yourself, why do I need to know what the point is? And you do for two reasons. One, in order to expect someone else to want to read your work, you kind of need to sell it to them. And you don't need to sell it to them like a salesman, but you do need to sell it to them with an idea. Otherwise, they're honestly probably not going to read it. So, for example, if you have the idea of a bare-knuckle boxer-style barbarian, there are a lot of those subclasses out there. So the question you should be asking yourself is, what is my bare-knuckle barbarian doing that makes it distinct? Why is it worth reading as opposed to any of the other ones? And if you don't have a good answer to that question, that means you probably need to focus your piece a little bit more. So those are the three pillars that we're sort of judging things off of. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the larger goal here, the goal that is larger than I want your writing to get better for the specific thing I'm reading, is that I want you, yes you, to get better at taking criticism, giving criticism, and being part of that process. So that means that when I'm giving you feedback, I want you to keep something in mind. I am not feedbacking you. I'm not feedbacking your abilities. I am literally taking the piece where it is right now and reviewing it to the best of my ability. If you give me a piece that's half finished and the feedback I give you is not super applicable, it's because the piece you gave me is half finished, which is why I usually encourage people to not give me half finished pieces. If you send me something to review, it is the only time I will review it. So you want it to be as good as it can be. The only way you can send me something to review again is if over 75% of it is pretty dramatically changed. If I feel like it's too similar, I'm just going to stop reviewing it. Because at the end of the day, it's your job to take the feedback and do with it what you will, but it's not my job to be your editor yet. So yeah, we want people to feel good about themselves also. So if we're giving feedback to people, what we don't want to say is things like, this is stupid, or I don't like this, because that doesn't help the writer. What we can say is we can say, okay, we can ask ourselves, why don't I like this? Oh, I don't like this because it feels disjointed because these features don't feel connected. So the feedback we give then is these features don't feel connected. So we are always trying to be constructive with the way that we give our feedback. And then the last thing is that if you are having feedback given to you, you need to shut the fuck up. There is zero benefit for you arguing for why something you wrote is clear if I don't think it's clear. Not because I'm right and you're wrong, but because you defending your piece doesn't actually help you grow as a writer, and it won't help me in any way either. What will help you is thinking to yourself, should I care what this person is saying? And if you want to care what I say, then you should take it to heart. But it is just as valid to ignore things that I say too. So if some piece of feedback I give your piece specifically you feel like is not good for you, then ignore it. Don't listen to it. That being said, if people in the chat notice me, if your piece is not getting reviewed and you notice me misreading something, you are more than welcome to correct me. So, that's kind of it. Is there anything else? Did I miss anything? Baba, did I miss any rules? I don't think so. All right, I guess we can dive in, right? I think our dear Patrick Perini is going to be joining us as well. Let me get him right now, actually. Hey, Pat.
Howdy, howdy.
How are you? Talk for a second.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. Talking.
Perfect.
Hello,
guys.
chat.
How's Pat sound? Do we sound similar in volume?
Not if I don't talk.
No, not if you don't talk.
How you doing, Chad? It's good to see you.
Okay, we do? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, let's do this. This is the wheel for today, friends. Why am I so tall?
That's a good question, Cinder. Why are you so tall?
I'm not really
The people want to know, how did you manage this great feat of bioengineering?
There we go. That's a little bit better.
Damn, that's a chonk wheel.
Yeah, we have 100 plus pieces tonight.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
That's a chonk wheel.
The Tax Collector, thank you for the 5. They ask, have you seen Hellsing Unlimited before? If so, what class do you think Father Anderson would be? I know the Van Helsing comic book, but I don't know Hellsing Unlimited, so I don't know. But my guess is Father Anderson would be a cleric.
That seems probably
Or perhaps
right.
a bard pretending to be a cleric.
That's always a fun trope. Big fan of that.
Okay, 1 second. I need to reload this. All right, so guys, this is how it works. We spin the wheel, and then we see what we get, and we review it.
Gladahedral in the chat with a good point. 100 plus submissions is why I tend to only submit for the member patron streams. No problem in submitting with both, but if you want a really high chance of your piece getting feedback, those Thursday night member and patron streams are the way to go.
That is true. I am not doing too much promotion, but I will say that so far every single member stream I've done, other than one, I have gotten through every single submission on the wheel. So I've been I think I've been like 9 for 10 for people that posting things on the wheel.
You'll love to see it.
You do love to see it. Uh-oh. Okay, 1 second. My analytics page is being weird. That doesn't matter. Who's ready for some homebrew? Are you guys ready? Everybody ready?
Homebrew.
All right.
Homebrew. Yeah, right.
All right. We're going to do the little intro now.
Cool.
I'm going to deafen so I can't hear you. Ready? Let's dive in.
On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight.
Okay. Now that we're all officially hyped up, let's spin that motherfucking wheel. Let me undeafen so Patrick can hear me.
Yeah. That intro is so fucking sick.
The key is I only made it once.
Correct. Oh, Poke it Niner.
What's up with Poke Niner?
In that just who we landed on?
Oh, it is. Yes, Poke Niner. Sorry, I thought you were referring to him in the chat. Let's see. We're starting with Poke Niner. Let's see. 11 classes out of 14 are complete. You mean subclasses. Don't say classes when you mean subclasses. It gives me a heart attack. The Haze Warlock that was teased a while back is here for review. I hope you and chat enjoy it. Read if guessed. Hello, esteemed guest of Cinder. I have submitted several subclasses over the past review for Cinder, and this one was teased 2 weeks ago. Glad to have you here. That was a message for you, Patrick.
I think I know what Pokeniner is about. I forget the scope of this project, but I know we've seen a couple of their pieces before.
This is the Warlock, Patron of the Haze. Let me post it in the chat again for all of you lovely people out there.
Boom.
All right. 1 second. Sorry, my computer's acting a little mysteriously.
Ooh,
and I want it
spoopy.
I want it to stop. Be good. Okay, there we go. It's back. Okay, cool.
Done.
All right.
Incredible.
Now, let's dive in. Your patron is an ancient spirit forged by this pact with a restless ghost or lingering apparitions. You become their steadfast anchor to the material realm, channeling spectral powers into your very being. Pokeniner, I am going to be honest. I'm going to give you the same feedback I always give you, and I need to stop needing to give you this feedback. This sentence is way too fucking long, dude. Cut out half of it. You're just repeating yourself, or turned into multiple sentences. As you deepen your connection to your patron, your mortal form takes on a more eerie transformation, adorned with ethereal hues and haunted visage, embodying the duality of existence and the echoes of the world unseen. I'm going to be honest, this doesn't sound that different from the Undead Warlock. I'm kind of curious to see what your goal is, because this description would also work very well for the Undead Warlock. So I guess we'll see. We shall see. We'll see what we get. Spells, we get Dissonant Whispers, Fog Cloud, Augury, Blur, Speak with the Dead, Spirit Guardians, Death Ward, Greater Invisibility, Anti-Life Shell, and Hallow. So it seems like it's sitting somewhere between like ghosts and spiritualism in like a more Victorian sense.
Yeah. I will say one thing that Pokeniner has done here that I love every time I see it is this little asterisk on Augury that specifies that you are effectively getting the results of Augury via your patron. It's something that you think might almost be kind of obvious, but it's just that little bit of flavor that helps tie in the spell to the class, I think, to the subclass, I think, in a cool way.
Word. All right, let's see what we get at first level. Grasp of the Ghast. Starting at first level, your patron has gifted you with a way to repel enemies using Souls of the Departed. When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your action to reduce the damage taken by an amount equal to your charisma modifier. The damage you reduce this way is then dealt back to the attacker as necrotic damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all uses when you finish a short or long rest. I think it's a fine first level feature. Do you think it should be short or long rest, or just long rest?
Either is probably fine, because I am going to be doing the undead comparison throughout this whole thing, just because you've kind of teed it up here. But like the undead comparison, the undead warlock gets a couple of things.
Well, this is gonna get a couple things too.
Well, no, I mean the like state that it gets. Doesn't it get like a transformation that it can be in for like a minute? And
yeah,
I think it gets that prof bonus per long rest. So I think this is a little less than that. I think short or long rest is probably fine. We'll see what the rest of the first level is though, because that may change things.
Let me just pull it up really quickly.
Yeah, I just got it up. It's temp. It's a pretty big slug of temp HP, 1d10 plus warlock level. And then the frightened condition, which is not free damage, but arguably potentially better because you're giving them disadvantage whenever they can see you.
For sure.
Okay. So it's I'd say it's probably about right
for sure.
Yeah.
Azelis says 0 bruise, so others get ink odds, increased odds, HV. Great stream, though. I don't know what HV means, but I appreciate the $2. Thank you, Azelis.
Thank you, Azelis.
Anchoring Soul. Also at first level, your spirit connected to your soul grants you a resistance to the presence of death. That is a very wordy sentence.
That's a clunky sentence.
I would completely rewrite that. I would just say, also at first level, your connection to your spirit. I would probably just say your connection to the spirit. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I would probably say
also at first level, your body clings to your soul. You gain advantage on death saving.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I think these together are pretty fine for first level features. I like them. Not crazy, but
We're not breaking the bank.
No, not breaking the bank. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, your ghastly patron has granted you an improved spectral defense. Also, as an action, As an action, you can temporarily shift into a spectral form for 1 minute. While in this form, you gain the following features. I'm going to be honest. I do not like that this has a spectral form transformation.
Yeah, I genuinely like it. I don't understand. We're at the 6th level feature. We're 3 features in plus the spell list and all the flavor text, and I don't understand why this is different from the undead, other than different mechanics. And it seems like the mechanics are pretty widely different, but thematically very similar.
Also, this is gonna, I think, be too strong, is my guess. But let's see what it does. For a minute, you can trigger your Grasp of Ghast feature once per turn without using your reaction or spending a use of this feature. If you want to keep this, it should just be when you use your Grasp of Ghast in this form, it doesn't consume the resource, but it should definitely still require your reaction. Yeah,
right. Though this doesn't actually say that you. Oh, sorry, it does.
So the goal of this is, I think, is that you can essentially use your Grasp of Ghast twice per turn. I think that's the goal here, and I don't think that you should. I don't think that's the move.
No, I think the move is you can use it without expending the use of the features, but you do still need to consume your action.
Yeah. You gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed, and you can now move through creatures as if they were difficult terrain, but you can't end your movement there. So you basically become a ghost. You can use your bonus action to make yourself translucent. You can take the hide action regardless of if you're behind cover or not. You also have an advantage on stealth checks to hide. And creatures have disadvantage to see you while hiding. You lose transparency.
This second bullet point is word for word copy pasted from the 3rd bullet point of the 14th level undead warlock.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, man, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Like,
you can't
legally,
you can't be given 14th level features to the 6th level warlock.
Well, you also
you gotta make it something new.
You can't be copy pasting features word for word from something that's not in the Creative Commons and dropping it in to your homebrew if you want to publish it, right? Like this is if you were to try to sell this, it'd be plagiarism.
Yeah, but even still, it's like, I mean, it speaks to the thing where it's like, what is the, like, this is too similar.
Exactly.
It's just too similar. I want to see radically new features. I don't want to see similar features, and I certainly don't want to see a 14th level feature embedded in a 6th level feature.
100%. But
and we're getting another 6th level feature on top of that.
Yeah. Regardless of power level, though, I think it speaks to, like, what is this trying to do that the undead warlock doesn't do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I will say, if I was guessing based on the flavor text and the spell list, I was expecting more of a Victorian spiritualist kind of thing, where you would be like beseeching the spirits as opposed to like becoming the spirits, because the undead warlock really is becoming the spirits.
Yeah, and that you could do a really interesting thing here with that beseeching the spirits vibe around like minor divination, and augury sets us up for that really, really nicely, which is part of why I called that out as being very good. And then we kind of take this we kind of don't take a turn in any direction. We just barrel straight through the undead warlock.
Yes. Yes. Okay, let's keep going. Also at 6th level, your hazy body enhances your flexible skills. As a result, whenever you make a dexterity check, you gain a bonus to the check equal to your charisma modifier. In addition, you gain proficiency in 2 of the following skills of your choice. So I'm gonna Pokeniner. You need to. I'll tell you what, Pokeniner. This alone could be the 6th level feature.
Yeah.
But you'd have to cut all of Ghastly Shift. You can't. Yeah.
Truly. Truly, truly, truly. Grave Touched is the 6th level feature from the undead. They get one feature. It's you don't need to eat, drink, or breathe, and then you can add a little bit of extra damage, one additional damage die when you're in your form of dread. That's it. That's the whole feature.
Yeah.
So we're really blowing the lid off 6th level here.
Yeah. So I would temper this thing back, and honestly, man, I think you need to ask yourself. I would go with Slick Spirit, just because it's different, and Ghastly Shift just feels like you're now better than the Undead Warlock. And the Undead Warlock doesn't have anything flexibility-wise or like dexterity-based. Grave Grasp, 10th level. 1 second. Grave Grasp, 10th level. Starting at 10th level, the Whispers of the Dead are always on your side. Your Grasp of Ghast feature no longer has a limit of uses, and you can deal reduced damage back to the attacker while in your ghastly form. I'm going to be honest, I disagree with this power being not tied to a reaction anymore. What you could do, if you want it to be something that's always on, just make it like the Venom Troll, where it's like whenever a creature hits you with a melee attack, they take this much damage, and just make it like that. But even that, I think, is a little bit much to just always be on, unless you toned it back a little bit. Additionally, you can use your Grasp of Ghast to forego any damage reduction and deal 2d10 plus your charisma modifier to the attacker instead. When you use this feature this way, you have advantage on your next attack against the attacker, as Whispers of the Spirit give you an edge against them. Once you use this additional feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you use it again. You're just doing too much, man. I'll tell you what. You could keep this I would make this once a long rest, not once a short rest. You could reduce damage to 0 and deal extra damage back at the creature, but I would drop the advantage on your next attack, and I would make it once a day, because you're just completely negating all the damage. Or no, forego any damage reduction. I see. I misread that. Yeah, I guess it's more okay then. I don't know. I feel like it should. I guess once per short rest is fine for that. But it's mostly fine for that if you don't make this not infinite in how you can use it. I will say that I feel like this is... What's happening here is... I'm still like... It's very similar to like Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. Mm-hmm. They have a feature very, very similar to this. I believe that is their 10th or 14th level feature, where their damage reduction can now be damage dealt out. And I think that can be fine here, but I'm gonna say that like I don't feel how that connects to the earlier vibes, other than Grasp of the Ghast is the first level feature, but I'm having a hard time putting an anchor into like what this is supposed to feel like. I guess reaction damage Warlock is kind of it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Which is that feels like such a weird. Like, why is that a ghost thing, you know?
I'm not sure. At 14th level, you learn the Etherealness spell. It counts as a Warlock spell for you, but doesn't count against the number of spells you know. You can also cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. Additionally, whenever you cast this spell, your patron's blessing grants you the ability to disrupt the soul you come into contact with. Once per turn, when you pass through an occupied space of a creature while in your ethereal form, they have to make a DC or take 5d10 necrotic damage and be stunned for 1 minute. I'm going to stop reading this right here. This is too strong if you can do this more than once. A normal Warlock at 14th level gets a once-a-day powerful feature. That powerful feature will do maybe double this damage. Like the Fiend Warlock gets to do 10d10 damage on a hit and then send someone into the Abyss for a round. But this is 5d10 damage per creature you walk by for the entirety of the duration of the Etherealness spell, with the additional stunning them for 1 minute. That is too strong, my friend. Too strong. I'm going to be honest. My main feedback for you would be to boil down what you want this to feel like that is not the Undead Warlock, and rebuild the 6th level feature and the 14th level feature. And
Yeah.
I would honestly potentially rethink part of the 10th level feature. I guess I'm not seeing the connection between the mechanics of this and the flavor that's being presented. And the flavor that's being presented that feels like it ties the most is actually just stuff that ties to the undead warlock. So I think you need to, I would put a little bit more direction into like what is this supposed to be like? And try to make it not have things that step on the toes of other warlock subclasses or just overshadow other warlock features like dramatically.
Right. I will say on the plus side here, and Pokeniner obviously does very polished work. The layout here is incredible. Most of our concerns are about balance and evocativeness. There's no obvious like sort of grammatical issue. There's some polish and some consideration.
No, but overall it's very well written. I mean, it's very clear. Nothing is confusing. It reads like a D&D subclass. It's just like twice as strong as it needs to be.
Well, and also a little disjointed in terms of hitting that vibe on all cylinders. Yeah.
All right, guys, let's give a round of applause to Pokeniner. Thank you very much, Pokeniner, for sharing. Let's spin again.
Gonna be
Snotty.
Oh,
We have a bunch of first timers in this stream tonight, so
I'm excited about that, but
a meme bard subclass made it mostly for fun, but I attempted to make it playable. Could maybe work in a modern setting campaign. All right, let's see how much work you put into it.
Jefford to the memes.
College of Nelk. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that is, so if it doesn't work with the meme and I don't get it, I'm not gonna have much to say other than anything. Okay, from dorm room pranks to hitting the gym and slamming brewskis, the motto remains: always fully send it. Make a bag and make gains. Anything for the boys. All right, at third level, it is your duty to remind your homies to always fully send it. No half senders are welcome in your circle. Whenever a creature uses your bardic inspiration, it can roll the die twice and choose which roll to use. Is there not a bard that already gets that?
I don't actually think so.
I thought there was.
Do you remember what else it might get? Because it's not sounding familiar.
Not off the top of my head. I think the College of Creation bard.
It is the College of Creation on ability checks for motive potential. So it's not everything.
Okay, so it's not everything.
It's just ability checks.
Okay.
Which I think there might actually be a reason why they did it that way.
Why?
Because I think this might be too strong. Because you could also add this to attack rolls, which is a bounded accuracy situation.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I'm not sure how I feel about that being too strong.
Yeah.
Let's see what the other third level feature is.
Sure.
At hang with the boys. At third level, your boys have your back unless they don't. You gain +1 bonus to Charisma Persuasion and Charisma Performance checks for each allied creature within 15 feet of you.
Probably fine. It's like a +3 pretty regularly.
Yeah, I think it's fine too. Actually.
And if you get separated off or alone, it's just totally gone. I'll put it this way: if you were trying to publish this, I would say, hey, this isn't actually going to be fun in the way you think it is. But for a meme, for the joke, I actually think it's not a bad way to represent that.
No. I'm gonna be honest. So far, I was going. Whenever somebody says they said something memey that they didn't put that much work into, I go in very harsh-minded. But so far,
yeah,
I think it's mostly fine. I don't think it's particularly evocative, and I don't think I'd want to play it. But it's not terrible. It's not weak or it's not overly weak or overly strong.
Yeah, right.
Rip a dart. At 6th level, you blow smoke in the face of anyone who harshes your vibe. You learn the poison spray cantrip. It counts as a bard spell for you and does not count against the number of cantrips you know. You can cast poison spray cantrip as a bonus action. Now you have lost me, and now I don't like it anymore. This I don't know. This connects with these so little and is, I don't know. Poison spray as a bonus action as a 6th level feature just isn't the move. You could put this at a 3rd level feature maybe, and then put something else at 6. This really doesn't fit the vibe for a 6th level for Bard, and I don't think it fits the vibe for the subclass. Like, one of the things that you have to think about when you're trying to make a subclass is, even if you're building it to represent an idea, You still have to make sure it is cohesive in and of itself, separate from that idea. Dealing poison damage does not fit. Bigger number, better person. At 14th level, you stoop to any level to outshine one of your peers. When a creature within 60 feet of you adds one of your Bardic Inspiration die to its ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, and the roll succeeds, you can use your action to give yourself a Bardic Inspiration die without expending any use of your Bardic uses. You can use this your action a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I think that's probably fine for a 14th level feature. It's quite strong. It's quite strong, but I actually think it's fine. If I were you, honestly, dude, this could work as a reasonably strong, if not somewhat boring subclass if you just change the 6th level feature. I don't think it's exciting, but I think it would work.
Push back a little bit at 14th level.
Push back.
So this is at 14th level. Obviously, whenever anyone uses your Bardic, you can use your reaction to get a free Bardic for yourself. And that is just better than the College of Lore 14th level, which is already pretty good.
What do they get?
Which is you can use a reaction to add one of your Bardics to yourself at the cost of a Bardic die. So you have to actually burn one. They're the only one that really gets to use Bardic on themselves basically at all, and it's their whole 14th level feature.
That's a great point. This is much too strong. Ignore what I just said. Thank you for checking, Patrick. All right.
I just looked up
I don't have
College
much
of Lore
else to
last
say
night.
about it. It's a goofy idea. I don't know what the fuck Nelk is, but there you go.
I think it's a Canadian thing.
I like that Swig Swoner said it was underpowered until we saw that it was overpowered. That was funny.
That's the thing about Bard 14th level is that they're really set against magical secrets, and so 14th level Bardic features are not crazy. They're not crazy in the way that most capstones are crazy.
This is a piece from Rohanathan. Oh wait, we forgot to do thank you. Snotty. Thank you, Snotty. What am I drinking? Drinking your mama. All right, next is Rohanathan saying, this is my first brew, and it's not done. I didn't write much flavor text. I'm going to be honest, Rohanathan. I have, to be completely kind, I don't have a lot of interest in reading. Well, I literally can't. Okay, I guess this doesn't. This is completely undone.
That's very much not done.
Bye, Creepy Crown. Thank you for the 2.
Bye, Crown.
All right. I mean, listen, if you're making a Storm Cleric or Storm Paladin, Fog Cloud, Thunder Wave, I would call it Thunder Wave probably. Gust of Wind, Shatter, Sleet Storm, Call Lightning, Ice Storm, Conjure Minor Elemental, Freedom of the Winds. I don't think that's a spell in D&D. And Cone of Cold. Those are all pretty reasonable spells for a Storm Sorcerer, a Storm Paladin. But yeah, here's the problem, Rohanathan. There's not fucking anything here to review. I have nothing else to say.
You don't want to review the 20th level?
It just said you.
It's very profound.
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
You send me a piece with nothing in it yet. I'm not going to have much to say about it.
Yeah, as it happens, blank documents don't give feedback. Sorry.
Anyway, thank you, Rohanathan, for that.
Thank you, Rohanathan.
3-second piece. All right, next is Al the Red.
Al.
Freedom of the Winds is a critical role Sea Paladin spell. Well, it's not a real spell in any of the real books. It might be in a critical role book, but I don't have those.
What's funny is if it's in the critical role book, why wouldn't you just play Oath of the Open Sea? There already is a Storm Paladin in the critical role book.
Patrick, that is a very good point, my friend. That is a very, very good point. That is a very good point. It's not even the book, just D&D Beyond. Is it on D&D Beyond? I thought it got pulled from D&D Beyond. I don't think it's there anymore. Okay, Al the Red says, this is my first attempt at building a subclass and first time sharing it to the server. Welcome, welcome. I wanted to get trusted feedback before playtesting this in a game. I'm concerned how heinous the final feature could be. All right, I don't know what that means.
It's an adjective.
But I think I made a subclass that encourages moving and attacking many different enemies. My goal was to capitalize on a flowy form of combat.
Okay.
All right, let's bet. Let's bet right now. It's a monk. That's my guess. What do you think it is?
Yeah, it's probably a monk, maybe a rogue, but probably a monk.
It's a monk. If it's a rogue, I'll eat a whole nerd rope. It's
all right,
of course it's a fucking monk.
It's gonna be a monk.
Everybody makes goddamn monks.
Everybody knew it was gonna be a monk, and there's probably gonna be a whole like resource management situation here. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Base class monk.
Oh, there's not. That's cool.
You have learned that a monk has one tool at its disposal that never lets you down: your unmatched speed.
That's always what everybody says.
Yes, that's not. I would say you want to start a little. You want to start with something a little bit more evocative and specific. When you choose this monastic tradition, you invest in your ability to move quickly above all else. Not only can your speed serve you in traversal and avoiding attacks, you have learned how to direct your vast well of kinetic energy towards your enemy. I'm going to be very honest here. I think this is probably the 5th or 6th way of the speed monk I've read.
It's got to be
90% of them are exactly the same.
Yeah.
My guess is this is going to have to do with you move and you either charge up points or you move to activate abilities. But it's one of those things where it's like you can make this if it's fun for you, but the question you have to ask yourself is if there's 100 versions of this, you have to ask yourself what is going to help you what is the point in making yours unique? And that's a hard question to answer.
It is.
But it is worth asking.
I will also throw out something that I'll echo what chat is saying right now, which is that these all tend to be monk way of the monk, which I think is a good point. And it's interesting that this happens so often with monks and very infrequently with every other class, but a subclass is specifically meant to sell a niche. There is no subclass other than maybe arguably the Battlemaster fighter, and that's a tough argument, that is just the best core of the class. They are all adding something that you can do that is flavorful, distinct, and narratively meaningful to the base class.
Yeah, I'm trying to... Oh, Crazy Moose.
He's back.
Gifting the 5 subs. Thank you, Crazy Moose.
We warned you all. We told you he'd be back with the 5 subs.
Thank you, Crazy Moose. Very kind,
Crazy Moose,
champion.
You're incredible.
Crazy Moose is our #1 gift giver on the channel. Seconded only by Tradozio, followed by I have to check. But I should keep a list of it so I can shout them out. Yes. I actually think that the Battlemaster is a perfect example of it is the better fighter subclass. But what it does is wholly unique from every other fighter subclass. So even though it is the better fighter subclass, it still is unique, as opposed to every single monk gets fast.
Yes, there are different things the Battlemaster can do that the base fighter can't, and therefore the other subclasses can't, in a way that, like, we'll see where this one goes, but every one that we've looked at has not been.
Let's dive in. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can manipulate your kinetic energy to damage your enemy. Whenever you move at least 15 feet, you can spend a key point to roll an additional martial arts die on your next attack. If you move at least 30 feet, you can spend an additional key point to gain advantage on this attack. You also gain advantage on initiative rolls and add 5 feet to your speed. I think for all intents and purposes, this could work fine to accomplish the goal. I will say, I think in order to make it feel better, I would probably make the movement you have to do directional. Otherwise, you could just rock back and forth with your full movement speed before you hit someone, and that feels silly. So I would probably make it so you had to, like, build up momentum or something. I think it's fine. Like, mechanically, how does this feature... I think the feature mechanically is fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that I have literally seen this feature before. Yeah. So, like word for word, I have seen this feature before in other Speedster Monk subclasses. Take that or leave that. You know, sometimes it's a great minds think alike thing. Sometimes it's a... inspiration unintentional thing. But I do think that from the writer perspective, if you're making this for your home game, then it's fine. But if you're making this in any sort of way where you want to, like, publicize it, you really need to catch people. So if you are going to make a subclass that is one that is a fairly common trope of that class, you really need to be hyper evocative in the way that it's expressed. I think it's mostly fine. I think that I would probably drop the advantage on initiative or the 5-foot movement speed bonus.
I personally would drop the 5-foot movement speed bonus. I think advantage on initiative is strong, but not insane. And 5 foot of additional movement speed just has so many downs. Like, haste is gonna proc off of that. If you get a fly speed equal to your move speed at any point in time, it's gonna proc off of that. It just, like, 5 feet of movement speed permanently is really good.
Yeah. Matt said, using most of my ki for 1 die and advantage on 1 attack feels bad in so many ways. I don't know if I mean, it's a situationally it can be good, but it is much more high risk, medium reward than, say, a Way of the Open Hand monk, who they can do special moves off of their flurry of blows or something like that.
This is something that's come up.
Usually what I was going to say is the best way to make spending ki points at level 3 work is to tie that to a feature. So one of the ways that I've seen a kinetic monk done before is that when you use a key point to cast Step of the Wind, you get it to make an attack as a part of that Step of the Wind. So it sort of like makes you super speed into the punch. So you're not just using the key point for that attack, but you're also getting the features of Step of the Wind. And it's why a lot of monk subclasses will say that, like, when you use Flurry of Blows, you get this extra thing.
Yeah.
Okay, can't be touched. At 6th level, you gain the ability to avoid damage thanks to your blinding speed. I would just change that sentence to say, at 6th level, your blinding speed grants you the ability to avoid damage. A little different, but it will read better. If you have moved at least 30 feet in this turn, and you have spent any key points in this turn, say on this turn, not in this turn, you take the dodge action as a free action. Free actions don't exist in D&D. What you would do here is you would just probably say the features of the dodge action. I would probably say creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you until the start of your next turn. You also add 5 feet to your speed. I would drop that. Let's see. So what's actually happening here? So if you've moved at least 30 feet and you've spent any key points, then you are under the effects of the dodge action. That's pretty strong, actually. That's really strong.
Super strong. It's super strong. I don't think that it's doing much to sell a fiction. Yeah, I don't feel like it's doing much to sell a fiction, right? You're basically just saying if you move 30 feet in a turn and are a monk, everyone has disadvantage on attacks against you, which is really powerful, but like not thematic. Not super thematic.
I think that it would work fine as a 6th level feature if I felt like the 3rd level feature was more distinct and evocative. To be honest, like I prefer this to the like I
think that's right.
I don't even know how I feel about it. I need to think about it a little bit longer in the long run. But the idea of using your movement speed and of having spent key points to activate something inside you, I think is cool. Like, I like that. I like the idea that you enter into a state that isn't the fucking Avatar state 18th level feature. It's just just you're vibrating. I do like that.
I would maybe consider the disengage action instead of the dodge action. If you want to prioritize, like, beating up multiple targets.
I agree. Yeah. No, and they literally said that in what they wrote. So I agree. It should definitely be the disengage action and not the dodge action.
And if that's the case, you maybe want to drop your movement speed down a little bit. So it's like if you move 20 feet and have spent any key, you're under the effects of disengage, which means that now you have the rest of your movement to bop around and beat everybody else up.
Yeah. You're so right, Pat. Yeah, definitely. Doesn't that kind of conflict with the Step of the Wind, though?
It's basically just freeing up your bonus action, which...
Yeah, it majorly improves your action economy, which for a monk is a huge deal, because that bonus action could be used for Flurry of Blows. It could be used for all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if it isn't Blaine Simple. How's it going,
Mr.
buddy?
Simple.
What's up? What's up, cowboy? Run around enemies once, use flurry of blows, profit. Yes, yes,
I mean,
yes.
genuinely, yes, right? Like, that's genuinely the vibe, I think.
Me and Blaine and a couple other folks are gonna start streaming games together probably next week or this week at some point.
That's gonna be so much fun.
And I don't know how much it was my influence or their plan, but everybody's gonna be doing it on YouTube. YouTube boys! I do so many things with Twitch streamers, and they all make fun of me for streaming on YouTube, but it's so much better to stream on for me. So whatever. Okay, it's gonna be fun. You know what we did today? We played fucking Deep Rock Galactic. It was my second time playing it ever. It was a ridiculously fun time. That's such a good game. Okay, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. I'm getting distracted by people. Wind at your back. Beginning at 11th level, you learn how to use your speed in unconventional ways, manipulating the air around you. If your speed has been reduced, these options are not available. That is an interesting. That is a very interesting downside to a feature. We're gonna see what happens. Guys, don't fucking bother Blaine. He politely came in and said hi. You can say hello to him, but calm down. I'm just kidding. Say whatever you want. I don't care.
Be cool, guys. Gosh, be cool.
I literally do that whenever I have guests on my stream for my talk show because these people are fucking animals. They're wonderful animals, but they are animals. Okay.
What you get, Chad?
I like that as a downside. I'm gonna see what happens. Okay. Ooh,
interesting.
3 different features that cost 3 different key points. Let's see. You can spend 8 key points to cast Whirlwind centered on yourself without while concentrating. Your speed is halved. You can spend 5 key points to cast Control Winds. You can spend 2 key points to cast Gust of Wind. Here's what I'm gonna say. I think that I like the idea of giving a monk, making like a wind monk, and I like that a lot more than the kineticist monk. I'm not the biggest fan of just translating key points to spells, but Brother Bear, figure out how to make this a stronger piece of this subclass, and it will feel more distinct immediately. Right?
Yeah, honestly, take this 11th level feature and work out in all directions, right? Just make an airbender. It's fine. Just make an airbender. Like, make a monk that moves so quickly that it is genuinely controlling the flow of air and the flow of combat, and not one that is just fast, right?
Lorith says, so 4 elements, monk minus 4 elements? Yes. First of all, everybody wants to be the fucking avatar, but guess what? You can't be the avatar because the avatar is the main character in a show that spans for a long time, and they are more powerful than a D&D character. But I do think being a bender, picking one of the elements, is actually a much more feasible way to build a subclass. I think making an airbender is, you could make a much more evocative feeling airbender than you could Avatar Way of the 4 Elements, because Way of the 4 Elements, you need to hit diversity and you need to hit what's not diversity, that's not the right word, but like multiple options. You have variety, and whenever you give a lot of variety, the having of variety becomes a feature. It's why the Beast Barbarians 3rd and 6th level features are in some ways a little bit weaker than like the Zealot Barbarian, but in other ways they're much stronger because you have 3 options for each of them.
Yep. Genuinely, if you were to pick this focus where you're focused on sort of wind and using wind as a metaphor for sort of speed and combat manipulation, there's a lot of depth that you can mine that for when you think about how airbenders fight in the various shows, and not just the fact that they control wind. The Way the 4 Elements monk is really limited to, I control 4 elements, not necessarily what is the way in which I fight and control my opponent that is kind of part of controlling that element. And I think if you're going in that direction anyway, you should lean in.
Aaron says, I feel like Aang is more powerful than a D&D character is a hard take. Yeah, man. The Avatar state.
I think so. I think
he's
he
fucking Avatar, dude. He's definitely stronger than a D&D. Like, I guess there's an argument for a level 20 wizard or a level 20 cleric to be stronger than him. But a level 20 monk is he's stuck in season 2. All right. The extra initiative. This is 18th level. Starting at 18th level, when you roll initiative with advantage, which you always do because you have advantage on initiative, so this is a redundant thing. I would just drop it.
You could theoretically have disadvantage for some reason.
I guess if you have exhaustion.
Yeah.
Okay. When you roll initiative with advantage, but use both results to determine your primary initiative and secondary initiative. I think, what the fuck are you trying to say here? I know what you're trying to say. You get 2 turns. I think that's what you're trying to say. The action on your secondary initiative can be used only to take the attack action, dash, disengage, or object interaction. You gain 10 more feet of movement. Drop all those extra 10 feet. Okay, so what you want to say here is what you're trying to do is you're trying to do the rogue. There's the scout rogue 18th level feature is what you're trying to do here.
Wait, does it really?
Yeah, first of all, everybody fucking sleeps on the scout.
Sleeps on the scout.
But the scout rogue is basically, if you really want to play a ranger that doesn't do magic, the scout rogue. So Scout Rogue, 17th level feature. You can take an addition. No, wait. No, it's not the Scout Rogue. It's the Thief. It's the Thief Rogue.
No, the Thief. Oh, yeah, it is. Two turns during the first round of any combat.
Yeah.
Okay. That is, I think, a little different from this, but a lot of it is very similar. This is a whole turn, whereas I think the way the Speedster is trying to say basically that you get a single attack. You get a single action, which can only make a single attack. I guess you also do get a bonus action. You just don't benefit from multi attack.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would probably. I'm going to be honest. I encourage you to go in a different direction than this in general.
Yeah.
But if you are going to go in this direction,
but...
I would probably phrase it like. When you roll initiative, if you have advantage when you roll initiative, you get a second action that you can take at the lower of the 2 dice roll in the initiative, and the action can be used for bop, 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 and bop. And I guess that's fine, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's not super evocative, man.
It's independently a cool feature, but again, it's just not like being really fast. Requires, I think, some hoops to jump through to get to can act twice within initiative in a way that feels like anything other than I'm mechanically building a fast boy, right? Like, there's just not a lot of narrative there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Al the Red.
Al the Red. The tax collector with a cool question. Do you have any advice for making an Oath of the Dragon Slayer for a Paladin? That is a noble effort that I'd love to see.
Wait. I do. I actually have good advice. The way to make an Oath of the Dragon Slayer is to think about the things that dragons can do and give the Paladin ways to push against those things, but in ways that apply to things other than dragons. Yeah. So, let me give you an example. Big things that dragons have. They can fly. They can make things frayed, and they have elemental damage. So if I was going to make a Oath of the Dragon Slayer Paladin, I would make a Paladin that had the ability to ground flying creatures. They would have the ability to repel fear, and they would have the ability to be resistant to certain elements, or to be able to be resistant to an element and change it, sort of like the Fiend Warlock. So instead of being like, when you fight dragons, you get this. When you fight dragons, you get this. Then make it so, just break down what a dragon does and make it so you're good at doing those things. They already get fear immunity. All right, then make it so your friends get fear immunity, or make it so that it does something else. You know, maybe when you would have to make a saving throw against frightened but don't have to, you get a buff or something. I don't know. You could make it so that, like, you know, that sort of thing. Sort of like the Fey Wanderer, where like if somebody tries to charm or frighten someone around you, you can do a special move.
Yep.
That's what I would do.
I would also say here that while if you're designing monsters to fight against players, I don't generally advocate for taking abilities away because players want their full kit and it ends up not being super fun. I love it in the other direction. I love taking tools away from a GM because chances are they have too many already. Yeah. So if you were to do like a channel divinity that effectively shut down, like as a reaction, you could shut down the enemy's ability to use attacks of that damage type for a certain amount of time. That's very dragon oriented, but has huge applicability for anybody that's doing elemental damage types. And that could be very fun, right? Like that's a very cool way to just like turn off a dragon's breath weapon. And force the GM to have to get creative around that.
Oh, yeah.
Creative around that. That's a noble pursuit. I'm excited about that if you follow through.
The submissions are closed for this week, but if you want to submit a piece for next week, the link is in the description of the video. Or if you want to be able to submit for Thursday, where the wheel goes from this big to about 20 people, and I pretty much get through it every time, you can become a YouTube member or a patron. But if you want to submit a piece for next week, the link is in the video description.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's spin again. Good question. Was that the tax collector? I believe it was.
That was the tax collector, yeah.
Good question, tax collector.
Also, nobody tell the IRS that the tax collector's throwing out all these super chats.
Well, listen, everybody calm down. This is Wolf, a.k.a. No. This is Godzilla Wolf. I need to find the right Wolf. Sorry, Godzilla Wolf. You just got so excited. Wolf.
There's Wolf.
Homebrewed Sorcerer subclass. Oh, man, we don't get enough Sorcerer subclasses. I'm so excited.
Boy.
Let's see what we get.
Arcane Plague.
This is the second beta of this subclass. I call the Arcane Plague. Cool. Condition table. See subclass. Oh, I hope I don't. I'm probably not going to read a whole crazy condition table. Need some tweaking. Oh, maybe you want me to. So that statistically it's more balanced. Any suggestions or comments are more than welcome. All right. I'm going to, depending on how hectic the table is, we probably aren't going to read all of it, and I hope you're okay with that. It's the Contagion Sorcery Wizard. Or Sorcerer, not Wizard. What if it was the Contagion Sorcery Wizard? That'd be weird.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Not all infectious diseases stem from biological origins. Some of the most severe and least understood diseases come from the arcane forces of the universe. Those infected with such diseases usually succumb long before treatment can be administered. Even in the rare case when treatment can be administered, care cannot be... I'm going to be honest, everything I've read so far, you should cut out. Care cannot remove the disease, thus leaving the victim a shell of their former self. Rarely, however, the infectious arcane agents bind themselves to the host to strengthen rather than destroy. You don't mention the subclass until here. That's too late into it. You need to... I would start... Figure out how to turn this into the first sentence. This happens when the host becomes a conduit for the disease and is blessed with innate magic. Your magic might be a blessing for you, but a detriment to those around you. Yeah, so... all this shit is not the like you're taking too long to set the stage.
It genuinely rarely arcane infections can bind themselves to the host to strengthen rather than destroy. That's it. That's your first sentence. You don't need to tell me anything about arcane infections because it's two words that I already know.
Yeah,
I can put two words together. It's fine.
All right, so let's see what let's see. So here's the table. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We get Bane, detect poison and disease, poison spray, blindness, deafness, ray of enfeeblement, bestow curse, remove
spells
curse.
at first level.
If one of them's a cantrip, that's fine. The aberrant mind sorcerer gets that too.
Wait, which one's a cantrip?
Poison spray.
Poison spray. Cool.
Confusion, hallucinatory terrain. This is weird. Isn't confusion a third level spell?
Fourth.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh well, bust my britches. Sorry about that. Cloud Kill Contagion. I think the spell list is good. I would probably take out Bane and put in Ray of Sickness. I feel like Bane doesn't fit here nearly as much as Ray of Sickness. Yep. Interesting. So normally
remove curse is also a little weird.
I get it. Although I will say, I feel like if you were going to put remove curse, a better fit might be lesser restoration.
I don't know, man. I like the idea generally of providing a little bit of textural contrast. You don't want everything to be super one note, but that's kind of the complete opposite of this thing.
No, that's what I mean. And I feel like it's... Yeah, so yes, it is the complete opposite. Lesser restoration would also be the complete opposite, but I would say if you wanted to do that, I think lesser restoration fits better because it specifically addresses things like the poison condition. What's up, Dice Admiral? The other thing that I want to point out is every other warlock that gets a spell list, they gain the ability to switch those spells. Sorcerer that gets a spell list, they gain the ability to switch those spells out for other spells of certain spell schools. I think that it's enchantment and illusion for the aberrant mind and conjuration and maybe abjuration or conjuration and something for the conjuration transmutation maybe for the clockwork. So you should think about it for this. For this one, I'd probably go necrotic and I don't know what else. Or
genuinely
necromancy and something else.
Yeah,
maybe.
Genuinely, I feel like if you could find a way to buff out this class slightly, I would maybe even consider not doing that very intentionally, because the entire vibe of this is that you've been infected with some measure of arcane disease, and that's not really something that you have a lot of control over.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. That makes sense.
Could swing in either direction. I don't think there's a wrong answer there, but I think it could be fun to not have that with a measure of intentionality.
Yeah, that makes sense. Matt Thorne points out that Lesser Restoration also specifically removes diseases. Yeah.
It's definitely a better fit than remove curse, for sure.
All right, let's look at Arcane Plague. Your innate magic allows you to spread the disease with which infects you to another individual. Starting at first level as an action, don't say may. Jeez Louise, you must be new. Say can. Say can. May is the wrong word here. You can select one target within 30 feet. You have to make it a little bit more clear than that. I would say a creature, not a target. I would say a creature, and I would say a creature you can see. The chosen target, again, don't say target, say creature. Or you could say the target receives the Arcane Plague condition for 1 minute. This feature can be used once per long rest. Don't do this. What you want to do is where if you're going to say how long a feature can be used, you got to put it at the end. So what you're going to do is you're going to say, choose a creature you can see within 30 feet to attempt to bestow upon them the Arcane Plague. At the end, the creature gets the Arcane Plague. At the end of each of the target's turns, they can roll a con saving throw against your spell save DC to end the plague on them. If they succeed, as a reaction, you can spend 1 sorcerer point to cause the target to reroll the saving throw. I would actually just cut that whole part out. Yeah, you're just trying to make this too strong. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would probably make it so you can give a creature an Arcane Plague. They can either make the saving throw at the beginning of their turn, and you can spend sorcerer points to make them reroll it, or they can make the save at the end of their turn, and you can't spend sorcerer points to make them reroll it. Not both, or not whatever this is. This is too strong in both directions. How often can you use this feature? Once per long rest. So you can just say you can use this feature once per long rest, and once you've used it, you can't use it again. I would hesitate against making your first level feature a once a day feature. That's not that much fun.
That's
so
very limited.
If I was making a sorcerer, I would give it 2 first level features, and I would make one of them passively always on, and I would make the other one resource based, like maybe it could be used proficiency bonus times per long rest. And I would balance it accordingly in that regard. A once a day feature is not fun. Unless it's like a big explosive feature. But if it's like your main skis, then like you use it and then you're just a fucking regular jabroni sorcerer for a while.
I'm also looking at this, and there's no reason for this to be once per long rest. I'm not looking so closely that maybe some of these don't. Maybe some of these do blow the lid off, but like
they do. I see a couple that do immediately.
Okay, I mean, movement speed reduced by half for 1 minute on a con save at the end of each of its turns. That's
higher. Look at fatigued. Their strength drops to 8. I wouldn't do shit like this. So if you I wouldn't do stuff like this. You were talking about balancing this. I think you have 2 options. If you want to keep it sort of like a wild magic table where it's a bunch of random stuff, it's going to be harder to balance. But you really can't be tossing in super crazy shit like this. What I would do is, honestly, I would like tie them to stats where it's like fatigued. They have disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. That's how I would translate that.
My thought here is grab something, work it into something that would fit for a 1. Go 1 through 6, and then right now I think 2 through 6 are all fine or very close to being fine, and drop 7 through 12. You don't need 2d6 worth of rolls. You don't need a 12 slice random effect table in order to get the idea across and to feel interesting. And if you insist on having these crazier things at higher rolls, like fatigued, you're gonna have to make it a once a day thing, and so now you're adding more complexity for the player to be aware of that they get to use less often, and so it's less fun in both directions. A simpler table, a slightly weaker table that you can use prof bonus per long rest is going to be way better for play.
Yeah, I agree. I also probably would try to make them all somewhat balanced. I wouldn't make some of them weaker and some of them stronger. I would just make them different. So like I would also drop the vulnerability to poison damage, for example. I think that's too much.
There's a lot going on in corrosive poison. You can tighten that up for sure.
So yeah, I honestly, in a lot of ways, I think this needs a lot more at first level. I think the table is too strong and too little. I think you have to tone the table down quite a bit. I agree with Pat. I would probably make it a 1 through 6 table, and then I would also make it multiple times per day. And I also don't think it should just be automatic on the first round. I'm not sure why you did that. I would make them get the saving throw immediately. I wouldn't automatically have them have a condition for a round.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that tightens it up again to the point where you can have them use it more often, which is going to feel more fun to be able to do, and then when it works.
Yeah.
Also, another small thing is, like, if you're going the random table, put a little bit of flavor in this stuff, right? Like, you know, put some speech turning into pink bubbles type randomness inside of the other features as the symptoms of some of these plagues.
That's a neat idea. And I also think there's things that you could do here. Like, for example, at first level, you should be immune to diseases and plagues, like diseases and poisons.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty good.
I would make you immune to disease and poison at first level, or immune to disease and then resistant to poison, if you don't want to do immune to poison. And then simplify the table and make it so you can use it a lot. If you're trying to spread the plague, you're spreading it once a day? That's not much of a spread. Okay, one with disease at 6th level. Living with your condition has allowed you to be able to resist and in some cases remove other pathogens from yourself and others. Beginning at 6th level, you gain proficiency in wisdom medicine checks. If you're proficient in this skill already, don't say may. You can use another skill of your choice. What does that mean? You can use another skill. Choose another skill of choice. You gain resistance to poison damage and have advantage against the poison condition. Honestly, dude, this could be a first level feature. All of this could be a first level feature.
I would also say, actually, I would say yes. It could be a first level feature. If it's a 6th level feature, just from a thematics perspective, I wouldn't make it another skill of your choice, right? Like, I'd figure out how to, like, maybe give you expertise or double proficiency bonus on the thing or something. But as a first level feature, when you're in character creation, this is perfect as is. Just make this a first level feature.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at the 14th level feature. Zoonotic mutation. The infection within you has mutated and become more potent. Your Arcane Plague feature gains the following benefits. Contagious Pathogen. When a target with your Arcane Pathogen dies, you can spend 1 Sorcerer point to move the plague to another target within 30 feet as a free action. Stop making stuff free actions. Free actions don't exist. Make that shit a reaction. It needs to be a reaction. Make it a reaction. Moving the Arcane Plague to a new target by this effect resets the duration of the Arcane Plague condition. I think that's fine and cool. Septic. When you use your Arcane Plague feature, in addition to rolling 2d6 separately, roll 3d4. The target receives a second Arcane Plague condition. Yeah, no, man. Just drop this last one.
Yeah, that's not necessary.
This also, I think, this also ties back into, like, it's basically making the 3d4 makes it way more likely that you're going to get one of the higher ones. So I think that's what's going on statistically there, is they're trying to give you a higher bell curve. But I disagree with the basic construction of the first level feature. So I think this requires simplification. What you could do here is you could expand the table here. You could be like, instead of rolling a d6, now you roll a d12, and these are the things that you roll on a 7 through 12, and you could add new ones. But I would drop this.
I think that's fun. I think that could be interesting, and especially by 14th level. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do with 6 if they move this up to first, but we haven't gotten anything too hectic so far.
Yeah, the other thing that I'll say is the way that it's written right now, at 14th level, you still only have one once-a-day feature that you get with this class by 14th level.
Yeah, which is not
a lot.
Not enough. It's not enough. Yeah. It's not enough.
All right. Zootonic means it came from an animal and went into a human, FYI. Okay.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
Cool.
That's a little weird.
All right. Whatever. Incurable Plague. Beginning at 18th level, when your target succeeds on a con saving throw to end your Arcane Plague aura, you can use your action to spend a Sorcerer point to cause them to reroll the saving throw. This literally is tied into the first level feature that you already made. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Well, it's just that. It's all tying back into this
No.
table.
This is already in the first level feature.
Oh.
This is part of the first level thing. As part of the same reaction, you continue to spend
Yeah.
1 sorcerer point to cause a target to reroll the saving throw. You can continue to spend. Yeah, man, this just I don't know what's going on here. I would drop this second part entirely because I would just make something new.
Yeah.
We are 20th level sorcerer that has 1 activated once a day ability.
Also, I gotta dial in for 1 second on this is, and I don't mean this in a way where I'm trying to be dismissive of this. But genuinely, I think that you're missing a loop here.
Me?
Where this is the author here, where this is quite possibly the least fun feature I've ever seen.
That's harsh. What do you mean?
I know.
What do you mean?
Think about the play here. There's a little bit of tension around rolling the con save, and they succeed. And then, okay, you get disadvantage. Great, fine. You get to spend a sorcery point to force a reroll. Tension's heightened. Is it going to happen on the second time? I'm thinking Dimension 20, Box of Doom. We're making this happen. Let's go. They succeed again. This can happen for a sorcerer up to 5 times on this feature, completely grinding combat to a halt, completely deflating all sense of intention or intensity and momentum. You're just forcing a failure, but you're forcing a failure at length, right? Like, a better way to write this exact feature is you could spend 5 sorcery points to cause it to fail. Right? That's so much faster. It's so much more, hey, I get this cool thing right as a reaction and it's done, right? Like,
that's actually the move. If you didn't want to keep that, it would just be like that. You can choose for them to fail with a bigger.
And I don't, again, I get what the author is going for here, and I think that there are ways that you could make that okay. It doesn't invalidate the critique of, like, you've got 1 once-a-day feature and that's nowhere near enough, but that loop of I'm just going to keep forcing you to re-roll up to 5 times is going to be awful.
Yeah, and I think
happens.
you're bringing up a really good point, which is when we talk about, like, what is the point? What is the goal? The goal of this feature is to make it so you can become oppressive with your contagion. You can subjugate people's immune system by just oppressing them with it. Which is the vibe of this, but I agree. I think that vibe will be accomplished just as well, and will take up a lot less time. And it's sort of a walk around to get to the same point of the inevitable failure.
Right. Yeah. Right. And if they succeed 6 times in a row, that's it. Even if they manage that, it's not gonna feel good. It's gonna feel like you wasted everybody's time.
I think that, here's what I think. Did you see what Aaron Sherwood just said? If you think that's no fun,
right.
Imagine going through 4 or 5 triggers of that con saving throw, only for the GM to say, okay, he uses a legendary resistance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think the idea of this is a lot of fun. I think the main place where you need to be building this thing out is first of all, radically simplifying the Arcane Plague table, and then adding a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with the Arcane Plague table.
Yeah, right.
The Arcane Plague table can be a thing that grows with you if you want, but I think that we need other features, both passive and activated, that are not tied to this once-a-day feature.
Yep. And honestly, look to your spells, especially if you take my suggestion to consider not allowing you to change out these spells. You could do things that give you some passive benefit against targets that are blind from your blindness deafness spell, right? Like, you've got poisons built in the contagion spells, and that you can play off of those in interesting ways.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much,
Oh,
Wolf. Round of applause for Wolf for sharing their Arcane Plaguester.
Cinder, I'll be right back.
Take your time. Let's spin again, shall we? Oh shit! It's time for Derek. Derek's an OG of the channel at this point. I've decided to make a weapon that grows in power in the style of the Vestiges of Divergence. Cool. I'd like you to look at the Cutlass of the Pirate King. I'll be making one of these for each class over the coming weeks. Really cool. So I hope to apply your advice to the rest of them. All right, cool. I love expanding weapons. I love expanding weapons. They are a lot of fun. You said there was one called the what did you say it was called? Cutlass of the Pirate King. Let's find it. Why isn't it in alphabetical order? Oh, I see. It's confusing alphabetical. You gotta fix it. The first piece of feedback, your table of contents is not ideal. I shouldn't have to, if you're gonna have things listed, whatever.
It's this.
You saw the feedback already by me not knowing where to find it. I would just make your table of contents. It doesn't matter if it's too big for a page. You either break it up by class or you don't break it up by class. But here's the problem. The problem is there's no assumption on this first page that there will be class separated items later. So
right.
I think you need to have a name that's like non-class specific items so that I know that there are going to be class specific items later. That's my main. That's little indexy feedback. Okay, this is a monk item called the Cutlass of the Pirate King. Oh, you're dancing real close with fucking One Piece with that shit. Oh man, how much? What do you want to bet that we get a One Piece tonight?
I'm not gonna take those odds because we get a One Piece thing almost every.
I'll
Sunday.
tell you what. If we get a One Piece piece, I'll bet you I'll bet you $5 that it's overpowered.
But I'm gonna lose $5.
Well, then don't take the bet.
Oh Christ, no, I can't in good conscience take that because genuinely they're always overpowered.
Yeah, okay. I haven't either, Derek. I haven't either. Okay, this sinuously curved short sword is engraved. Sinuously is a weird word there.
Is that what they want?
I don't know. Do you mean like bone, like tendon and like stringiness? Because that's what sinew means. It's like sinew is like tendon and like stringiness.
It can also mean kind of lithe, right? Which is a weird and very sensual word to use for a short sword. It's not incorrect. It's just a little. The imagery isn't quite lining up in my head.
Yeah. Is engraved with shells and anchors, and a teal blue shimmer runs down its blade. I would make this a new sentence. Its weather-beaten hilt has an emerald green gem set into its base, an heirloom of the most elevated pirate king name. Great name. It is said that the one who wields this cutlass will inherit his wisdom and power for good or ill. Okay, let's see. In its dormant state, you can speak, read, and write Thieves' Cant. I like that. This is a monk-specific weapon, by the way. You gain an additional 2 key points to use for your monk features. Okay. You get a +1 to attack and damage rolls with this. I'm going to just point something out. The difference between the Vestiges of Divergence and the Arms of the Betrayers is that the Vestiges of Divergence don't give you a lot of stuff and weapon bonuses, and the Arms of the Betrayers do. So if you were going to be doing that, if you're going to be doing the +1, +2, +3, and other stuff, then guess what? This bad boy is actually an artifact, just so you know.
Yeah, I think that's right.
When you hit a creature, when you hit with this weapon, you can change the damage type to cold. Okay, really solid opening.
Cool.
Here's what I'm gonna say. We're getting a little dance of something weird here with Thieves' Cant, and I want to see how more pirate stuff gets infused in. Your additional key points becomes 4. I immediately also disagree with this. I would probably make this 1 key point, 2 key points, and 3 key points.
I think
probably.
That's right. I think that's right. Maybe
yeah,
1, 2,
like,
and 4.
Yeah,
but not 2, 4, and 6.
2, 4, and 6 seems like too much.
Yeah.
Proficiency with water vehicles. You have advantage on ability checks made to interact with ropes and sails. I probably would expand this to you have advantage on ability checks to interact with sailing and water vehicles. Just make it bigger, because that's going to incorporate stuff like navigation, which I actually think would probably be a very useful thing, and would make sense for this. So I would make it a little broader.
I would maybe leave in interactions with ropes, though, because I think that is a thing where if you're not on a ship, it's still going to be really useful, right?
Yeah, so maybe ropes, sailing, and water vehicles.
I think that's right.
It kind of fits. Pirates went spelunking sometimes in fantasy stories. They have to find treasure and hide at places. When the Cutlass reaches the exalted state, you get this. You get more key points, lower those. You get more bonus, that's fine. Swim speed equal to your walking speed. Honestly, we could get that earlier if we wanted to, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hoping that this last one is a big crazy feature, because the thing about the Vestiges of Divergence, in my opinion, is they need at least one big crazy thing at the end that you're excited for. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack with this weapon, you can deal an amount of cold damage equal to the roll of one of your martial arts die. That is fine, but I'm going to be honest. The extra damage we're getting from the +3 is probably enough here.
Yeah.
I feel like you should... Can I make a suggestion? I would get, like, a little bit pirate spiritual with it. I would allow you to... I would give you, like, a once-a-day casting of some crazy spell and interpret it as, like, beseeching a Leviathan. Or you know, like, you can or summoning a water elemental or something like that. Some element of, like, you connecting to the sea on a larger scale to pull off something... Summoning
Cinder,
a ghost ship might be a lot. Yeah.
Hear me out, because somebody just in the chat pointed out a good question, which is like, this doesn't really feel like a monk weapon outside of free key.
Mm-hmm.
What if you could spend, for example, a key point to get a walk on water speed equal to your move speed?
Oh, that's a good idea. When you use Step of the Wind, you can walk on water. That kind of is a monk power later on, but maybe you could extend it to allies or something too.
Maybe.
Yeah, monks can already run on water pretty at like level 6 or 7.
Fair enough.
Level 9. But I do think that is not a bad direction to go in, is thinking about how do we tie this more to a monk other than just you get more key points. That's a good question to ask. You could tie it to things like Flurry of Blows. You could tie it to things like your ability to catch stuff and throw it back. Tie it to those core monk features. That's a good idea. Yeah, and I don't think you need to go more epic all the way. I would just go a little bit more epic in the end here. And I don't necessarily make it crazy powerful, but give it a big vibe. Like what if you can cast Contact Other Plane, but you automatically succeed on the intelligence saving throw, and you summon, you know, the Spirit of the Ocean. That would be fun.
I mean, that is really cool, but again, it's got nothing to do with monks, right?
No, I know, but I just mean for pirates. But yeah, but that doesn't answer the larger question of how to be tied to monks. I think
if I were doing this, the thing that I would do is I would think about the Pirate King and think about, you're clearly implying that the Pirate King was a monk. How did he use this weapon? What in his monkness did this weapon sort of benefit? And how does that sort of represent, right? Whatever that entails, I think that, you know, you could be catching deflect missiles with your teeth. You could be, obviously you already get walk on water. You could figure out how to commune with the sea if you could figure out how to make that monk-esque. But like, I think you do need to tie that in.
Phony says the Pirate King was definitely a rogue, though. I will say it does feel like something a rogue would be. So I would say maybe that's how you tie it in also, is like, what are things that, like, what was this Pirate King like that made them why was this monk a Pirate King as opposed to a rogue?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And everybody in the chat is saying this would be a way better rogue or swashbuckler, obviously rogue, weapon. And while I think that in its current state that would be true, I love that you committed to monk. I think it's so interesting to give this to a monk. What makes it a monk weapon?
Yeah, I agree.
Anybody could be pirates. Dice Admiral, anybody could be a pirate. Don't let the man tell you can't be a pirate.
This is true. Anybody can be a pirate. All you got to do is get a boat and punch some people. Exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Derek, for your piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Let's do another spin, shall we?
You have blessed us this day. Yeah.
And let's see what the wheel brings us next. Data bank. I have sent Cinder 7 artificers. For now, while I'm reworking the compendium, I'm paying penance by making a fun thing. Thanks for the love of God. I am so fucking sick of artificers. Databank, I'm also going to say something here and now, and this is to you specifically. You fundamentally build your artificers in ways that go against what I genuinely think a core artificer needs. And it is a place of disagreement that we will forever have. And I think it genuinely impedes my ability to feedback your artificers well, because you don't build your artificers with the core conceit of what I think artificers in 5e are. and it makes it hard to judge them because they feel like they don't do what Artificers are supposed to do. And that is, Artificers in 5e, whether you like it or not, they have one cool object, and that's what they do. They make a cool object, and they don't craft in a neat way. They're not crafters. They're not seamstresses. They're not leather workers. They're not blacksmiths. They have a machine that they made, and they're built around that machine. So when you build Artificers in a way that they're not built around a machine, it is very hard to make them feel like an Artificer, in my opinion. The way that 5e Artificers feel like Artificers.
Yeah, 5e Artificers
Aaron, you can disagree with me about what it should be, but that's what it is. Look at the Artificers. One of them makes a suit of armor. One of them makes a pet dog. One of them makes a little crab cannon. One of them makes a magical bag.
The magical bag is maybe the one that is the furthest from the rest of them, but it's also the one that is kind of
there's plenty in the core class that is about them being craftsmen and about them being creators and infusions and that sort of stuff. But when it comes to specifically what an Artificer subclass is in 5e, it's a guise that makes a cool toy.
Yep.
You can disagree with me, but that's just what it is. A sentient cursed item that isn't legendary or rare.
Whoa, interesting. Link.
I will blink in a second. I'm just trying to see where the fuck it is, because, like...
Oh, true.
What am I supposed to look at? Oh, I hate when people don't tell me what to look at. All right, I'm just going to look at the first one, I guess? Or maybe you mean lame... All right, I'm going to pick lame sword is what I'm going to pick.
That seems
like a cursed item.
Yeah. Always make sure that you are clear about what you want reviewed.
Or I just pick the first thing, usually. Magic item, Lame Sword. You gain a +2 to attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. Cool, cool, cool. Curse. This weapon is cursed, which only takes effect when the holder swears. This curse lasts until the holder dies, uses a brush to wash their mouth with water. Wait, they should wash their mouth out with soap. Well, they don't need a brush.
Well, lie.
With lye. Yeah.
That's what...
But there's soap in D&D.
Friends, do not wash your mouth out with lye.
But also, soap is like an item. You can buy it. It's in the player's handbook.
Make it soap. Please make it soap so that we don't have children hurting themselves.
Make it soap. Change it so it's soap. In my eyes, Artificer subclasses are like specializations. You know how to build stuff, but you like building one thing. They are, but mechanically, it's the one thing that is key. So if you build your Artificer without a special thing, and you just give it a different way to interact with things, you end up making the same Artificer every time, which is, let me think of a convoluted way to infuse magic into objects. And it just always is too much, and it's never that interesting. That's what happens a lot of the time. It's kind of why I'm sick and tired of reading everybody's fucking Artificers.
Also, to be fair, I think this is this is both true and also a design failing on the part of 5e. I feel like Artificers in 5e are kind of boring for the fact that they represented their entire way that they interact with the subclass system as a different little guy.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's see. The cursed creature cannot linger in the joys of success. When a cursed creature rolls critical hits, the roll turns into a normal hit.
No.
Anytime the creature succeeds in a fight, test, dungeon, skill, tool check, or general task, proof of their skill is undermined by an extremely unlikely event. The outcome is the same as that determined by the roll, but the creature's prowess seems unimportant. Examples include a door handle that falls off when lockpicked, or a powerful enemy experiencing a heart attack before the killing blow. Okay, normally, I would be like, you need more specific mechanics here. But I actually think this is perfect the way it is, because the way that I would keep this item is I would keep this information for myself as the dungeon master, and this really is not something the player should ever see. They maybe show them the first part, maybe even show them this part eventually if they figure it out. But I would always keep this part to myself and just use it as a dungeon master tool, where the dungeon master would just be in charge of making that moment. This is a lot of work for the dungeon master. Not really. The thing is, here's what I'll say here. The reason why I don't actually think this is that much work for the dungeon master is there is no way in D&D for a player to get an item without the dungeon master deciding to give the player that item. And specifically an item like this, where it really doesn't do much. It basically just does, they don't score crits, and whenever they do something cool, it kind of seems like they didn't do something cool. Like, you aren't going to give your player this item unless you are down to do this part. So while I do agree that oftentimes I am really adamant that, like, you need to give clear instructions to the DMs, like, you don't want to give any dungeon masters more work to do, this is such a specific example of a specific type of item where it's like there's no reason you would ever give this item to anyone unless you wanted to do this last feature. So I actually think it's fine. I think it's fun. I like it. It's it's going to be really frustrating for players if they don't understand that it's tied to the cursed item. So I would let the player know that quickly, or they're going to just think you're being a dick.
I was just gonna say there is an element of like if Cinder, for the thing that you said specifically, which is like you don't give that last paragraph to the player. That puts a lot of work on the GM, which is fine. It's opt-in work, but that puts a lot of work on the GM to like narrate how the sword is like glowing whenever these bad things happen, or whatever the fuck the visual is that you want to sort of impart, right? Like you need to make sure that they know that it's tied unequivocally.
Yeah. And even, I mean, it can even be tied in such a way where it's like you just let them know that it's a cursed item and that it is having an effect, and then you start showing these things as happening. Like, you don't need to necessarily make it super one-to-one, but I would not have a player not know that they were cursed and do this effect, because it would just be frustrating.
Yeah, 100%.
But that's a really fun funny item, Databank. Thank you for sharing. I like it.
And if we reviewed the wrong thing, be clear next time.
Did I review the wrong thing?
There were a couple of people saying that it maybe should have been, because that wasn't sentient. There were a couple of people saying that it maybe should have been one of the other items. Oh,
well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You didn't say which one, so I apologize.
Yeah.
Making magic items, Azalus coming in with a 10. Thank you. Making magic items, trying to make all types viable. What should I give Trident on top of Spear? Because PM feat, that's polearm feat. Water breathing plus swim speed. The items are legendary and require attunement already. Azalus, that's such a convoluted question. I don't really know what you're... Are you talking about making a regular Trident? Or are you trying to make a legendary Trident? Because if you're making a legendary Trident, you can literally do anything. You can do anything you want. What I would
PM
probably...
stand for here?
What'd you say?
What does PM stand for here?
Polearm Master. What I would probably do is I would either, honestly, the way to balance it against Polearm Master is to make a homebrew feat that is specific for tridents. And if I could give you an example of a good one, I would probably allow you to grapple creatures on an attack roll as you're like skewering them with a trident. I feel like that would be kind of fun and cool.
I'm into that. That's very fun.
But yes, I hope that somewhat answers your question. Both are the same legendary item, but the Trident version is just worse. Yeah, that's just because Polearm Master exists. So I would say the solution is more that you can make a new feat. I would make a new feat for Polearm Master. Because in general, that's true, that Tridents are just worse. Tridents are worse than Spears 9 times out of 10.
I mean, that's also probably true of real life, right? Like, they're just not as useful of a weapon in actual combat. That's why no one really fights with them.
Yeah. Oh, Yermi. Yermi is like our second mod the channel has ever had, I think. Second or third.
Yermi.
Hey, Cinder. This one... But do you see what I mean, Azalus? Like, I don't think the issue is the items. I think the issue is the feat. So I would just make a new feat. Or make the Trident a little bit stronger if you're super worried about it. Because if you're like, I need these to be the same item, but one is a Trident and one is a polearm, then you're sort of, that's an issue that you're sort of building for yourself. Like, why do they need to be the same? I don't know.
True.
Hey, Cinder, this is one of my first pieces that I've been working on for a while, but first time actually submitting something for review. This is your first time submitting something, Yermi? That's fucking crazy.
That can't be right.
It might be.
That would be crazy.
Yermi used to submit a lot of stuff for contests when we would do contests.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
This is the Innkeeper. It looks like a fighter subclass, is my guess. All right, let's see what we're working with here.
That's the right level spread.
These combatants aren't found battling at death in the gladiatorial combat
Yermi,
or in the middle of the dungeon. Yermi, cut this whole fucking sentence out. Start here. These fighters will be found right behind the bar at your local tavern. They are the Innkeeper fighter, utilized everything about a bar to its delicious food or its surprisingly durable furniture. Okay, cool. Innkeeper fighter is a fun idea. I like that.
There's a little bit of a grammatical thing here. The innkeeper fighter utilizes everything about a bar from its delicious food to its surprisingly durable furniture. You're establishing a span of variety here, and so it's from to, and then also utilizes right in the present tense.
Would water breathing and swim speed be broken? Only if you don't want them to. There's not any extra like magic power that you get from having those things. It's just that's. I don't know what combo you would have forgotten, and I also don't know the context of the rest of the items, so it's hard to really answer that. But in general, getting a swim speed and a water breathing is like I would consider like medium strong, but not that strong. A lot of races or classes get it as like a secondary feature. All right, let's see what we get. You have been starting and stopping bar fights all your life. At 3rd level, you are proficient with improvised weapon. You can roll 2d4 in place of the normal damage for improvised weapons.
Oh,
the damage of these attacks increases by 1d4 when you reach certain levels of your fighter. 5th level, 11th level, and 17th. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it should increase this much.
No.
I like the idea of it being 2d4, and then probably I would have it go up to... I would probably have it go from 2d4 to 2d6. But I don't think I would have it go this high. This seems too strong. This seems too high.
I think you could maybe do 3d4 instead of 2d6. That's a spread question.
Yeah, you could have it go 2d4 to 3d4. I think that's also reasonable.
But I think once at 11th level is what you need to be doing.
Yeah, because you're already getting a bunch of
10th
extra
level.
attacks and stuff.
Yeah. Wait, should it be 11th level or 10th? Because fighters don't get an 11th level feature.
Yeah, I think it would be 10th probably.
Yeah.
Additionally, at 7th level, your attacks with improvised weapons count as magical. All right, cool. That's fun and fine. That's sort of just like busy work stuff. Home cooked meal. Starting at 3rd level, you know how to cook just the way Mama used to make it. With 1 hour of work, or when you finish a long rest, you can prepare a home cooked meal large enough to feed a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus. A creature that eats this meal can use a reaction when they make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw to add a d6 to the roll. This can be made after the roll, but before the outcome is determined. Once the d6 is used, it cannot be used again until they eat another meal from this trait after they finish a long rest. The meal expires after 8 hours. Additionally, gain proficiency in brewing supplies and cooking utensils. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, how do we feel about giving a fighter bardic?
I'm going to be really honest here. I love the the core concept of
Vibe
this third
is cool.
The core concept of this 3rd level class is immaculate. You are now good with improvised weapons in a way that you could just use them the whole game, which is nice.
Yes.
And home cooked meal plus improvised weapons immediately, like when we're making a subclass, we want to feel like the thing as quickly as possible. And being able to cook something homemade that helps people plus improvised weapon fighting is so perfect for feeling like a tavern brawling barkeep. But I agree wholeheartedly with, I think, the direction you're going with the question, which is I don't think the vibe is to make this essentially make this bardic inspiration. If anything, I would make it like a mini version of Hero's Feast, where maybe they gain some amount of temp hit points, or they have some resistance to fear or something. You know, like
let me pitch you on something. Let me pitch you on something, and let me pitch you on let me pitch Jeremy on something here.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a mini second wind.
Oh, a mini second wind.
Anyone who eats this meal before their next long rest can at once, because this is already only once, can use their bonus action to expend a hit die and restore that number of hit points.
That's not bad. You could even do it where it's like literally like your second wind, where it's stronger based on you because you're getting better at cooking. So it could be like they can roll their hit die and add your fighter level.
Yeah, or roll your hit die and add your, I don't know, whatever ability score might be associated with a cooking skill.
Maybe that is a little too close to the chef feat. I forget what the chef feat does.
The chef, I don't think maybe, let's check. Utensils and...
Oh, that is what the chef feat does.
It is literally what the chef feat does.
It is the chef feat does. Yeah, so maybe that's why they made it different.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they made it different. But okay, so I maybe that's not the solution, but I do not think the solution is Bardic Inspiration. I would go in a different direction with it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Also, just a minor formatting thing. Put a little enter here, man. You don't want this dangling. You want the title on top. At 7th level, we get Brood Charisma. Starting at 7th level, your grandiose cooking has allowed you greater understanding of those who eat them. Those who eat them is weird.
Yeah, that's wrong. Greater understanding.
I would say of those you feed. I would say those you feed.
Is much better. Yes.
You add double your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make.
Hold on. Period. Those you feed. Period.
Yeah, put a period here. You add double your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make using brewing supplies or cooking tools. Cool, that's perfect. Also, for anybody at home, this is how you write giving somebody expertise. If you ever say you get expertise in something, no, you don't. This is what you write. Additionally, you gain advantage on charisma, persuasion, and wisdom insight checks made against creatures who have consumed any food or beverage you've crafted using your brewer's supplies or cooking utensils in the last 24 hours.
Oh, that's interesting.
I like this a lot. I probably would
cool.
change it so they have to have eaten a whole meal. Like, I don't think you can, like, trick them into taking a tiny bite of your food. But I do like the idea that it's like, if they eat some of your home cooking, they are more amicable and they're a little bit more at ease. I like that a lot. That's really nice.
I'm gonna pitch a slightly different way to implement this once again, which is any creature that you spend at least 1 minute watching eat or drink.
Your cooking or in general?
I think just in general.
Okay.
I get the idea of your cooking being like quasi-magical.
That's actually fine. The thing is,
cool.
that's kind of fine. I would probably make it... The thing is, 7th level fighter features aren't that strong in general. So if you were going to do that, I'd probably make it like longer. I might make it 10 minutes before you learn those things, because those things are pretty strong to just have advantage on charisma and insight check or persuasion and insight checks.
Bad, but either way, I don't think it's going to break the bank, right?
Yeah, but I like it. I think it's a solid 7th level feature.
Yeah, it's really thematic.
Let's look at 10th. When you reach 10th level, you know when a fight is about to break out. You gain an advantage on initiative. We get 2 things. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say, it's a little... It's not the most exciting feature, but let's see what else we get at 10th level. Improvised meal. Also at 10th level, you can always put something tasty together. With an hour of time, you are able to prepare a meal regardless of a lack of supplies. Additionally, when a creature eats a meal from your home-cooked meal feature, they can forego the dice bonus in exchange for removing a level of exhaustion. Is there a limit on how many meals you can make per day in general?
It's a meal from the home-cooked meal feature, so it's an hour of work or when you finish a long rest.
Yeah, creature's proficiency bonus. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's fine. I feel like there's something missing at this point. I don't know.
I would say at 10th level, what you might want to do is scrap the advantage on initiative rolls and do something more like whenever you roll initiative, you can immediately use your reaction to make an improvised weapon attack or take the dodge action. Right?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like that. I would switch that. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Because it's the same kind of idea, which is like you're getting the drop on everybody because you know when a fight is supposed to break out, but it's a little different from everyone else that gets bonuses to initiative rolls, and it's a little bit more active in a way that I think is thematic.
That makes sense. Let's look at 15. When you reach 15th level, everyday objects are devastating weapons in your hands. Once per round, when you hit a creature with an improvised weapon, you can choose to strike with enough force that the improvised weapon breaks. I like this. You can add one of the following effects. They have to make a con save. On a failure, they're stunned until the start of your next turn. They have to make an intelligence wisdom. They make an intelligence wisdom saving throw with disadvantage. They make their next intelligence wisdom saving throw with disadvantage. Or for the attack, you can change the damage die you would usually use to D6s. Oh, okay. And you can use this feature only once per turn. You can only use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per short rest. I like this feature. I like this feature a lot. I don't actually have any changes other than I would probably... The way that you say this is, I would say once per turn up here. I would say, oh, you already say it. So I would say once per, you say once per round. So that's fine. It's already once per turn. So you don't need to say it again here.
It's once per round, which is a little different, but it's
so I would
very
just
close.
cut this out and then just keep this at the end. This is just a solid feature, man. I think it's good. I think it's really fun.
One piece of feedback, which is improvised weapons are not finesse. You can't use your dex. Drop dex from the con save. It should just be strength.
That's a good point. Yeah. I like that. I'm a big fan.
You're not a dex boy, and you don't assume that no one is going to run this as a dex boy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Let's look at the last one. I'm going to be honest, Patrick. I noticed something very early on in this subclass, which is that I actually have looked at this before. I have seen this subclass maybe a year ago or like 8 or 9 months ago. Yermi and I worked on it off stream, and I've kind of forgot about it, but it is looking very nice. But it's one that
it's solid. It's fun.
I'm remembering it with the multiversal tavern because I remember us thinking that. So let's see what this does. You always know the best place in town because you can take it with you. Starting at 18th level, you can cast the spell Magnificent Mansion once per day, requiring no components. When you cast it in this way, it has the following changes. It's the shape of an inn or tavern. Your servants can be corporeal, but they can't attack or target guests with harmful abilities or magic. When the spell ends, the door disappears, and any creature or objects inside the mansion remain there, except for the caster. Creatures inside the mansion after the spell ends can choose to leave by exiting the front door or back door at any time. I like it. I think it's a solid 18th level feature. You get once a day free casting a Magnificent Mansion, and people can stay there, but in a way that it's not like a prison. It's like people could just hang out there if they want to. You could basically
the last two points seem to contradict, right?
Why?
Well, when the spell ends, the doors disappear, and they remain inside the mansion unless they want to leave by the front or back door that just disappeared.
Well, I think what they mean is it disappears in the real world. I think that maybe that's the clarification that is needed. But the door in the tavern in the realm probably would stay. That's the way I was interpreting it.
But then where does it open out to?
That's a good point. That's actually a good point. Yeah, so the door probably actually should remain. It probably shouldn't disappear.
Yeah, there's something there that needs cleaned up. But I think in general it's good.
Yeah, that is a good point. Or maybe, that is a good point. Because where did they come out? The place it was cast? Well, it doesn't say that, so it's not clear. But that could be what makes the most sense for sure. Does that second to last point hint that the caster is also ejected?
Yeah, it's
yes.
just a little confusing.
Yes. Well, that is the other thing that I thought was weird. It's weird that your friends can stay inside, but you can't. So I don't know how I feel about that.
That I read it as everyone remains trapped in there indefinitely, which I thought was potentially very powerful. Then the last feature kind of contradicts that in a way that was confusing to me.
Yeah. All right, Yermi, I think this is a pretty fun subclass.
It's getting there, man. It's very good.
Let's give a little round of applause to Yermi. Thank you for sharing, buddy.
I'm a very big fan of very kind of unexpected subclass, especially fighter subclasses like that. They may not always fit fighter super well, but they're a lot of fun.
I think that was a perfect fighter subclass. Not perfectly done, but like when the whole rant I gave at the beginning of stream of like there needs to be a point to your piece, it needs to be unique, and it needs to feel like it's like has a specific goal. Like nail, meat, hammer. I think that Jeremy accomplished that very strongly in that one.
Done for sure. Spin the wheel.
Baked toast. So a little bit of a. Toast. It's a little bit of like a. It's like a double, right? Isn't toast already?
Yeah, we're taking toast.
This is not my first homebrew. It's not my first homebrew, but it is the first monster I've tried to make. I wonder if it's going to be CR30. Everyone tries to make a CR30 monster. I've got it to a space where I feel like I don't have anything else to do without over designing it. Okay, let's take a look. Excuse me. Hey, it's Magi's mask. Is that like a Majora's mask thing? Is that a Zelda thing?
It's not a Zelda thing. Let's see what Mahai.
It's an old painted stone mask. Almost couldn't tell it had omniscience intent. Is it a thing?
It's a place, I think.
They think it's Majora's mask. Google thinks I misspelled Majora's mask.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that's valid, but
it means
seems
most
like it's a
precious.
place in Mexico.
It means most precious.
Oh.
The word magi means
yeah.
most precious. Okay, it's a CR 13 monster, 16 AC, 144 hit points. Kind of low hit points for a CR 30 monster. You didn't give it a speed. It needs a speed.
Not a CR30 monster.
Okay, it has. Okay, it's got some interesting stats. I like the weak. It's weak in a couple interesting places.
Yeah.
Okay. It's only one saving. It should probably have more than one saving throw if it's CR 13. Probably should have more than one skill. Blind sight. A creature that loses this when it possesses a host. What does that mean? Creature loses this when it possesses the host?
It does not have blind sight when it is possessing a host.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So right at the way Patrick just said. Telepathy, language depends on host languages. Languages the host knows. You got to write full sentences. Sentence. Yeah, you got to.
Well, that's just the same sentence twice.
Yeah, you could just say languages the host knows. Motionless. The mask cannot move without the aid of another creature. So then just say the speed is 0. Damage transfer. While the mask is worn, damage dealt to the mask is split between the host and the mask. I like that.
Is it split evenly? I would maybe mention that word specifically.
Yes, I agree. Yes, it definitely have it split. Definitely clarify that. The mask has unseen arms. It can use these to possess limbs. A creature with dark vision can see faint shadow where these arms are. A creature with true sight can see the arms clearly and has advantage on saving throws against the possession by the arms. Okay. Let's see what possess does. The mask attempts to possess a limb of a creature within 30 feet of it. Don't say of the mask. While a limb is possessed in this way, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls, again, made with that limb, because if they're making attack rolls with their bite, they probably shouldn't have disadvantage on attack rolls, right? The creature can resist this if it succeeds on a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw. When do they make that Wisdom saving throw?
In the action economy.
Yeah, so, like, do they make that saving throw immediately? Is the possession, like... Does the mask, I would say that the mask attempts to possess the limb of a creature that it can see within 30 feet. That creature makes a wisdom saving throw, DC 14. On a failure, On a success, nothing happens. If a creature is wearing the mask, the creature must make a DC 16 wisdom saving throw or be possessed by the mask. This just feels like it's an entirely different feature that needs a whole other part of the action economy, right?
Yeah. Yes. And also this weird double possession of, like, it possesses a limb and then possesses the creature properly is not going to be fun in play.
Yeah, I mean, unless you just make them very different features and they're not tied in and they don't have the same name.
I would say even if you did make them very different features, D&D is really not super well set up to deal with single limb interactions. Right? Like, most of you pointed out, like, having to specify that it has disadvantage on attacks made with that limb indicates that there's not really a good space in the mechanic for that to sit, right? Mm-hmm. Like, a bite action and a sword action are not so fundamentally different. So I feel like this is going to end up getting real fiddly in play.
Aaron Sherwood says, I think the idea is that it forces someone to put it on, then tries to take them over. That would
should probably just be a one-step thing.
That would also, like, that might be what it's doing, but it's not clear in the way it's written. If that is what it's doing, it should definitely be a one-step thing. And the other thing is, if you're going to be doing a possession-type thing, you need to very explicitly lay out all of the mechanics of possession. Let me just show you what I mean here. Like, oops. Like, if we go to, like, if we go to, like, the ghost.
We're going ghost.
This is how many words it takes to describe the possession feature.
And that's for it to just happen, right? That's for it to just, like, see you and possess you. None of this two-stage limb first.
But we need all of we need to know every single part about how it interacts when it comes to combat and things like that, or otherwise it doesn't really work. Enthrall, stare into the eyes and command you need to write in full sentences. The mask stares into the eyes of a creature within 10 feet of it and commands it to make an action. The creature must succeed on... Where are these fucking saving throws coming from? So all these saving throws should be the same number. All these should be the same number, and they should be... Is this an intelligence magic creature, a wisdom magic creature? You pick one of the two. Build the saving throw off of that. They should all be the same.
All numbers within a monster stat block are based on the stats, same as they would be for a PC.
Yeah, the only reason the stats would be different would be if a monster had like a grapple mechanic that used its claws and then spellcasting that used its mind. And then those would have different saving
PCs.
throws that would be associated with them.
Yep.
The creature has to make a saving throw to resist to the command. Again, I'm not sure if you are coming from another edition of D&D, but I would take some time and look at the way that monster features are written, because this is not the way that monsters are written in 5e. And while it can be understood, that extra amount of brain translation that people are going to have to do if they're going to use this is going to pull them out of the excitement of the moment, and also a little bit like it's going to make them feel like it's not professionally written. Like there's an element of like uncanny valley almost if it's not written correctly that just pulls the person out and makes them think about it more than they really should be needing to think about it. One of the things you want to think about when you're writing is you almost want to write with the goal of the person who's reading it forgetting that they're reading something. And the best way to do that when you're writing for D&D is to mimic the writing style of official D&D language as much as possible. In fiction, there's a little bit more nuance to it, but for this, it's actually not that hard, so long as you just sort of make sure you're following the same syntax and sentence structure. Puppet host. While possessing a host, the mask, don't say may, say can. The mask can take any action the host could make. The host can attempt to resist. Okay, so you need to I would honestly, dude, I would completely rewrite your action economy here. I would give them one feature that is a possession feature where they can like target a creature within range, and if the creature fails, the creature is compelled to like walk over to them and put the mask on. I would give them another thing that said like, puppet host, and then you could talk about using using the creature's actions in their action economy. And then the other thing is, instead of making it so they're resisting every moment, I would probably just let that creature make a saving throw against it, like at the end of each of their turns, or maybe every time that creature took damage would be another way to do it. But like there should be a consistent way for the creature that's possessed to be able to try to break out of that possession.
Honestly, I feel like you could rewrite this as a cursed magic item using Dominate Person. Because that's all that's happening here, is Dominate Person and a health pool.
That's true, actually. That's a really good point. And the damage transfer, but you could just tie that into the cursed item.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the damage transfer, like 144 hit points is, especially because half of it is being taken by the underlying host, it's effectively 288 hit points. That's such a huge damage pool, right? Like, you're going to kill whatever's underneath this thing probably well before you're going to kill this thing. And so I feel like that you should maybe rethink whether or not that mechanic is even worth keeping, or if you need to use some sort of remove curse to get it off.
The limb possession change, again, it's not, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to affect the action economy in the way that your piece is written, and I'm not really sure what the possession of the limb is supposed to do other than give advantage on a specific attack roll, so it feels sort of, I don't think you need this feature unless you're, like, changing it so the limb possession is tied to specific attacks, because right now it's not. And then reaction, violent scream, when attacked, the creature screeches. Again, you need to clarify. When the mask is hit with an attack, they screech in pain, causing the attacker to take 1d8 plus 2 damage. You need to clarify what type of damage. Probably psychic, right? The creature can make a saving throw to avoid the damage. You don't need to do this saving throw. This is a CR 13 monster. They can just use their reaction to deal a little bit of extra damage. I think that's fine. But yeah, man, I think my biggest feedback, I'm going to agree with Patrick. I'm not sure why this is a monster. This totally would make sense as a magic item. And if your goal is to make it a monster because you like the idea of it possessing specific limbs at a time, then you need to really bake that into the action economy in ways that are nuanced and a little bit unique. And require a good deal more explanation. Just to remind you, go back and look at the ghost. Look how complicated it is to explain how the ghost works just for basic possession, let alone like specific limb possession. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. It's a very fun idea for a class or for a monster of like this mask that like takes over you and makes you like fight each other. I think it's a lot of fun. And I'm not sure if the way it's written right now, it makes sense as a monster. I think that you could adjust it to make it feel more like it makes sense as a monster, but in its current state, I agree. I feel like it probably would make more sense as a magic item. All right. Thank you very much, Baked Toast. A little round of applause for Baked Toast.
Baked Toast.
Aaron Sherwood says it also doesn't say how many phantom arms it has to control limbs with. That is a good point, but I'm going to be honest. I think that is a question that might not need solved if they decide to follow the feedback that was suggested. But that is, if they decide to not follow that feedback, that is another thing that like needs to be clarified. So that is a good point. Good Aaron. Good Mr. 100%. Sherwood.
It's another good example of like, oh, like there's a lot to this multi-stage possession thing that gets complex.
Uh-oh. Patrick, look who it is.
Da, 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 da.
It's your favorite. It's your favorite person.
Saving the world. From
Link.
Gammendorf.
I
feel like working on homebrew is maybe not what you should be spending your time on, my guy. Like, there's evil out there in them there hills.
Well, I mean, what does Link have to do with... What are you talking about?
Yeah, nothing. Listen, it's a secret to everyone.
Are you talking about Zelda?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zelda.
Listen,
that's their name, right?
It's a meme.
The little guy with the sword, Zelda. He goes around fighting people with the triangle power. He uses the triangle power against Matthew Mercer. Isn't that plot? Isn't that how the plot goes? He uses Zelda uses his triangle powers to fight Matthew Mercer and to eat Doku nuts or something, right?
Zelda uses his triangle.
How close am I to accuracy? How close am I to accuracy here?
It's the greatest explanation.
I'm dancing with. I know that I'm close. I know that I'm not far off.
100%.
Are Doku nuts a thing?
Deku nuts, but yeah, I'd prefer if they were Doku nuts.
Yeah.
That sounds.
So it's Matthew Mercer and the Doku
anime.
nuts and Zelda, and they all have the triangle power, and everyone's sad because Matthew Mercer is the only boy. And Zelda wishes that he could also be a giant roly-poly rock man, so he gets a mask, and then the moon gets angry, and then he becomes a child and an adult by walking in a tree, and then Zelda, and then he plays Minecraft. That's the plot of the new game, right?
Actually.
Yeah. I know everything. I'm the
Zelda
king.
plays Minecraft to kill Matthew Mercer is the plot of the new Zelda.
Yeah. Phony got gifted a sub by Azalas. Azalas, you very gentle, sherry person. Thank you for being so kind. I'm still actively working on this right now, but the general ideas have been laid out. This is the second homebrew subclass I've ever written, and I need to know if I'm on the right track. Smiley face. Did you send me a blood hunter? You're going to be so disappointed. I'm going to spend... No. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be very honest. I've never played with a blood hunter. I've never had a blood hunter in my game. I don't know how to give feedback on them. I wish you well. I don't really know what else to say. Never played with one. Never been one, never played with one. My only relationship to blood hunters are the character that Talaz and Jaffe played. I have read through it before. I know not nearly enough about it to criticize this in either direction. What I will say is good luck to you. And here's the other thing that I'll say. I will actually give one piece of feedback. You say this is high risk, high reward, the lower hit points you are. I actually can give you a little bit of feedback on this. This is not a strong enough vibe for the Blood Hunter subclass because this is what a Blood Hunter is. This Blood Hunters are about being high risk, high reward for lowering their hit points. That's already what they do. So based on that alone, I'm going to say that you probably should focus the flavor a little bit more. There's the link. Sorry. And I am not going to give you any other feedback because I genuinely don't have feedback to give on a Blood Hunter. I don't have experience with them, and I don't want to send you in the wrong direction. And I hope that you forgive me. Thank you, Link. Was that the right move?
We did more banter about the name than we did feedback. Because
do you want to talk about the Blood Hunter subclass for 10 minutes? Because I don't know a goddamn thing about Blood Hunters other than the fact that there's the fucking peacock guy with the flaming swords that everybody loves that I thought was a mediocre character who was killed, who deserved to die. And then a great character replaced him, and I stopped giving a fuck, but everyone kept giving a fuck.
Yeah, man, I feel even less a type of way as someone who doesn't watch Critical Role about Blood Hunters.
I
They
just don't.
seem
It's
unhinged.
like to me. Listen, for chat, I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. What would be mean would be to me to read it and to be like, I don't know, or to just try to give feedback and pretend I know. It's like if you made a homebrew class and then you sent me a subclass for that homebrew class to review. There's no way in hell I could review it. There's no way in hell I could review it. Yeah, the peacock guy, the guy with the eyes on his jacket, who was all like, everything is fun. That character. I forget his name.
But yeah, I mean, it literally is that. It literally is Matt Mercer homebrewed a class, and then other people write subclasses for it, and we just don't know fucking anything about the class, and we theoretically could
let's be
go
real.
read it.
What the fuck is Matt Mercer doing writing a class? He is supposed to be fighting Zelda for the Doku nuts. We just talked about this. You know what I mean? Like, this was written by Link, okay? This was written by Link.
This is how Link is trying to defeat Matt Mercer.
Wait, Link is trying to defeat Matt Mercer? I thought Zelda was.
Well, clearly Link is here.
Isn't Link... Wait, I thought Link was in reference to the cables that you plug into your TV. No, I understand, Patrick. You're mixing up Super Smash Brothers with Zelda. That's totally fine.
Oh, no, that's it. That's
Link
it. That's
is the
definitely what it
Link is the character in Super Smash Brothers that looks like Zelda.
Yeah, that's right. They're eerily similar.
Yeah.
All right,
Azelas,
Jolt.
thank you for the 2.
Yeah, thank you, Azelas. What's Julp up to tonight?
Julp? Who knows, man? Let's just fucking check. This is my first piece of homebrew, and I've spent about 3 hours retreading it.
Okay.
I'm going to be very honest with you here. The amount of time you spend on something has almost nothing to do with quality. You can spend 8 years on something, and it's not necessarily good or bad. Oh, did you not make it viewable?
Yeah, there it is. Woof.
If you want to post a piece, next time read the rules in the submission that very clearly state you must make it actively viewable. Sorry, Jelp. You may have spent 3 hours working on it, but I've spent about 4 seconds not being able to read it. I apologize.
Friends, a good way to test this is to open up a new private browser in your tab and see if it is accessible from the private browser. That'll default log you out of everything, and it'll be as if you are Cinder.
It's not rip 3 hours because they spent 3 hours on something that they cared about. So if they're building something that they want to build for themselves, spending 3 hours on it is not a bad thing. As long as they're having fun, then they have succeeded in spending time creating art. If they spend 3 hours on it with the goal of not them making it, but the goal of me reading it, then yes, then I would agree. That would be a rip. But if it's
I can submit next week.
yeah, of course. If I don't review your piece, if like I don't get to your piece on stream, or if this happens where I get to it, but it's not
Accessible.
looked at, accessible, then that doesn't count as me reviewing it. No, Azelis, I'm not going to spend 20 minutes reviewing a piece twice if it's not dramatically changed.
Yeah.
Magic says, this is my first attempt at a subclass with spellcasting, so hopefully the spell list looks good. Wanted to catch the vibes of being equally fire and healing. I'm going to be honest, that exists. That is the Light Cleric. That is literally the goal of the Light Domain Cleric. So I'm kind of curious to see what direction you went in. Folks, here it is in the chat. This is a Paladin, it looks like.
Okay. Oath of the Eternal Flame is a cool name.
Paladins who follow this oath are drawn to the cycle of life and death within nature. I would just drop within nature. This aspect of life is most symbolized by the mystical phoenix from which these paladins draw their elemental strength. Is a very awkward sentence. Why not just say they draw their strength from the mystical phoenix?
Yeah, that's better. Because again, you want to drop this aspect of life because the cycle of life and death is not an aspect of life. It is, in fact, life is in fact an aspect of it.
Yeah,
so,
there's actually quite a few fire healers. There's also the wildfire druid.
Yeah, true.
There's also the divine soul sorcerer. I don't know if it counts, but yeah, fireball plus divine soul is definitely also that. That's true.
You could make it that way. Yes.
Okay, let's dive in. Rise from the ashes, creation and destruction, undying blaze.
Sure.
I'm not going to read in depth all of these. I will say that you should always, I think, the shorter you can make your tenants, the better. The Phoenix always returns stronger than before. Do not dwell on your defeats. Like, end it here. Don't say this last part. It'll be stronger if you just say don't dwell on these defeats.
Agreed.
All right, let's quickly look at the spells. Burning Hands, Cure Wounds, Control Flame, Spare the Dying. It is not normal for a paladin to get cantrips at all. So I would not give them these cantrips. I just wouldn't do that unless it was specifically tied into their channel divinity or something like that. Flaming Sphere, Lesser Restoration, Fireball, Revivify, Flame Shield. Say fire only, not warm only. Death Ward, Flame Strike, Reincarnate. Pretty solid spell list. Nothing too hectic in any direction. Nothing.
I also disagree with your assertion of Fire Shield, because the way that the spell Fire Shield is worded, it's the Warm and Cold Shield.
Oh, okay. My mistake. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I just went and checked because I wasn't sure either. But yeah, it's an odd spell, but this is the right way to do it.
Yeah, Azelis has it right. You can pick the, if you want to have your character have if you want your character to have cantrips, then you give it whatchamahoo's it.
Yeah. They get a fighting style.
Yeah. Okay, wait a second. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. We get 2 channel divinities, hopefully. Yes. Ally of the Phoenix. You can use your channel divinity to summon a minor Phoenix elemental to aid you in battle. As an action, summon a Celestial Hawk as if conjured with the Find Familiar. Spell Find Familiar. This hawk appears as though it is engulfed in harmless flames. Calm after the word flames, shedding bright light in a 5-foot radius and dim light in a further 10-foot radius. Don't say further, just say dim light in a 10-foot radius. The familiar can also use its action. The familiar can also use its. I lost my place for a second. Where'd I go? The familiar can don't say can also. The familiar can use its action to touch a creature and draw power from your lay on hands pool to restore a number of hit points to a creature up to the maximum amount remaining in your pool. When cast this way, your hawk has a number of hit points equal to 5 plus 2 times your paladin level. The hawk is also resistant to fire damage and immune to the charm condition. I'm going to be honest. If you are making this many changes to the Find Familiar, just write it out as a stat block. Just give us the stat block. Don't. What you're doing here is you're deciding to not do the work to write a stat block and making someone else do that, and it's just be so much easier for a stat block. And then if you want to put this lay on hands feature in there, you can like have it very clearly written into that stat block in a way that will be clear. The other thing is, this creature should not last as long as channel
there we go.
What were you gonna say?
I was literally going to say the one thing that is the same as Find Familiar right now is how long it lasts, which is forever.
And I don't think that should be the case. I think it should last like maybe an hour or something like that.
I'd honestly say 10 minutes is probably fine. This
10
is a
minutes makes sense.
combat-oriented thing.
Yeah, 10 minutes makes sense. I would definitely make it more than a minute. Yeah, I would make it last 10 minutes. 10 minutes makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at Healing Flames. You can use your channel divinity to transmute the effects of your divine flames. As a reaction, when you cast a spell that uses use a class feature that deals fire damage, you can replace the damage with a healing effect. Creatures of your choice within the range regain hit points equal to the damage into the damage roll of the effect divided by 2. I would say you could just say half the damage. Creatures in range can choose to willingly fail the saving throw for an effect transmuted this way, if they could not already. Interesting. I don't mind this feature. Here's the problem. This feature is fine, but you can't give them Fireball then. You have to keep... Burning Hands is fine. Flaming Spear, you're kind of dancing with too strong, but healing is really strong in D&D. So if you're going to be doing something like Fireball, a Fireball worth of healing I think is too strong. In my opinion.
It's also consuming your reaction and your channel divinity. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I feel like it's just too strong though. Like just past the post on that one. You could upcast it, Matt. But it's 46 of healing over a pretty big range, which is the thing. Fireball is a big old spell.
Okay, one second. I just got a text I got to respond to.
Yeah. Also, 8d6 of healing, half of 8d6 of healing is not 4d6 of healing. That doesn't end up working out from a math perspective because your minimums change. So it's half of 8d6 of healing in a 20-foot radius. It is a lot. It is a lot. You're spending the spell slot on it. You're spending a channel divinity on it. You're spending a reaction on it. Reactions, neither here nor there. That it sucks because I am of the opinion that seeing Fireball as a healing spell is the first time in this subclass so far where I'm like, oh, I get it. I know why I would want to play this. And if we take that away, I'm unsure if it's going to feel big enough.
Okay. Sorry, just got kind of a hectic text message, so I didn't hear anything you just said.
No, it's fine. How's Brennan Lee Mulligan?
He is such a little fucking whiner. Okay. I didn't hear what you said, but I'm just going to assume I agree with you, and we're going to move on to the 7th level feature.
Fine.
Aura of Rejuvenating Flame. Starting at 7th level, you exude an aura of warm fire. Creatures of your choice within 10 feet have advantage on death saving throws. Additionally, these creatures score critical success on death saving throws at a 19 or a 20. Huh.
Kind of like that. That's very Phoenixy.
Do you? Okay, I like that a lot. My question is, how much should we push that?
What you mean?
Advantage on death saving throws is fine.
Sure.
But I think it's the expanded crit range on death saving throws that really does the Phoenix vibe.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Would this be crazy? Would it be crazy to drop the advantage, but allow you to score a critical hit on a death saving throw between like a 17 and a 20? Like, up the chances of that happening.
I don't know what the right number would be. I feel like a 17 to a 20 kind of makes it feel like at that point you should almost just change the thing to be like automatic, right? If you go down, you come kind of right back up on your next turn. But an 18 to 20, if you want to keep that level of tension, I feel like 18 to 20 could do. It's so interesting because advantage on the death save isn't really pushing the vibe, but it is helping to ensure that you hit that 19 or 20.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 second.
Listen, we're all just good, casual texting buddies with Brennan Lee Mulligan. It's fine. CT860 says 7 to 20 is a 1/5 chance. Is it too much? Again, it's kind of like the Fireball thing. It's like no, but I feel like it might come up often enough that it feels like it's just a little too much. I'm unsure.
Yeah, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. I like this. I like this feature a lot. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by things that are tied to the terrestrial. Soul of the Phoenix. Starting at 15th level. Okay, did I say that I think this is a good feature? It's a good feature.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good feature.
Soul of the Phoenix. Starting at 15th level, your devotion to the Phoenix has granted you a limited form of their undying abilities. As a reaction, when you take damage that will reduce you to 0 hit points, or when you take damage that would reduce you to 0 hit points, or as an action while you are unconscious. You can't take actions while you're unconscious, unfortunately, so you can't do that. You can expend a hit die to instantly heal yourself and regain consciousness. You gain an amount of hit points equal to the maximum roll plus the expended die plus your con modifier. You can use this feature a number of times. I'm going to be honest, this cannot be the feature because it's really stepping on the toes of another of the Oath of Ancients Paladin.
Is it?
Yeah, so if you go to the Oath of Ancients Paladin...
I haven't looked at 15th level because Craig's never going to hit it.
Oath of Ancients Paladin, once a day, if you drop to 0, you come back with 1.
Yeah, that is very close.
So it's not only close, it's literally the same thing, but much better.
Yeah.
This is that, but you also get hit points, and you can also do it a bunch of times a day. So you got to come up with something new here. Honestly, dude, you cover this with the Aura of Rejuvenating Flames. So I would come up with something new here.
Well, actually, the Aura of Rejuvenating Flames only... Well, it doesn't say that it only is in effect when you're not incapacitated, but most Paladin auras are only in effect when you're not incapacitated. So this is for
so
you. It wouldn't affect you. You could change that, and I actually think that's the way that you should do it. That's how you make Aura of Rejuvenating Flames really push, is you leave it exactly alone, and you explicitly say that it stays on even while you're incapacitated.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think that's really good. And then you just rewrite the 15th. It needs rewritten.
What about Rebecca's idea? When you hit 0, your age becomes 1. True Phoenix. True Phoenix. True Phoenix.
That's actually potentially fun. You could do
you
Soul
become
of
an egg.
At 15th level, right? At 15th level, fucking whenever you would otherwise die, you can instantly reincarnate.
I mean, that's kind of the same, except you would just be more hit points. It would be the same issue as the... I guess it would be different than the... It would be different than the Oath of Ancients, because the Oath of Ancients isn't death. So that's how you could make it different. So it's not about dropping to 0. It's about failing all death saving throws.
I also
getting
didn't say
to the point of
revivify.
death.
I said reincarnate.
Yeah, but that would... I think that would be too strong.
You think so?
Look at what the Oath of Ancients gets.
I mean, but again, the downside to reincarnate is that you're like coming back in a radically different body, right?
I don't think that would be the move though. I disagree.
You don't think that's you disagree?
I think that part of the spell is probably, in my opinion, one of the worst parts of the spell, to be honest. In terms of like, it just makes people it's either funny or makes people annoyed, but it's why it's a 9th level spell, because it's like 15th level, you should be expecting to use your 15th level feature a couple times, and I just don't know if I would...
It wouldn't come up very often.
Well, also, like, if I wanted to play the Oath of Eternal Flame Paladin, I don't know if I would be excited about my 15th level feature making it so I might not get to be an orc anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. No, I accept that.
Cool. I just sent you a DM, Patrick.
Cool.
Secret stuff.
Oh, fun.
Okay, so yeah, I would come up with something new for Soul of the Phoenix, and I don't think you need to necessarily go in the come back to life way, or if you do, make it so it's not about going to 0 hit points, it's about truly dying.
Yeah, I think
Phoenix
that's right.
Knight. At 20th level, you can assume the form of a Phoenix Knight. Using your action, you undergo a transformation. For 1 minute, you gain the following benefits. You sprout wings of flame from your back that grant a flying speed of 60 feet. Your fiery body emits a massive aura of light. That's fine. You and creatures of your choice within your aura of protection gain resistance to fire damage. I think that's fine. Your weapon is enchanted with the holy flame of the Phoenix. Your melee attacks deal 1d6 bonus fire damage. Targets must make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they become ignited in flame until the creature has an act. Yep, so you can set people on fire with hits. So far, I really like this. By the way, I have almost no feedback so far. Your body becomes enveloped in magical flames like a phoenix itself. Okay, so here's what I would say, honestly. I like absolutely everything about this. I would keep the part where hostile creatures get burned by your fire. I would keep the part where you can make creatures set on fire. I would keep the part where you fly and you have light. I would drop the giving your allies resistance to fire damage here.
Resistance to fire, because this something needs to go off of this just for the sake of like this is a wall of text and a ton to keep track of.
It's just also it's just too strong if it's doing that. I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I also think that the aura fire damage thing is the one place where this is out of pocket too. Because
the fourth
again, remember,
feature needs a save. I don't think it has a save. Dex save.
Yep. Dexterity saving throw. Also, there's an interesting interaction here because all of this fire damage could be healing.
Yeah, that's true. But it still does require the channel divinity to activate it.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it actually procs interestingly, but this is enough that it's going to be kind of hectic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, drop the aura for sure. Yeah, drop the aura for sure. I would also maybe get rid of hostile creature that touches you with a melee attack. I would maybe just make it any creature that touches you while within 5 feet of you takes 1d6 fire damage, because then you become this beacon of healing on your channel divinity as well. That's my thought.
Okay, cool. Overall, I think vibe is mostly there. There's a little bit of tweaks to made, but as far as making like a fiend, like the initial goal that this person had, who was this? This was Magic. The initial goal that they had of like fire healing, I think they do in an interesting way. I think it's pretty solid. I think you got some stuff to tweak, but I appreciate the appreciate the piece.
The commitment of to the bit of the Phoenix, I think, is really what sells it, and that's like the aura to me is where it all came together. It was like, oh, you're popping people back up, right? Like in a way that is distinct from everybody else. So this is a great example of a well-trodden path. You can blaze a new trail down it. You just got to be real focused. Whoa!
Thank you, Magic, for submitting the piece. Big appreciate. Big appreciate. Let's give a round of applause to Magic. Tax Collector coming in with a 20. Holy moly.
Ooh,
what are we saying here? I started the Dragon Slayer Paladin. Oh, cool. An idea I had is called Draconic Smite, which does less damage than Divine Smite, but also forcibly grounds enemies until your next turn. Is that a good idea? So here's what I would say. Here's what I would say if I were you. I would be hesitant to do a draconic I would be hesitant to make it tied to smite. Because smite is a melee thing. And the whole point of it is you should be wrangling creatures that are far away from you. So I would treat it, there's a spell that grounds creatures. So I would treat it sort of, first of all, I would probably just give them that spell, but I might make it like a, I don't know, I would almost make it like, what I'm imagining is it's like a special attack that would maybe use your spellcasting ability. That would be like a lance, like a divine lance you would summon.
That's very cool.
And maybe it would do smite damage, but it would be like you hurling this lance that like pins creatures down, something like that. Earthbind.
I would say,
like I would tie it. It would be like Earthbind, but triggered off of an attack roll.
I would say that's definitely the way that I would handle it too. And a lot of that comes down to paladins are arguably the least flexible of any class to build a subclass for, which is part of why we see a ton of them, because they're really, really regimented. They're really easy to pump out variations on. Where does Draconic Smite fit in the feature set? Because it doesn't sound like it's a channel divinity, and it doesn't sound like it's an aura, and now we're at, what, 15th level? So when do they get Draconic Smite is basically what my question would be, and I feel like that's probably a good indicator of it's not going to work super well, because you really only have channel divinities to work with at 3rd level.
Yeah. Here's how I would do it. I would do it like this. I would make it like it's a single target attack. It has to target a creature with a fly speed, or maybe it doesn't. It does some amount of damage plus your paladin level, and their movement speed becomes 0 for some amount of time, something like that.
And this is on a channel divinity, presumably.
Yeah, it would be a channel
throwing like a divine.
Yeah, it would
spear.
be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got to pee soon. I actually might do that right now. Is that cool?
Okay.
You don't mind if
go.
I go pee?
Run. Go.
All right,
hurry.
let's see what's gonna be first. All right,
Yeah,
Dylan's piece is gonna be looked at next. I'm gonna be right back. I'll keep.
Okay. Yeah, man.
I'll keep you on so they can still hear
Listen,
you.
we'll
but
hang
I'm gonna
out.
mute myself.
We'll hang out.
All right, I'll be back in 1 second.
Ooh, we get the spooky clouds. That's fun. I'm still very excited for this draconic, this Dragon Slayer Paladin. I think that's a very cool idea. It's got good vibes. Yeah, thanks for everybody being cool while Cinder dealt with those text messages. Yeah, he's constantly getting hit up. He did, in fact. Matt Mercer was like, "Hey, I heard that you were talking shit about me and Zelda. Listen, that's a personal beef, right?" And so he was just, he's dealing with some of that, dealing with Sailus with the 2 pounds. Pat, what is your favorite spell, or what is your favorite class and subclass? As a terminal GM, that is hard for me to say. I probably enjoy the Mastermind Rogue and the Eloquence Bard more than most other classes. I feel like they both really do something that I really like, which is like really lean into a couple of very specific skills. But I have really been wanting to play a Lore Bard recently because they're just so flexible. They're so flexible. What are my favorite classes to DM for? Oh, that's such a good question. No one ever asked me that question. I fucking love that question. My favorite classes to DM for are absolutely Rangers, Paladins, and probably Rogues. Rangers and Paladins get some of the most interesting stuff in the game in terms of being able to interact with the environment, and a player that occasionally uses it gives me an opportunity to reward them with situational and like world lore that I fucking love. And rogues fuck my spot up all the time because I run very ability check heavy games, and they just steamroll it, so it's a lot of fun. Is he back? I think he might be back. Ooh, Eloquence Bard with a Wizard multi-class. You're going a little ability score there, but potentially very fun. Potentially very fun. Yeah, preferring to DM half-casters. I can hang with full casters. I love a Bard. Wizards are a tremendous amount of fun. But there's definitely an element of half-casters they just sit in the game world in a way that I think is a blast. Lore Bard who's a lawyer. That's perfect. Really, that's perfect. Yeah, pure marshals get a bad rap in 5e. They're just not. They're not as flexible. They're not as flexible. They sit really nicely in the action economy and the resource economy when you're playing the like 3 hard encounter per long rest style or whatever it is, 3 or 5 that Wizards expects. But nobody plays like that, so marshals get it rough.
Oh, my lighting's all fucked.
Oh no!
Shadows. We live in the shadows.
There you go. There you go.
All right, I'm back. Oh, and I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I miss anything exciting?
No. Chat asked me one of my new favorite questions. I've never gotten asked this question. They asked me what classes I like to DM for specifically.
What did you answer?
Barbarian? Paladins, Rangers, and Rogues, funnily enough. I have loved every Barbarian I've ever played with. However, I don't feel like I've ever had them really play the stereotypical, like, I'm going to kill stuff Barbarian. As much as you talk about wanting to kill stuff.
I played one Barbarian like that.
Yeah.
And it was so fun.
I'm sure. I'm 100% sure.
Can I tell you what I did, and then we'll look at Dylan's piece? So I went Path of the Beast Barbarian.
It's a good class.
But I reflavored it so that I was a super religious, like I was super religious, and I worshipped a blood god. And the way that I respected people was like I would pay homage to people by fighting them. Like it was violent. Battle was like, it was very much like orcs from like Warhammer 40k, where it was like, I show love by fighting, and it's like not love, respect. But the way that I flavored the Beast Barbarian transformations wasn't by me changing, it was by me like summoning blood weapons. So I would summon like blood claws or like blood teeth or things like that. It was so I went basically as metal as I could, and it was very satisfying. All right, let's take a look at this piece from Dylan.
That's very fun.
This is my first homebrew item. Fucking hell yeah, dude. I don't remember exactly what it was inspired by. Who cares? It was inspired by your heart. Yeah. But I know before I made it, I read something about a class ability that exists in a previous edition, maybe UA, that doesn't exist anymore. Thank you for considering my piece for review. Thank you for sending it. What a polite fucking young man or old man or person of any age, gender, or existence. Okay, a pouch of transference. Here you go.
Cool.
Let's take a look. This brown coin pouch is marked with a green and blue eye, tied with a green and blue cord. I wonder if you need to say the colors twice if they're the same. Tearing this pouch in half creates a second pouch that is magically linked with the original pouch. Why not just make it 2 pouches? And both will have access to the same dimensional pocket. Why not just make it 2 pouches? A 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot feet in size with no weight limit on what is contained within. Up to 4 duplicate pouches can be created, and the first pouch to be created is destroyed. Shorten your sentences. End this sentence. This needs this. So I'm gonna give you some serious feedback right now. Some of the best and most important feedback I can give you in your whole life. Listen close.
Everybody
come here.
Real close.
Yeah, get real close. Listen. Here's the deal. What you need is formatting. Formatting. This is one giant block of text. When somebody reads one giant block of text, you know what happens? They do not read one giant block of text. They start reading and then they start getting blah, 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 blah. They start to blah, 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 blah. But tell you what, if you put some motherfucking paragraphs in there, some indents, boom, here should be an indent, right? Now, what you need to do is you need to reorganize this piece. So here's what you do. You write what it is. You write that it acts as a bag of holding or whatever. And then this sort of thing, up to 4 duplicate pouches can be created. That's a feature. So that should have its own paragraph. You need to say how that sits in the action economy. As an action economy, you can tear the pouch apart again to create a duplicate pouch. You can do this up to 4 times, something like that. But you need to have this clearly structured and written out with paragraphs, my man. Paragraphs here. Let's just play this game for a second. Let me show you the bag of holding, which is, by the way, a very complicated item considering it's kind of simple also.
Yeah.
Look at the bag of holding. Look how many motherfucking paragraphs this item has. It has 3. And this item does less than what your item does. This item does less things than your item, and it has 3 paragraphs. Can you imagine how unpleasant this thing would be to read if there weren't these lovely little indents here? My God in heaven. Ain't nobody would have a bag of holding in their game. So quite seriously, do that. If a duplicate pouch is more than 5 miles away from the original pouch, it functions as a regular pouch, and any contents that's placed inside it will... See, I'm fucking doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it. If a duplicate pouch is out of range for more than a minute, it is destroyed, and the eye on the original pouch flashes for a moment. Tearing a duplicate pouch destroys it. A creature placed inside the pouch can breathe comfortably for a number of minutes equal to the amount of time they can hold their breath. I'm going to be... Wait a minute. They can breathe equal to a number of minutes they can hold their breath? Wait a minute. Does that mean that they can breathe and then they can start holding their breath? Because that's the way that reads. So don't do that. Just have it so they have to hold their breath the way that they would if they were underwater. And then break this shit up into different paragraphs. But the idea of a pouch that you can tear up, and if you're within a mile of each other, you can put stuff in one pocket and take it out of the other, that's really cool. I would also say that's not a rare item. That's a very rare item. Definitely very rare item. You can do crazy stuff with that. The amount of wombo combos you can get off with this are bananas.
Yeah.
Very fun idea for an item, and you are literally... What you have done, friend, is you have come up with a very clever idea, or you were inspired by a very clever idea, and you wrote that clever idea down, and then you mashed it into a trash compactor. So we can find the clever idea if we hunt through this giant block of text, but we don't want to do that. So... clean off the trash from the compactor. Stretch it out. Let it sit in the space it needs. Formatting. Not 5, not 6, not even 7. Just 4.
Definitely more than 3, though.
Yeah, you don't want to 3-mat it either. I mean, unless you can't afford 4. You know?
I would still... I'd splurge. I'd push for it.
But, okay, conceptually really cool. Very fun. Would be really, really fun. Lots of good concepts. Really like the idea. You need to have much more specific language in terms of the action economy here. And then you also need to reformat it. Oh, Dylan's here. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, cool. I hope the feedback is somewhat receptive. I apologize that I don't have that much feedback for the mechanics of the thing. But truth be told, the mechanics of the thing are pretty much fine. They're solid. In fact... the reason why I just yelled sort of cartoonishly about the formatting, because I would argue that the mechanics are cool. And it kind of makes me sad when I see something so cool expressed in a giant block of text, because I know what will happen. That is, if you turned this into something that you shared online and it looked like this, people wouldn't read it. And my God, wouldn't that be so sad? Wouldn't that be so sad? There's a problem in the mechanics. What's the problem in the mechanics? The ranges don't match up. It's a mile in one thing and 5 miles in another. Yeah, that might be an issue, but I think that that's an issue that, you know, they can figure that issue out themselves. I feel like I wanted to address the formatting because that I think is the larger issue. It's a pretty girl in a 90s movie without her glow up yet. Oh God, you remember the 90s and how all of those movies are no longer like in any way like comfortable to watch?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, let's round of applause for Dylan. Dylan, really interesting idea for an item. Thank you very much for sharing. Really fun idea for an item.
Cinder, Rebecca Sorrows asks how old you are, and I feel like that's always.
I'll be honest, Rhett. I'll be honest, Bex. Can I call you Bex? Bex, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how old I am exactly. I have early memories that I could try to attribute to years, but I don't know exactly how old I am. I don't know precisely. So, like, I finished Cosmic College around the same time. This is before I did Cosmic University. Around the same time that the first waves crashed against the first beaches. So I don't know exactly when that was, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'm fairly young when it comes to the Eldritch, but I think I'm kind of old when it comes to people.
A little bit.
Oh, next we have a spiritual swordsman. A man of the spiritual sword, no doubt.
Just one kind of in general. Not the spiritual swordsman, but just a spiritual swordsman.
Yes. I know you probably don't have enough time to read all this, or even all the bolded features, but I would appreciate if you got through as much as possible. Well, we'll see what the fuck you show me, and hopefully it will be something that I want to get all the way through. I'll tell you what, though. If it's hard to read in a way that I can't get all the way through it, then that is good feedback. This is my first homebrew. The concept is based on the spiritual swords from daily life of the immortal king. I have no idea what that is. However, I also added a few of my ideas. There is limited flavor text. Thank you in advance. Well, you're welcome in advance. So there you go.
Let's look at some anime.
I've been streaming these reviews for a little over a year. I started on Twitch. And then I moved over to YouTube maybe, I don't know, a couple months ago when my channel on YouTube started to do well.
Yeah.
Is this a class? Oh, my brother in... I see, the thing is, I know people say my brother in Christ, but let's be honest, that guy's more of a nephew. So, my brother in Lord Saklochash. I am not going to read a whole class. I never do. What I do when I read a class is I look at the first level features and the second level features, and if I think they're good, I give you a high five and maybe read the third level feature. And if I think that they are lacking or too much, I will give feedback on them. But I will certainly not read a whole class. It would take forever and be boring as fuck. Let's see. Let's read this. Description. The spiritual swordsmen are warriors who have forged a deep connection with their spiritual swords and harness the power of those swords in the spirits within. They work in synergy with the spirits inside their swords, growing together and becoming closer. Okay. Already, I'm sort of thinking, I wonder if this could be a fighter. Level 1, sword. Let's see. Why we don't get any weapon, man? It's a little bit weird to get no weapon proficiencies if we're a sword fighter, no?
Well, I think you probably get a spiritual sword as like a magic.
Yeah, but shouldn't
do.
You be able to? But why wouldn't you're that? So you can't use other like you're completely incompetent with anything other than your spiritual sword.
I mean, maybe. I don't know that that's necessarily unreasonable if that's the vibe, right?
I guess,
if it's like your patron.
Oh,
you know?
Shoot, it's Gina. Hey, Gina, how you doing, buddy?
Gina.
For folks that don't know, Gina is a fantastic creator. She is on the old TikTok and on the Instagram. She's part of a podcast, not a podcast, a YouTube show called Secrets of the Core. And she's a buddy of mine. Go check her out. Speaking of which, all of you go follow my podcast right now.
Yeah.
Unbalanced Encounters. And go listen to Secrets of the Core. Or both. Who cares? Okay, let's look at this feature. Anyway, hi, Gina. I hope you're having a good night. It's nice to see you, even though I don't see you. But I feel your presence. I feel your energy. And it is nice to know that the people out there are like, hey, I'm going to pop in and say hi. It puts a little bit of warmth in this old eldritch heart of mine. All right, let's see what the fuck we're getting at first level and second level and see if it merits existence. And I do not mean that in a mean way, but the truth of reading a class is the very first thing you need to ask is, does this merit existing? Because classes are very hard to make. And if you don't need to make it as a class, you shouldn't. And so to put the work in to make a whole class, before you put that work in, it is good to justify needing to do the work. Welcome back, Creepy Crayon. We missed you. It was not nearly creepy enough in here. Sword Manifestation. You can summon your spirit. Do we get armor? We get light armor. No shields. Huh. You can summon your what hit die do we have? This is a very squishy sword fighter. Light armor, no shields, and a D8. That's a squishy little sword fighter. This is gonna have monk problems later on. You can summon your spiritual sword that you are proficient with as a bonus action or a reaction. The sword shares the stats with a long sword. You can have one active at a time. You can unsummon your sword as a bonus action. This is essentially the exact same as the Warlock Pact of the Blade feature. I would encourage you quite strongly to look at how that is written and then cut out the parts that are about it being any sort of weapon, because there is nothing grammatically wrong with how this is written, but it is written very casually, and it is not it doesn't read clear enough as you want it to. And it is literally exactly the same as Pact of the Blade. So you could pull a lot of that language.
Yeah.
Elemental Strike. Harnessing your deep connection with elemental forces, you can infuse your next attack with a chosen element, empowering it with additional destructive energy. On a hit with what? I think you need to say, when you hit a creature with your sword manifestation, your attack deals an extra 1d8 damage of the chosen damage type. How do you choose? Do you choose every time you hit? You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier per short rest. During a short rest, you can also switch damage types. Okay, so you need to say that you pick a damage type when you start. Oh, fuck, what the fuck was that? You need to say you pick a damage type when you start, and then you can switch it on a short rest. So what are we getting here at first level? We are getting a magical sword that we can summon, and we can, like, a mini smite is basically what we're getting.
Not enough for giving up all weapon proficiencies.
It's not nothing. I mean, I'll be honest. If I were you, this is what I would change. I would keep this elemental strike thing to second level, probably, and then I would put something else at first level with the summoning weapon. Let me see what we get at second level. You pick a subclass at second level. Oh man, then I'm probably not gonna read that much more. Choose one of the following subclasses: Dragon Summoner, Golem Warden, or Blade Dancer. You can telepathically speak to your companion while inside or outside of their weapon. What is that in reference to?
I think when you get a subclass, your spiritual sword gets like a little guy inside the sword.
Okay.
That can come out of the sword.
You are asking so much of me to review it when it's for okay, okay, so here's what I'm going to say.
Nah.
Get this thing closer to finished before you submit it again. I am not going to spend the time to break through this completely unformatted stuff. This is like what I was talking about with the last piece. Like, this is a fucking pain in the ass to read. I'm not sure. Yeah, I want to see better formatting. I need to see better formatting before I read a class. I'll read this third level feature. You gain proficiency in insight. If you're already proficient, you can double your proficiency. So you get expertise in insight. All right. I mean, here's what I'll say. I don't really understand what the point of this is. I acknowledge that a big part of it is probably coming up here. But if this is really, really important, it's got to be clear. It's got to be clear. It's got to be written clearly.
I'm also going to throw out just, kind of offhandedly, I made a comment a little while ago about artificers being kind of half wizards with little guys, and this kind of feels like a half fighter with a little guy, and I'm unconvinced that that is a good backbone for mechanical backbone for a class. Might not be bad. You might get it there, but I think just very personal opinion. That's not going to be interesting. I think in the long run.
Mm-hmm. I have no. I mean, I don't know what the fuck this anime is. It looks like you actually get a proper creature that has hit points in an armor class and stuff. So I will give a little bit of feedback here. Make it have a stat block. Don't not write a stat block. Everything in D&D that summons monsters now gives a stat block. It's a lot of work to ask a dungeon master or a player to do, to have them have a core class feature that summons something and doesn't have a stat block. I hope that you are okay with that amount of feedback, and thank you very much for sharing. Let's give a round of applause for the Spectral Swordsman. It is very hard to make a class.
It's real hard to make your class. It's real hard to make.
And
your
if you
class.
send me a class that's half finished and unformatted, I'm going to have even less helpful advice than if you send me a whole class that's whole formatted.
Yep.
Have you considered a writing style guide for your preferred formatting? No, I haven't. I don't really care what format they do it in so long as it's clear. The truth is the preferred formatting is the way that Wizards of the Coast does it.
Yeah, it's use GM Binder or one of the tools that
use GM Binder or separate things with bolds. Like there's templates. There's the Unearthed Arcana template. There are in my Discord, I think in channels, I have links to all those resources in the resources tab in the homebrew section. But I've seen all sorts of formats. You can make a radically different format and it can still be really clear. It just has to be clear.
It has to be. Yeah, you've got to do it. Yeah.
Mine and my friend's first homebrew thing we did together. All right, Iris, let's take a look.
Nice.
Iris, I used to know a Goo Goo Dolls song about you.
Do you not know it anymore?
No. And I never
It's been
will.
wiped from the mind? Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, this is why is this so fucking long?
Oath of the Worm.
Oath of the Worm. To hear the worm's voice is to glimpse the truth of reality. To listen to its voice is to open your eyes to the futility of choice. To understand it is to become one with the circle. I'm not going to read most of this flavor text because this is 2 full pages of writing. So we're just going to look at the tenets. If you want me to read all of your flavor text, you need to make it more concise. I would also say that is probably good feedback in general. This flavor text, I think, should probably be a paragraph. If it's more than a paragraph, a lot of people just ain't going to read it.
Also, I gotta say, I know that you're trying to go with something very evocative with that quote, and maybe it's referential to a piece of media that I'm not familiar with, but I have read it 3 times now. I don't know what it means.
But you know how it makes you feel?
Confused, mostly, which maybe is the point.
Because I'll say this. There is sometimes great writing that I don't know what it means, but I know how it makes me feel, and if it makes me feel the right thing, that's fine.
It makes me feel like there's a secret I'm not in on. Which,
but like a lot of Cormac MacArthur is
right.
that, where it's like, I don't understand these
Sure.
words, but they are accurately making me feel what he wants me to feel.
Sure, 100%. Poetry is kind of this.
Or Poa Bush.
Yeah, maybe. I'm less familiar, but sure.
Or Tinky Winky Bush. That's a Teletubbies joke on top of a bad pun. All right. Circle of the circle
Quality
is not
content
chosen.
here, friends.
Once you are born, you are also dead. It is not your choice when your time comes to an end, but the worms. You will not hide. This is too long. Tenets should be a sentence, and they should be really clear. You will not hide from it behind words or armor. You will not fight it. You will only accept it. So, like, okay, your tenets need to be things that a player can, like, look at to guide how they play their character. This will not help someone play their character, unfortunately. These are all, like, very fun flavor text, but we need things to be, like, clear. Circle is not hated. To know that the future already is and the past will never be again is to be released from the stress of life. Indulge yourself in all pleasures because it is a waste to deny yourself any experience in these few moments you have. This is way too wordy, dude. Cut this first part out and it's maybe okay. Just leave it with the indulge yourself and maybe it's fine. Circle is not broken. If this, you know that song? If the circle isn't broken, by and by, Lord, by and by. Do you know that song? It's an old gospel. There's something who'll be waiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. It's a good song. If the circle is unbroken. Go look it up, friends. Okay, let's look at the circle spells. So I'm going to be really honest. This flavor text, I didn't even read it. I know it needs work. You might not like that I said that, but it's too long. It's too long. And these tenets are unclear. They are very unclear. I get that you're going for like, whoa, the end. But like, we need more specifics. Spells, inflict wounds, cure wounds, wither and bloom, protection from poison, vampiric touch, life transference, divination, shadow of moil, enervation, legend lore. I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to tell. I don't know enough about this subclass yet. The things that stick out to me as odd are legend lore, divination. But my guess is there's an element of like you are beseeching a greater cosmic thing here.
I think the whole thing is about like the circle of infinite birth and death and rebirth is, I think, the like point, and so I think that like legend lore and divination are touching on. I'm really digging, but I feel like they're both touching on like we've been through this cycle before and can know about it.
Mm-hmm.
As a straight guess, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what a worm has to do with anything, though, man. I don't
either.
Very confused.
I don't either. Channel Divinity. What is was? What is shall be? You are shooting yourself in the foot by writing this in this language because it is getting too wordy to the point where it's like this might have been a cool sentence if this whole part wasn't super wordy before, but now it's like it almost is like grinding against. Reading it feels like grinding. As an action, comma, whenever you hold a non-magical item in your hands, you can choose to transport it to another point of its existence in the past or future. The item cannot be held or worn by anybody, and the larger the object is, the shorter the time you can transport it. Objects that are small enough to be held in your hand, palm, have no such limit. You cannot do this feature the way that it's written.
Yeah.
It is impossible to know where an object will be, so that doesn't work. The other thing is, like, you say that you can send it back in time further, depending on its size, but you don't actually give any specifics for measuring that. So if you're going to make a feature that is tied to like the size of an object indicates how far you can move it, you need to say a tiny object can be moved this far, a small object can move this far, medium this far, large this far, etc. So it's like missing a lot of mechanical clarity here that I think it desperately needs. And yeah, you can't have things become where they are in the future. That's just impossible. That's just not going to work. Let's look at I also will be honest, I don't understand what this has to do with the subclass. This feels radically different than the vibe presented by the tenants or the spells.
Not to disagree with you, because I'm agreeing with you.
You can disagree with me.
No, I'm genuinely not disagreeing with you. I'm just providing some context. I'm reading chat. It's from a video game. So I think
that doesn't matter.
Again,
fuck that. It has to stand on its own, separate from references.
But I think that was my point. Was we're up against, once again, when you are using extant media to inspire your homebrew, you want it to feel like that media, not be that media. And this is trying, I think, to be that in a way where it's very clear that it's not really taking into account the core mechanics of D&D.
Mm-hmm. Worm loves us. As an action, you can choose to target either all allies or all enemies within 30 feet of you. Roll a number of d4 equal to the number of successful attacks made against you in the last round. If you are targeting your allies, you heal them for the amount rolled +1 per every 2 hit dice, equivalent to the HP you lost. I don't need to. Do I need to explain how convoluted that sentence is?
Well,
let me just say it again.
Me.
You are what does that mean? Just pick a fucking number, dude. Okay, I'm being rude. I'm getting rude. I apologize. That is very convoluted and hard to understand. If you are targeting enemies, they must make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, they take necrotic damage equal to the number. Okay, so here's what you do. Worm loves us. As an action, you can emit a wave of energy out for within 30 feet. Roll a number of d4s equal to the number of successful attacks made against you within the last round, period. If you are targeting your allies, they gain an amount of hit points equal to hit points equal to the number rolled. If you're targeting enemies, they make a saving throw or they take damage equal to the number of rolled. Don't do this thing where you're like a number of d4s equal to the number of attacks, and then that is calculated with hit die. Like, that's like 4 steps, man. We don't need that many steps. You're giving us a dice roll. That's all we need. You're actually giving a dice roll and a dice roll on top of successful attacks made against you. Boom. That's enough. I would also argue that that's still convoluted in a way that, like, I don't think it makes sense, because we need to think about what the goal of this feature is. The goal of this feature is that the more you are hit, the more you can either heal or hinder the people around you. So that's all you need. Figure out how to make that feeling as simple as possible. You don't need 6 steps to do that. You kind of just need 1.
Yep.
So that's what I would do. Rebuild this so you're not doing this convoluted math.
I would also say that thematically, this is really having a hard time hanging together for me outside of this very abstract concept of thinking about time as a closed circle. And if that's the vibe, you need a lot more flavor text to make that very explicit. And it needs to not be referential to another piece of media. Like, I need to not have put hours into a video game in order to even basically understand the theme of the thing.
Yeah. All right, let's look at I'm sorry, my brain is melting a little bit. Let's look at Aura of Distortion. At 7th level, you start to bend time around you, melding future with the present together. Within 10 feet of you, up to 3 times per round. Oh, this is so not how you start a sentence. So I would say this. When you start it the opposite of the way you did it. Whenever an ally prepares to strike, whenever an ally within 10 feet of you, don't say 3 times per round. That's fucking confusing. I would say whenever an ally within 10 feet of you prepares to strike, they can choose to attune themselves to their future self. They gain knowledge about the upcoming fight, which gives them a +1 to their next attack. Okay. Again, you're just way too convoluting this. So let's boil this down to what you want this to do. Yep. An ally within 10 feet of you can do something to hit harder on their next attack, and they take some damage to do so. So,
which I don't think is necessary.
So here's what I would say. When an ally starts their turn within 10 feet of you, they can use their reaction to give themselves a bonus on their next attack. Something like that. I would just simplify it down to that. I would like all this extra stuff I would get rid of. Yeah, I would just majorly simplify it, make it take a part of the action economy, or maybe at the end of their turn, a creature can use their reaction to get an advantage or to get a bonus on some attack in the future. 1 second.
Matt Mercer with the Zelda stuff again?
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta tell him to calm down, man. It's just a show. It's just YouTube.
It is. Okay, so yeah, and that also doesn't really feel like distortion, but if you wanted to do a give life for it thing, that's fine. Then I think that you could tie that in, but again, your problem here is you're just overcomplicating things. You're taking a very long route to your goal. Champion of the Worm. At 15th level, as powers of the worm flow through your flesh and body, it gives you its strength and responsibility. Your hit die becomes D10 and D12. Rika, this is too much, my friend.
changing hit die this way through the game, if nothing else, is going to be an absolute pain in the ass.
Don't do this. Yeah, don't do this. Don't do this at all. Don't do this at all. You can see whose time has come and whose time has not. Whenever you deal necrotic damage to those whose time has come, it increases by a number equal to half your level rounded up. What does that mean? How do you know if someone's time has come? What does that mean?
I guess you just choose.
That means nothing. That means nothing. You cannot deal lethal damage to people whose time has not yet come. Again, we don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah, you just need a new 15th level feature, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, top to bottom, that's not really
top to bottom. 20th level. Iteration. At 20th level, you are able to, like, if you're going to have a mechanic built around people whose time has come and people whose time hasn't, you need to explain that mechanic in the class. At
also,
20th, yes?
Can we just look at that quote? Gravity is desire, time is sight. I do not know where that quote is coming from, but I would imagine it's probably coming from the video game in question here, right?
It sounds very anime.
It does. It means nothing. Right? Like, it's not even gravity is desire. What is that? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Within any given context. Listen, maybe it means something in the context of the thing, but it's another one of those instances here where it's like your flavor text is starting to feel like you're telling me a joke over and over again that requires me to have read your novel, and I haven't, and so I'm not getting the joke.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, it's not clear enough. But maybe that doesn't matter, right? Like, I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on this sort of thing. Like here's what I'll say. I think mechanically, it's really important that you make a piece stand on its 2 feet separate from the lore. But I think that if you have a quote that's really tied to the lore of the thing that is from, I'm okay if I don't get it. if the mechanics can stand on their own. Like
I think
like,
right. If I understood the vibe of this by reading the mechanics together and they hang together, painting a cohesive picture for me, a weird and evocative out of context quote, fine. But the weird and evocative out of context quote with all of this just disjointed thematic, all of these disjointed thematics in the actual mechanics just makes me feel like you're making fun of the fact that I don't understand what's happening here.
Yeah. At 20th level, you're able to connect your being to all your past and future selves. As an action, you get the following for 1 minute. After you take damage equal to at least 2 of your hit die, again, don't do this kind of fucking math. It's annoying for the player or the dungeon master to have to think about. We want to simplify math whenever possible. You can expend them to discard your current self. Your body turns into a black hole that pulls every creature and object you choose. You can choose as many you desire and pull them 10 feet towards you. There's no range on this, and there's no saving throw on this. So there needs to be a range and a saving throw. If they're within 5 feet of you, they take 2d6 force damage. So yeah, this should be like this needs a lot. This needs action economy. This needs saving throws. This needs distance. It needs most of the mechanics. At the start of your next round, what is your next round? At the start of your turn, I would say, because it still wouldn't happen on the turn that you did it, because you would do it after the start of your turn. As the hole disappears, a new... Okay, so this feature is actually tied to this feature, so it shouldn't be its own bullet if it's part of this. It bears a scar to place lethal strike. What the fuck does this do? Let's see. Let's just find out what this actually does. You roll 2 of the expended hit die with disadvantage or regain the number... Okay, did I miss what it does? It bears the scar in place of a lethal strike that has a similar feature. I don't know what this... This is not a mechanic. This part is a mechanic, but there's no first part to the mechanic. You roll 2 of the expended hit die with disadvantage and regain the number of hit points. What is that in reference to? Is that in reference to
maybe
this?
the first bullet, maybe?
Maybe.
No.
I don't know. You gain resistance to the damage type that killed you for the duration of your transformation. Is this triggering off of you dying? No.
Oh.
This is very confusing. I don't have much feedback. I genuinely feel like this is lacking a great deal of mechanics, and it's written more like flavor, and I don't understand. So like, if you ever make reference to a thing, you need to actually explain what that thing is, or people are just not going to understand how to use it. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say. I'm going to say that if I were you, I would strongly encourage you to take a step back from the piece and think about very specifically what you want this thing to do, and try to simplify the mechanics to accomplish those goals, and to read other subclasses and pay attention to how clearly they explain the mechanics behind what is happening, and try to copy that.
Cinder, Angel just said something in chat that is making my skin crawl.
What?
But it might be... Do you think this is ChatGPT?
I don't. Iris, did ChatGPT write this?
I'd be interested, because at least this last feature, there are a lot of things where there are very dangling references, which is occasionally a thing that ChatGPT
I didn't read it as Chat.
Okay.
I didn't see it as ChatGPT. I didn't think so.
Okay. I didn't think so either, but Angel just got in my head real fast with that.
No, I think it's just confusing because it's written in it's just written in a way that doesn't follow the traditional format and references things that are like probably something that if you knew the anime, then you would know, but I don't, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah, sure. ChatGPT. If you want, I can try to find some homebrew that was written by ChatGPT, and I can show you. It's very. ChatGPT sort of has its own voice, and it's a very specific, stupid voice. But that's not for stream. Yeah. So I think that what Iris said something. They said, when you take 2 hit die, you die, turn into a black hole, and reappear from it. Oh, that is such a nuanced little thing. So here's the deal. If you want these features to be tied together, they shouldn't be different bullets. Like the reason why Paladins have different bullet points when they go into avatar mode is because there's a radically different features. Like these can't like tie into each other like that. Or like if you are going to make a mechanic built around a new piece of language, like you take these hit die and you die, then you need to like put that as like a condition in bold that like you make reference to in other places. And honestly, that is way too fucking convoluted to build a new condition for a 20th level feature. It's just too much. Like, you don't need that. Because what does this actually do? It just pulls creatures towards you and deals force damage to them. It's not that complicated. There's, like, spells that do that really simply. So you don't need to make it super complicated. I think that this is a really good example of a piece where you're a little too in the weeds of trying to accomplish specifically the video game, and you should sit a little bit more in the weeds of how you should write D&D stuff based on looking at pre-existing D&D subclasses and trying to emulate that language. That's what I would say. Phony, don't be a dick or I'm going to time you out. I'm actually going to time you out anyway. Time out. I don't appreciate people being dicks. All right. Let's Pat, you usually leave by now. What's your deal?
Stick around. We'll see what the next one is.
All right, fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I need to make sure that you're doing okay after all the fallout with Mr. Mercer.
He's a scumbag. No, I'm just kidding. Matthew Mercer is my boyfriend, and Brennan Lee Mulligan is my mistress. And
honestly, I feel like he would prefer that role.
They both would. They both want to be my mistress because neither one can handle the full fury.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, nothing, Gina. We were talking about Zelda before, and I did the best. I described Zelda as a video game where Zelda has to defeat Matt Mercer using the triangles, and it was very funny. And that's, I think, what we're referencing. I don't fucking know.
Honestly, Brennan Lee Mulligan is my mistress needs to be on a fucking t-shirt.
Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Y'all fucking zazzle that.
I have an ongoing joke / not joke where Brennan Lee Mulligan sends me very sad and angry text messages.
Yeah.
And he only does that a couple times. He hasn't actually done it that much. He's just done it once or twice.
Yeah,
Malachi is next. This is my second submission to the Homebrew Review, and it is based on Hellraiser and the Dawn of Nethermancer spell. Restrain entity. I have no idea what the fuck any of that shit is. So let's see. Oh, man, I love diving in blind, though. Let's fucking go.
Okay, I'll stick around. For what is this, spell?
Astral
yes.
Barbs. Astral Barbs. All right. 90-foot range, 10-foot radius, action, 2 actions. I disagree with that. If you want a spell to require more than 1 action, you have it trigger on an action and then have the thing happen on the next turn. There's a spell that already does this. It's called Delayed Blast Fireball.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't need to say 2 actions.
Yeah, 2. And this is also, if there's not a specific disjointed reason for having it consume 2 actions, this is not really a way that 5e does big stuff, right? You can't have something take 2, 3, 4 actions just because it's big, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be this disjointed sort of thing. That's a Pathfinder thing that doesn't translate.
Yeah. Explanation / description.
Oh, also, duration 10 rounds should be a minute.
Yeah. It also probably should require concentration if it's a minute. By reaching into the astral space and opening a door to another dimension, don't say the caster, spells should be written in the second person. You conjure 10 plus your casting level gleaming hooks on mithril chains to appear vertically in a circle around the target. So if there's a target, you need to start by addressing that. So the way that you would write this is pick a creature that you can see within 90 feet. You summon 10, and by the way, it should not be plus your caster level. That's not how spells work. So it would just be a number. If you want something to go up based on your caster level, that's like cantrips type shit. Casting level doesn't mean anything in D&D. And it's also just not how spells scale in D&D.
Well, and also, does the number of hooks matter?
Well, we're going to see if it does. But regardless, that's just going to add to confusion.
Also, you said pick a target, and as far as I could tell, this is an area of effect spell.
It says in a circle around the target.
I know, but then it also up top says 10-foot radius.
Are you pointing that out because they should pick, or are you pointing that out because you don't know?
Both.
Okay, fair. Yeah. Is this targeting a creature, or is this targeting a space? What's the deal here?
Yeah.
The chains are anchored in the air, and if the target fails the saving throw, we don't know what saving throw this is, so you need to say what. So it is definitely targeting a creature. So if you want to do something like that, here, the spell that you want to look at is like Ice Knife. Ice Knife works this way. So here's Ice Knife. Ice Knife, 1 action, 1 target, 60 foot, 5-foot radius. You create a shard of ice and fling it at 1 creature within range. And then it blasts out and makes a saving throw around it. So you got to treat it similarly to that. The chains are anchored in the air, and if the target fails the saving throw, what saving throw? We don't fucking know, but we should. All hooks shoot forward to catch the target and immobile it. I think you mean and hold it immobile. I would say and immobilize it. And you need to say what that means. Is it restraining it? Is it grappling it? You need to use the language that denotes mechanics in the games. There's very specific types of ways a creature can be held, and they have very different mechanical implications. So if a player or a dungeon master misinterprets what you mean by holding it immobile, then that it dramatically changes the power of the spell.
Yeah, and there's a huge difference between grappling it and restraining it, right? And those are, you got to pick what is actually happening there.
If the saving throw is a success, again, you have to write it like if the creature succeeds on the saving throw, 1/4 of the hooks fail to set and are dispelled. But what does that actually do mechanically? When the hooks dig into the target, they cause 1 point of damage per hook. Oh, I see. So it's like if you succeed, then you take 75% of the damage. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll say. If you want to do a spell like this is how spells work. If you do a spell that deals damage and does other things, and it's a leveled spell, if they succeed on the saving throw, it is reasonable to have it deal half damage and no other effects. That's normally how it's done. If you do anything other than that, you are dancing with very weird mechanical interpretations of the spells that are usually specifically left to like very specific, very high level spells where it's like, even if you succeed, it still fucks you up because it's like an 8th or 9th level spell or a 7th level spell or whatever. So I still don't really understand what this is exactly. Okay. So 1 point of damage per hook. If the target's strength is greater than the number of hooks, the caster's combined spell level, they can move painfully at a rate of half the considered harried. You're just using words that are not in D&D, just so you know. Otherwise, they are immobilized. If the target is moved, I'm going to read till the end, then I'm going to give feedback because I have 1,000 things to say at every sentence, and I will never get through this. Let's just read the whole thing and then give some feedback because there's too many things to talk about. I think we need to just give it a blank slate and explain what specifically they're looking for. If the target is moving, escaping, attacking while ensnared, while more than 3 rounds, they suffer 10%. Okay, we're just going to skip all that. Removing the hooks by pulling them out with double damage. Furthermore, the target must succeed on a wisdom save versus difficulty equal to Constitution. This is okay. Here's what this is. Here's how you write this spell if you want this to work. 3rd level spell. Pick a creature that you can see within 90 feet of you. They have to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 3d8 piercing damage and are restrained as astral barbs reach out of the ground and slam into them. On a successful save, they take half damage and are not restrained. Creatures restrained in this way can still attempt to move, but for every 5 feet they move, they take 1d8 piercing damage, and their movement speed is reduced by half, or something like that. Or you could, or something like that. And then you could even say, in order to break free of the, at the beginning, on their turns, a creature can use their action to attempt to remove the barbs. They have to make an athletics check contested by your spell save DC. And on a success, they remove the barb and take 1d8 piercing damage. On a failure, they take 1d8 piercing damage and the barbs are not removed. Something like that. But you really just need to rewrite this from the ground up. Gina says, yeah, the 2 actions is common Pathfinder. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a Pathfinder spell, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. A lot of this language seems Pathfinder-y. Patrick, I just yelled a lot. Do you have any thoughts?
I do not. I think it's one of those things where if you want to be doing 5e spells, and this is an interesting place to potentially do some homebrew, and I think a commendable idea, you got to look at prior art, right? You got to know what means what, and I think that the place where you really lose me is, the target is considered harried, or they suffer a 10% loss of morale.
It's like, that doesn't mean
mechanics
anything. That literally means nothing.
Exist.
Yeah, it means
they
nothing
do not
in 5e.
exist in the game.
So yeah, you can't really write a 5e spell and include mechanics that aren't for 5e. It doesn't matter if it's based on Earthadon. You can't have the flavor-wise, it can be based on Earthadon, but mechanics, that won't work. Like, I can't have if I make a feature in Dungeons and Dragons and I say it makes you drunk, you now I cast drunk and you have the drunken effect. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You know, it means nothing. So make sure your mechanics match the system. Otherwise, you are going to be mostly just confusing people. All right, thank you very much, Malachi, for the piece. Little round of applause for Malachi. Malachi, let's see. Michael said it's not. It's from Earth Dawn. Okie doke. Well, yeah, I'm not familiar with Earth Dawn, but again, if you're writing something for 5e, it's really important to be writing it in the language of 5e. Otherwise, it's not going to be... people aren't going to know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's 100% true of every game, right? If you're writing any sort of homebrew or any extension for any game, any role-playing system, you've just got to assume that the people who are playing it only know the rules to that game. You can't assume that they have the same sort of broad sweeping experience that you may have with a variety of tabletop RPGs. Those rules aren't relevant here.
Yeah. I'll be honest, Name. I think restraining one creature and dealing damage every turn to them is not too much for a 3rd level spell. Hold Person is a 2nd level spell, and in my opinion, a lot better. So I don't think it's too much for a 3rd level spell. I just think it's a matter of getting it into the right
Yeah. I also
space.
really like the vibe of, like, cutting the chains and stuff. I think that's a nice little flavor.
Yeah, yeah. It is. And I think it will work a lot better if when it's just cleaned up and clear. Corsicu.
All right, Corsica. I hope that your piece goes well, but I am heading out. Have a good night, everybody.
Patrick, do you want to promote anything before?
Yeah,
before you
I
leave?
mean, fucking always. Cinder and I do a podcast, Unbalanced Encounters. It's a really fucking good actual play. Cinder plays Guard, who is a barbarian who is hilarious, and I'm the GM, and it's fucking worth listening to. So everybody go listen to the podcast. Okay, bye.
All right, Pat. See you, buddy. That was Patrick. Good old Patrick Perini, champion of the New World, ancient elder, dynamic fella, luscious champion. I'm going to catch up on this chat later, boys. I'm 26 messages behind in a chat room. Calm down. All right. Let's see. What's the next piece? The next piece is going to be by Corsica. Hi. Unfortunately, I have to work during stream, so I won't be able to watch it live, but I'll be sure to watch the stream VOD after I get off. I hope you enjoy my homebrew sub-heritage, even if I never intended on sharing it beyond my D&D circle at first. Thanks for having fun with me on stream. Don't read this next part out loud. Then I'm just not going to, because I read everything on stream, so I can't read it. Sorry. Won't know what you said. Curse touched. All right, good night, Michael. Have a good one, buddy. Why is my fucking monitor so shaky tonight? Why is my monitor shaky? Why is it shaky tonight? Curse touched. Curse touch hail from the Northland continent of Everix. While being made up of many races of the lands, they are mostly elven or human lineage. You need to get more quickly into like what they actually are. They're identified by their skins, far paler. But what are they? Curse touch respawned from the war against demons 300 years ago. When a hero slain by the Prince of Demons, his death breath, final Prince of Demons, cursed lands. Yeah, start with this sentence. From then on, people of the northern Everix have been cursed. Tieflings cannot be cursed. Okay, so this is like an alternative to like the hex blood or things like that. I don't know if I'm shaky. I'm banging on my desk a lot. That's probably a part of it. Curse touch gain half the ability score improvement of their heritage and gain a point of constitution. Don't do this. Don't do this. I'm sorry. Just don't do this. I'm not going to even read the rest of it. Don't do any of this. Don't do any of this. Change this. Change this. Just have them gain hit points have them have stats the way a regular race does. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to balance. They have some amount of age, their alignment, they have the size of their heritage. That's fine. Appearance is this? Why is this blacked out? Not sure. Cursed touch tend to be much paler than their non-cursed counterparts, even if they have dark complexion to begin with. Red or black or silver hair. They have red eyes. Okay, so let's dive into what they actually get. Yeah, this is like a lineage, but but lineages shouldn't give you better ability score improvements. That's not how they work. And even if that is how they work, that's bad design. You have resistance to fire damage. Your blood catches on fire if in contact with air. What does that mean mechanically? You need mechanics for that, I think, if you're going to say something that hectic. Kirch Touch have flame-resistant clothing to offset this. You can't guarantee what clothing they're going to have, so I would probably drop this last part. Boiling blood. If a cursed touched is a magic user, they can cast attack or healing spells at one spell level higher than their own at the cost of taking damage of the spell as well, regardless of their proximity to the spell. What does that mean, taking damage of the spell? They take the same damage the spell deals? I wouldn't do that, man. I don't think it's reasonable to give a race or heritage or whatever the ability to upcast by taking damage. I disagree with that. If it's a healing spell, they take as much damage as they would heal. This damage manifests as their blood boiling from their body. Flame resistance is not counted for boiling blood. If the spell has an area of effect, you multiply the damage by the number of affected creatures. That you're just going to kill yourself by accident with that. This is just you're going to kill yourself with it. The spell uses the spell slot one lower than the level was... What? The spell uses the spell slot one level than the spell was used as? What does that mean? Chat, I'm very confused. What's going on here? So are we casting a spell one level higher, but treating it as one spell level lower at the same time? I don't understand. If this kills the caster, their body's burnt to ashes. Healing effects only the caster immediately heal the caster for the direct amount. This is too long of a feature, and it's taking too long for me to read. Giving them 10 hit points, but after 1d4 turns, the caster will take twice as much boiling blood damage. Okay. I'm going to stop reading this here. I'm going to be honest. This is too complicated of a feature. This is way too convoluted of a feature. I'll tell you what. You want to simplify it? Here's how you do it. Whenever you cast a spell that deals damage, you can choose for one creature affected by the spell to take an additional 1d8 damage. You take 1d8 damage as well. Whenever you cast a spell that heals a creature, you can choose for the spell to heal an additional 1d8 hit points, and you take 1d8 damage as well. Period. And then at the end, you say you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Period. That's how you do it. Everything else is way too complicated and or powerful. Proficiency of their heritage... and everything else is just sort of regular stuff. Yeah, this is just way too convoluted and complicated a feature, buddy. You got to tone that shit way back. And then you could probably also give it a couple other features, honestly. It doesn't have enough, I think. If you turn this into something reasonable and make this mechanically a little bit more make sense, then it's basically resistance to fire damage and the ability to boost damaging or healing proficiency bonus times per day a little bit. Which is not unbalanced at all, and I think gives you space to add new things to it to sort of finish filling it out. But yeah, this is a really convoluted feature, man. Really convoluted. And if you're trying to make a heritage, you got to keep that shit simple. And if you can't keep it simple, then you need to work extra hard to make it clear. This is not clear. Like, you need to figure out what parts of it to make simple. The whole thing doesn't need to be simple. It can be long if it needs to. It can be very explanatory if it needs to. But it still mechanically can't be doing 100 different things. Can't even be doing really 4 different things, especially not like different, like there's so many parts here where it's like doing calculations. There's like 2 or 3. There's literally at least 1, 2, 3. There's at least 3 things where you are doing calculations in this one feature, which is just too much. Just too much. All right, thank you, Corsica, for your piece. My main feedback is simplify, simplify, simplify. I would not have the extra damage scale off proficiency. I would not do that. I would just keep it regular. Keep it regular. Keep it simple. It's already scaling off proficiency because you can use it more than once as your proficiency goes up. So it is scaling. It's scaling the way it's scaling is the amount of times it can be used. And that's a totally reasonable amount of scaling to do for a class feature or for a racial feature. I mean. How did I just lost chat somehow? second, chat. I lost you. Oh, there you are. You're back. Okay, you're back. Next, we have Ytterbium. I wouldn't scale off con. If you look at any of the more recent publications, everything scales off proficiency bonus now. All racial features scale off proficiency bonus. Hello, Cinder. I made a monster based around the cycle of a star. Interesting. Oh yeah, we had like 100 submissions tonight. This is why it's good to become a member or to become a patron, because there's a lot of people that submitted stuff that maybe will get seen tonight, but most likely won't, and that's okay. But if you want to become a member or a patron, you become significantly more likely to have your stuff looked at. But also no pressure. I don't want your money if you can't afford to give me your money. That's why I will always have the open forums. Starforged. Let's see. It is a CR8 monster. 16 AC, 147 hit points. That is a lot of saving throws for a CR8 monster. That feels like too many saving throws. I would probably tone those back a little bit. Fire Radiant immunity. It's immune to grappled, petrified, restrained, blindside 30 feet. Okay, let's see. Body of Light. The Starforged body isn't a solid, but rather being similar to a... But don't say being similar. That's weird language. So here's what we'll say. The Starforged body isn't a solid, period. It is a viscous fluid with limited shape-shifting abilities, period. It emits bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light in an additional 15 feet, period. The light it emits is considered sunlight, period. Right, all that like that. Star phases. Depending on its hit points, the Starforge undergoes different changes in its body in combat. It doesn't switch back to previous forms if it regains hit points. So here's what I'll say. If you are going to do this, this is fine. I think it's actually a really, really fun idea to have a monster go through phases based on its hit points. You need to put the hit points... You need to bold the word star, red giant, bold all these words, and put the amount of hit points it becomes these things right next to it. So if I'm a dungeon master, this is a really important thing with monsters in general. If I'm a dungeon master, the monster stat block, it's really important that it's not just clear, but that it's also quick reference. Like, if I am skimming this really quickly, I have to hunt for how many hit points. I have to go like, okay, it's 98 for this one. It's 49 for this one. Where is it for the black hole? I don't know. So like you have to, don't do that, man. You don't want to make people have to skim. You want to basically give us a table of contents in the feature by making this bold and putting the number right here. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, the Starforge starts in its star phase where it glows bright white. If the Starforge is reduced to 98 hit points or less, it enters its red giant phase, and the Starforged body turns red. All creatures that start their turn within 10 feet of the Starforge or enter this range for the first time on their turn make a dex saving throw or take 2d10 fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. This is a lot. I think I would lower this to 1d10 if I were you. It's a lot for a CR8 to just always be on. Supernova. If the Starforged is reduced to 49 hit points or less, it enters a supernova phase. The Starforged creates an explosion when entering this phase. All creatures within... So here's what I would say. If the Starforged is reduced to 49 hit points, it immediately combusts into a supernova, emitting a blast around it in a 30-foot radius, period. Each creatures within the blast must make a DC 13 strength saving throw or take... This is also too high damage, I think, for this CR8 monster, probably. 10d10 force damage and are pushed away 15 feet from the Starforged on a failed save. On a successful save, a creature takes half damage and isn't pushed away. At the end of its next turn, the Starforged enters its black hole stage. I probably would lower this to 5d10 damage. I think that would probably be reasonable. Black hole. The Starforged turns completely black and stops emitting or reflecting any light. If it takes fire or radiant damage in this phase, it regains hit points equal to the damage. Instead, that's a really cool feature. Additionally, all creatures that start their turn within 30 feet of it, you can just say of it, or enter that range for the first time on their turn have to make a strength saving throw or have their speed halved until the end of their turn. I also feel like you could have them being pulled towards it. When creatures have changing statistics, they are often featured on regular stat blocks in parentheses. Example, mages with mage armor. Actually, to be fair, though, this thing doesn't have changing statistics. These are all just features. So none of the numbers are actually changing on this thing. So I don't think we need that tied in here because it's more like different activated features than it is changing stats. Like, its strength never changes. Its AC never changes. So we don't need that on this stat block. I just think we need clearer references. But in terms of what these star forms actually do, they seem solid to me. I really like them. The first one is it's bright light, and then it's fire light, and then it's a big explosion, and then it's darkness that slows everyone. I think that's really fucking cool. I really like this. I think you got to clean it up a little bit and tone some of that damage back, but other than that, I think it's really cool. It makes 2 flare attacks, +6 to hit, 4d8 fire damage. I would also think that there's a good argument for this being 2d8 fire damage and 2d8 radiant damage. The Starforge magically teleports along with any equipment or carrying up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space. Dying Star. The Starforge creates a miniature star in an unoccupied space it can see. All creatures that start their turn within 5 feet of the star or enter it on the first time on their turn must make a saving throw or take a bunch of damage. At the start of the Starforge next turn, it explodes, dealing... This is just too strong. You got to tone this way back. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it should have this many different features. This is like a lot of different stuff. It's going to be a lot to keep track of. I don't know. If you're going to have a bunch of different features, you got to simplify them, and everything is too much damage. So I'm going to say, like, this is just too much damage. Yeah, it's a cool feature, too much damage. Cool feature, too much damage. This is actually not too much damage, but I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it's too much damage. These things feel more reasonable for damage, but everything else is a little bit hectic. I don't know if it needs this many features. I get it. I get the vibe, but I don't know if it needs this much. It's a lot. It's a lot. This pulls a creature 15 feet towards the black hole. This pushes creatures 15 feet away. I would probably just drop this one and just have the singularity one. But yeah, overall, I think it's a pretty cool idea. The shifting sizes, or the shifting special abilities, I think is really cool. These I'm less interested in, but I think they're fine. I understand their existence. This one is a little tedious and way too strong. This one is pretty straightforward, but also way too strong. A Dungeon Master would forget about a lot of these features in combat. Yeah, I agree. With the current damage numbers, what CR would you put this at? I don't know. At least CR 10. Maybe higher. I'm not sure. I have to think about it. All right, thank you, Starforged. This was brought to us by Ytterbium. Thank you, Ytterbium. Little round of applause for Ytterbium. Have you considered separating the actions into regular actions and legendary layer actions? Rebecca, I think that's a great idea. To give it unique legendary actions that it has depending on different forms it's in. That is actually a really, really wonderful way to break those actions up in ways that are easier to navigate and will still be fun to use. That's a really good idea, Rebecca. Really good idea. Oh my god, the wheel just doesn't get smaller anymore. It just stays the same friggin' size. Next is red. It's gonna take a while to find you because your name is simple. Are you Alda Red, or is that a different red, I guess? There you are. I specifically designed this monk subclass to be strong enough to be viable later stages of the D&D campaign. So help me God. If this is a monk subclass where the theme is it's a monk, that's better. I'm going to struggle to read it. You must be new, friendo, because I struggle with monks. I am extra picky on my monks. Yeah, we get a lot of monks on this channel. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. This really better get some unique features that don't feel like monk features. The Way of the Serpent Monk is a monk subclass that focuses on fluidity and cunning of serpents. These monks emulate the movement and traits of snakes, striking with precision, agility, and venomous techniques. By mastering the art of the serpent, they become elusive, deadly adversaries, capable of subduing and incapacitating their foes with ease. All right, let's see. You think it's a speed monk? I guess we'll see. Serpent Strike. At 3rd level, your strikes become infused with the venomous essence of serpents. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to apply the poison effect. The target must make a con saving throw against your monk save DC. On a failed save, the target takes 1 additional 1d6 poison damage and is poisoned until the end of your next turn. I am going to make you so upset right now, but this is not the move. The Way of Mercy Monk gets this. This is what the Way of Mercy Monk gets. It's necrotic damage. It's not poison damage, but they get the poison a creature for a round thing. If you want to make this really different, you got to figure out a different way to poison people, because this is sitting exactly on the toes of the Way of Mercy Monk. Having the poison damage increase, I think, is fine, because actually, I don't know how I feel about it. Actually, I disagree with it being fine. Here's what I would do. One, if you're gonna be building a monk that is using key points on strikes, you need to figure out how to tie those to other ways you're going to be using key points. Otherwise, it's eating up too much key points early on, and it's not going to be good. And then it's sort of too willy-nilly later on. So, for example, I'll tell you what I mean with this. In order to use this feature, you're using a key point on 1 attack, which means that you're gonna use all your key points very quickly to do this. Now, at 17th level, if you use this on all 4 of your attacks, you're doing an extra 4d6 damage 4 times, which feels like a little bit too much for me. So it goes from too weak to too strong. And it sits in the right spot for a very little amount of time. The other thing is this is literally what the Way of the Mercy Monk gets at 6th level. So I'm not a big fan of doing that. Serpent's Grace. I would probably try to think of another way to figure out how to infuse poison. I mean, honestly, I don't know what the answer should be, but I think if you don't know what the answer should be, you got to think about it for a little while. The biggest problem here is poison is the least reliable damage type. That is not the biggest problem, Godzilla. It's still too much damage. Currently, it can be used on each attack, so at 17th level, it's 4d12 plus 16d6. Yes, exactly, which is just way too much. Way too much. So you got to figure out how to tone that down realistically. Are members allowed on the member review stream? Yeah, the member review stream is for everyone. Are members only allowed on the member review? No, they can submit on both. I don't want them to submit the same piece on both, because if I read it in one section, I'm not going to read it on the next one. So if you are a member, I would dramatically encourage you to post separate pieces, because if you don't, then you're still only going to get it read once. But then you are sort of increasing the odds of the piece getting read. So it's kind of your call. So yeah, you got to tone this damage down, and I wouldn't build a mechanic around the poison condition, unfortunately, because that's what we get with the Way of Mercy. You got to figure out a different way to make this guy snaky than poison, in my opinion. Starting at 3rd level, your movements become serpentine, allowing you to evade attacks with remarkable agility. When a creature makes an attack against you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. You must see the attacker and not be incapacitated to use this feature. Additionally, you gain advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that would restrain or grapple you. This needs to have a limitation on its use, and this is really strong. So I probably would just make it this feature, and I would probably just drop this one entirely and just do this one, and figure out some way to make Serpent Strike sort of a little bit more unique and not built around poison. Or if it is going to be built around poison in a way that is dramatically divergent from the Way of Mercy Monk. It could add conditions, right? Like you could blind people. You could do all sorts of stuff. Okay. The odds of a member review stream seem to be 100 most nights, since Cinder goes above and beyond to get the true. Listen. I make very clear that I will get through as many as I can, and I do usually get through all of them on a member stream. But there are going to be some nights where I don't. So I don't want you to be upset with me if I don't get to your piece sometimes. But I will say, of the probably, I don't know, 15 or 20 member streams we've had so far. I don't know how many we've had. I have gotten through all of them except for on like 2 or 3 streams. One second. Okay. Sorry. I had to send an important text to Brennan Lee Mulligan. Matthew Mercer has not texted me yet. I don't know him yet. I only know Brennan Lee Mulligan, and to be fair, we mostly know each other because we send each other very cryptically sad text messages. It's not a healthy relationship. I would define it as solely toxic. It's venomous even. Okay. Okay, so let me actually take a step back here. I want to be helpful. I was just yelling at you, and I apologize. The way that you could make Serpent Strikes work is I would tie it to something like Flurry of Blows, and I would make it impose conditions. So it's poisoning, but it's not doing the poisoned condition. It's doing other sorts of conditions. Let me look at, you said 6 levels crazy? Well, let's take a look. Venomous Defense. At 6th level, your connection to the serpents grants you enhanced defensive capabilities. While you're not wearing armor or wielding a shield, you add half your proficiency bonus to your AC. Oh, man, no. You just got to cut that feature out entirely. That's not a good idea. Giving a feature that's just like, you're this, but better is not the move. Additionally, when you Serpent Strikes, you can use your reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to your Wisdom modifier plus your Monk level. These temporary hit points last until the end of your next turn, and it does stack with other temporary hit points. You're just trying to make this thing so strong. Why are you trying to make this thing so strong? No. Why? Okay, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. The first question is, does this feel venomous? I don't know if this feels venomous. Like, where do temporary hit points come into venom or snake stuff? I'm not sure I would go temporary hit point healing, or like, genuine question for the creator and for the audience. How does getting temporary hit points and getting an AC boost help you feel more like a serpent warrior? That is a genuine question. And I do not know the answer to that question. But I think that speaks to me that this is not the move. Honestly, the move might be looking at some spells that do poison snake stuff, and maybe giving you access to some element of limited spell casting, or just taking ideas from those spells to like give you features. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to do here, but I will say that this is just too strong in its current iteration. Giving someone a flat AC boost that grows with them is a little bit too strong. And giving them stacking temp HP is also too strong. Especially when tied to the fact that this can go on every attack. Coiled Strike. Starting at 11th level, your strikes become exceptionally precise and potent, mimicking the coiled strike of a serpent. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 key points to perform a coiled strike. Instead of stunning the target, you unleash... So this actually costs 4 key points, right? No. Then why did you mention stunning the target? So it's not a stunning strike. So it's just 3 key points. Don't mention stunning the target. That's confusing. You unleash a surge of serpentine energy that courses through the target's body, disrupting its vital organs. Target must make a con saving throw or suffer the following effects. Let's see. On a failed save, you don't need to say on a failed save because it's assumed with the failed save up here. Their movement speed is reduced by half, and they take ongoing poison damage equal to your martial arts die at the start of each of their turns until the effect ends. The target repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Ending the ongoing effect and restoring its movement speed automatically wears off after 5 rounds. I like this a lot, actually. This is great. Getting able to punch a creature with venom so it slows down and slowly takes poison damage. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Lean into this. This is a unique mechanic. You got to tweak the language a little bit, but like, this is solid. I feel like this should be the fucking 3rd level feature. I like this. And I just caught a fly in my hand and smushed it. Okay, I like this. On a successful save, the target's movement speed is still reduced to half until the end of its turn, but doesn't suffer the ongoing effects. I would probably not do that. I'd probably just make it fine. I wouldn't automatically reduce its speed to half. That's a little too much, I think. Once you use the feature, you can't use it again until short or long rest. Don't do that because it already costs key points. It costs 3 key points. So we don't need to actually put any other sort of timer on it because the timer is the 3 key points. So when we make it cost a resource, that's all we need for a limiter. If you want to be able to only use this once per short or long rest, then I would argue that it should be free. I don't think it should cost any key points then. This is going to be too much at 17th level. I'm probably not even going to read all of it. At 17th level, you attain the pinnacle of serpent-like abilities. You gain the following benefits. At 17th level, you attain the pinnacle of serpent-like abilities. There's a little bit of a deja vu moment happening there. Becoming one with the serpent. Essence that courses through your veins. You gain the following. Poison damage inflicted by your serpent strikes and cold strikes increases by an additional 3d6 poison damage. Obviously, that's OP if you're going to keep that feature the same. I'm going to stop reading here. There's too much going on. You need to simplify what this is. We're already getting advantage on some fucking dex shit from earlier. We also already, I think, get essentially evasion anyway. So, like, this feature we already get as a monk. So, I'm not sure why we get it again here. Yeah, paralyzing creatures, I think, is also too much. This is just too much, dude. I would just rebuild this from the ground up. Overall, I think that it's an interesting subclass, Red, but I think that you are falling for making it way too strong. And also, in a weird way, it's missing a lot of uniqueness that I think is space for you to build it out to be unique. Its core feature feels a little too similar to the Mercy Monk in terms of the parts that work. The parts that don't work are just too strong. And then every level that you got stuff, it felt like we were getting just a little too much. So I would tone it all back, and I would try to refocus it and get rid of absolutely everything that really doesn't make you feel like a snake person. All right, guys, let's give Red a round of applause. Thank you, Red. Azelis, have a good night, buddy. Have you graded papers or done consulting work before? Yes, I have done both. I used to do a lot of creative writing workshop work, which is why I sort of run this like a creative writing workshop, but for D&D. But the answer to that question is yes, I have. I have done both. It's time for Myth TTRPG. This is one of the monsters for my upcoming adventure module Kickstarter. Oh, you're doing a little self-promotion, I see. That's a dangerous game with me. This is my first time submitting to your review, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. All right. Please know that I will review this very honestly. So, take it for what you will. Monks get immunity to poison at level 10 anyway? Oh, that's a really good point, Cedric. Good call. I didn't even think about that. Did the link not go through? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's the Bronze Defender. Let's take a look at this. Bronze Defender. It is a CR2 monster. 16 AC, 52 hit points. All right. Whenever you're writing your stats, you should add... Just as a minor formatting thing, it's annoying, but write +3, +1, +2. In the same way that you have the -1s, do that. It's vulnerable to lightning, resistant to some stuff, nice. Immune to some stuff. So it's got all the construct shenanigans going on. Immutable form, I like. Okay, let's get to the meat. Let's get to the juice here. Yeah, the art is really nice. I'm curious where your art came from. I wish that we saw the art credit in here. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna hope that this is art that you like commissioned because it's coming for your upcoming Kickstarter. Yeah, but if you do post this on like Arnath Darkana or something to like promote your piece, you should credit the artist. If the Bronzen Bolt Defender takes lightning damage, put a comma after the word damage. Its glowing core sparks and hisses for the remainder of the round. Period. I'm gonna be honest. That's something that really big deal that you need to know. The remainder of the round doesn't mean anything in D&D. So the way that you have to time something at D&D is you either say where in the initiative it ends, or you say which creature's initiative it ends in. So what you would say is it glows, it sparks and hisses until the beginning of its next turn, or until initiative count 20, or something like that. But the end of the round doesn't mean anything. So you got to change that, because mechanically that's going to confuse people. If it dies before the round ends, again, the round means nothing. Maybe you mean the turn. I'm not exactly sure. But the round, like, you need to... I understand that the round exists logically, and we know that there is a top of the initiative order, but that is not how... No abilities in D&D are measured in that way. If it dies before, I would say before the beginning of its next turn, it has a meltdown and explodes, unleashing an electrical blast and destroying the core beyond repair. All creatures within 10 feet have to make a dex save or take a bunch of lightning damage. I love that. I love a good exploding monster. I think that's wonderful. Just fix the action economy here with the round thing. And if you have anything else that has round stuff in your Kickstarter, change it to make its turns or specific places in the round. If the Bronze Bolt Defender is defeated without its core exploding, the core can be safely removed with an Arcana check, DC 14. I also would argue that you might want to throw in like a Tinkering. You might want to make Tinkering a part of it. I feel like an Artificer should be able to be good at getting the core out, right? Becoming an unstable harmonic core on a success. If the check fails by 5 or more, 9 or below, the core instead immediately explodes. I absolutely love that. I think this is a fantastic mechanic and feature. You do not include what the core. Okay, you don't actually include what the unstable harmonic core does, and I don't know why you don't do that, because it immediately makes me go from thinking this is really cool to feel like this is like missing something. If you're going to talk about us getting an object as a part of a monster stat block, in the same document that you give us the monster stat block, you got to give us the object too. That's not cool. Don't make us just guess. Okay, it makes 2 slam attacks. Pretty basic slam attack. Okay, my main feedback, honestly, is figure out the stuff with get the round stuff organized. I want to know what the unstable harmonic core does. I want to be able to do more than an Arcana check to get it out. And this action economy is not that exciting. So, 2 slam attacks is fine, but like, let's make it more unique, right? Like, what kind of, maybe when it's electrified, the attacks are enhanced in some way, or it gets a 3rd attack or something. You're gonna leave now. You enjoyed my stream. Consider not referring to your general viewers as boys. All right, I apologize, Becca. It is Bex. It's a term of endearment, but I will do my best to try to say folks. Anyway, thanks for watching the stream. Yeah, I would add a little bit more color to the action economy here. Make it slam attack, make its attack do something a little bit more, or make its attack change when it's in unstable mode. That's what I would do. I assume it's an item that lets you use the unstable core as a grenade, but who knows? Yeah, we don't know. Exactly, we don't know. Listen, guys, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to talk the way that I talk, and I'm going to try my best to do things kindly and respect the diversity of people in our audience. But I will call my audience boys sometimes. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be male identifying as a gender to be one of the boys, because that's usually BOI is how I usually go about it. Jaden Arison. Jaden Arison for my Urban Fantasy 1985 Las Vegas campaign. Oh, that is a really fun idea for a campaign setting. Las Vegas in the 80s. That would be fantasy. That's fun. One of my players wanted to play a bard with a focus on playing cards and sleight of hand magic, so I built him a class to do it. Please tell me it's a subclass and not a class. I don't want to read a whole class. I don't even want to read the beginning of a class. I'm so sick of fucking classes. Oh, good. It's a subclass. Okay. It's gonna melt my fucking face. Yeah, exactly, Milky. Exactly. Okay. College of Misdirection. Magicians, pickpockets, gamblers, and swindlers are all typical people to follow this method of deception and misdirection. I would say probably are all typical people to find themselves in the College of Misdirection. I would probably put that there. These bards thrive on performance where the audience is captivated by their masterful use of sleight of hand, or those who are good at keeping conversation while leaving someone's pockets a little higher. Okay, let's see. Master Dealer. When you join the College of Misdirection at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with dice and card game sets if you don't already have them. When you make a dexterity sleight of hand check, you can treat a d20 roll of an 8 or lower as a 10. I'm going to be honest here. I think you need to lower this. So there are a couple class features that do things like this. The College of Eloquence Bard gets it on deception and persuasion checks. The rogue there's a rogue that gets it on insight checks. But the rogue that gets it on insight checks, you can treat the roll as a it's like if you roll a 7 or lower, you can treat it as an 8. And I think you got to do that. I think you got to make it not quite 10. Also, why would an 8 or lower bump up to a 10? If anything, you would say a 9 or lower, right? Like, I don't know, just seems odd. Like, why is a 9 still treated as a 9? You know? But I probably would change it a little bit so that it was maybe like a 7 or lower is treated as an 8. Just to College of Eloquence is just objectively broken in your opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, it sort of is, but it's pretty good too. I like it. Okay. I think this is a really strong feature and I think it's pretty fun. It's also a feature that would be stupidly powerful when if you multi-class to this with, Rogue. Also at 3rd level, your connection to your cards is an innate magical bond. You can use your cards as a spellcasting focus, and you can use them as a weapon to attack. They are considered, interesting, melee weapons you're proficient with the finesse, light, and thrown properties. 1d4, you need to say what type of damage. Slashing damage. But when thrown, the user can draw from the deck and use its value as the damage roll, adding your ability modifier as if it was a normal attack. I don't know. I disagree with that. Don't do that. It should just do it should just do normal damage. Don't do any of that fucking weird shit. Values are taken from blackjack numbers. From blackjack, numbers are numbers. Face cards are 10 and aces can be 1 or 11. I would not, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. I would not build, if it's for your home game, maybe it's fine, but I wouldn't do that. You're essentially building a different type of game you're playing. Where you're not rolling dice, you're drawing cards. And I guess that might be fun, but that's, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I feel like it would be really hard to play. These cards are also it also like dramatically changes like game balance stuff. These cards also augment your Bardic Inspiration. When you take the attack action, you can expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration with an effect based off of the suit of card and table below. How does that have to do with Inspiration? If the card has been used for an attack for a gambler's luck, they disappear. How does this use Inspiration? You can expend use of your Bardic Inspiration with an effect based off of the suit of the card and the table below. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, you need to super simplify this. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I'm so sorry, but here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be real honest here. How do you say this? You want to keep this as a deck of cards? Fine, you keep it as a deck of cards. Your throw-in deck, your cards deal the same amount of damage no matter what. That's one feature. Boom. Okay, and then you make it so I would not make it a part of the attack to do the Bardic Inspiration thing. I'm going to be honest. I'm probably think you got to make it separate. I think you probably got to make it separate. I would probably make it like, in addition, you can expend a Bardic Inspiration die as a bonus action to do something. When you hit somebody with a weapon attack, they take an extra 2d6 force damage and must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. On a successful save, they do not fall prone. The damage increases 3d6 level 6 and 2d6. I would not have the damage increase, probably. Or if you're going to have the damage increase, do it like they take force damage equal to 1d6 plus half your bard level and have it increase that way. As a reaction, when holding this card, you can roll your Bardic Inspiration die and add that to your AC until the beginning of your next turn. Choose creature within 60 feet of you. You can roll one additional attack with your cards as a bonus action on a turn. Choose any of the effects above and gain additional attack on top of your action. This is not the way, man. I'm going to be honest. These features are too divergent, and some of them do dramatically step on the toes of other Bardic subclasses. So if you are going to make something where there is a significantly large table of things, which I think is, or a table of complicated things, you have to think about how they are balanced against each other. And then separate from that, you have to think about how that subclass is balanced against other Bard subclasses. Getting the ability to bonus action attack or do a dramatically amount of damage or Bardic Inspiration AC, like these are all... They're all decently powerful things, but they're so there's no vibe here. So like we aren't getting any vibe out of this at all. They're dramatically different in ways that it's like, it's almost too different. Like, all of these features feel like they should be a part of different subclasses. This does not feel like a magician bard. This doesn't feel like a magician bard. What I would do is I probably would completely drop this feature, honestly. Sure, let them keep the deck of cards as a spellcasting modifier and magical thing that they can throw. But then I would basically give them, like, card trick things they could do or something like that. Have the damage equal the Bardic Inspiration die. You could also do that. That would make sense. But I'm going to say honest. I think that I would drop this whole feature. I don't think this feature accomplishes the goal of feeling like a magician at all. In my opinion. Yeah, it feels like exactly. It feels like the Sword Bard's Flourish, but random. Exactly. Which is like, I don't understand why that's a magician. Like, this isn't Gambit. Gambit's no magician. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is the move. I would come up with something dramatically new for this. Perhaps make this basically a bard equal to wild magic class. I mean, that's sort of what they're doing here by making it a random gambler's luck table, but it's like the features don't have a vibe that ties back to being a magician at all. So I would change it. Maybe try summoning a familiar by using a number of cards. That would be interesting. Being able to expend to use their Bardic Inspiration die to summon like a magical, like assistant, like a magician's assistant familiar. That would be pretty cool. But that's also a really different direction. If I were you, I would keep them as a weapon, and I would think of a unique thing that you could do by expending Bardic Inspiration die when you use them as a weapon, sort of like a magician's smite or an alternative use of them. But this is not the move. Escape Artist. At 6th level, you have mastered the art of escaping impossible situations. You have advantage on checks escaping from the grappled or restrained condition. And other creatures have disadvantage on checks made to grapple or restrain you. All right, that's kind of fine. Additionally, as a reaction before being paralyzed, stunned, or attacked when holding your deck of cards, you can spray your cards in the air and reappear elsewhere. You can teleport any location you can see within 60 feet of you, and you are invisible until the end of your next turn. Okay, man, this is too strong. If you want this to be a feature, you can make this a feature. You drop the stunned, you drop the paralyzed, you limit it to attacks, and you make it once per short rest. And this is the only feature, and then you're good. Everything, you got to drop this whole thing. You could maybe make it proficiency bonus times per day. That could be fine. But you got to, it should not, there's no reason for this to affect us paralyzed or stunned. I think being attacked makes sense. And I would also say it shouldn't just be attacked. It should be, this is how I would do it. I would say, I would completely drop this first part also. I would say, when a creature attacks you when a creature attacks you within 5 feet of you, as a reaction, you can spray your cards in their face, giving them disadvantage on the attack roll, or maybe causing the attack to automatically miss, and you teleporting away and becoming invisible. If the attack automatically misses, and you teleport away, and you become invisible, that's a once a day, maybe a once a short rest feature. If you make it so the attack has disadvantage, and you teleport away, or the attack doesn't miss, but you teleport away and become invisible, that could also be stuff. But all of that together is a little too strong. The tax collector says, I work tomorrow, so I gotta leave. Good night. Hope to catch you again next stream. Thank you, tax collector, and thank you again for the 5. Very generous, buddy. So yeah, very, very generous, tax collector. Very generous. So yeah, a little too strong here. Much closer to the vibe. Like, I like the vibe of this a lot. The spraying the cards to, like, poof away. That's a very fun feature. But I think it's a little too strong, and I really don't understand why you're tying it to paralyzed or stunned, other than you just, like, are trying to squeeze in extra strength where you can. If there's a reason that's like, if there's like a lore reason or a flavor reason, I don't think it's a strong enough reason. It doesn't feel represented enough for it to, like, the idea is not being sold here. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Stacking the deck. At 14th level, you have an innate understanding of your deck of cards. When you make an attack with your cards, you can make one additional weapon attack. That doesn't really fit. When you expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration for Gambler's Luck, you pick 2 effects and use both. Again, that's a little too strong. Additionally, you can reshuffle your cards back into your deck as a free action on your turn. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Use the feature once before it comes back on your next short or long rest. No, I'm dealing. It's not fun. Not fun. Phone blowing up. I wish it was fun. Phone blowing up. This is a weird capstone, man. If I were you, if you want to keep the deck of cards, the gambler card, like this is, again, you're just giving too much. If you want to give them an extra attack, the extra attack should be the 6th level feature and nothing else. If you want to do the drawing 2 cards, then you do drawing 2 cards and let them pick which card is active. But drawing 2 cards and activating both at the same time, that's just too strong. And I don't know if this is a feature at all. I don't really understand what it is. So I'm not sure how to clarify this as a feature. Because you make no reference of cards being lost anywhere else. You know? So, or if you do make reference to cards being lost, it's not expressed enough in the subclass right now for me to really understand it. The feature that you should lean into, I think, honestly, is you got the puff away feature is nice. I think using the cards as weapons is nice. I think the master dealer feature is nice. But again, I would drop the gambler table and I would completely rework the 14th level feature. And I think you will find yourself, if you try to lean more into the idea of that you talk about here of misdirection and of being a magician and of beguilement, you're going to be able to fill out that space a lot more clearly and make it really feel like what it's supposed to feel like. Because it's not going to feel like, if you're adding your AC to your, if you're adding inspiration to your AC or like dealing force damage, I don't know, that just doesn't feel like it. Like, if you want to make it explosive card gambit, then do that. But that's not what this is. I think this is just trying to be too much. The reshuffle is right about the table. Well, it's not. Listen, I'm sorry, but there's not enough this. I might have gotten lost in the weeds here, but I also am comfortable with that because I think there's way too much going on here, so I'm okay with that. Is recharge okay as a mechanic for players? What do you mean by recharge? Like recharge on a 5D, like on a 5 or a 6? I would not do that. No, I would not do that. No. All right. Thank you for the College of Misdirection. That was from Jaden. Thank you, Jaden. I think you have honestly, I think you got a good chunk of work cut out for you. But I think that the meat and the bones are there for a fun idea, and I encourage you to keep working on it. Yeah, no, recharge mechanics don't really work for a character. There's situations where they kind of could, but it's like very specific. Next is Mr. 13. You're testing code you wrote? No, you can't test fucking code here. What the fuck are you talking about? If you start typing crazy shit in the chat, I'm just gonna mute you. What the fuck do you mean? Test code here. What the hell are you talking about, dude? This is my first homebrew. It might not be the best of the best. That's okay. We do not need to be the best of the best, so long as we understand that the rule is growth. It would make a martial arts system as it would make a martial arts system as well, maybe. Okay, let's take a look. This is the ringleader. Let's see. What are we got here? So it's just a spellcaster. I'm gonna be honest. This is just a lich. How is this not a lich? This is a lich. It's got all the spells of a lich. It's got paralyzing touch of a lich. It's just a lich. Am I being wrong? Chat, how is this not a lich? It has a burrow speed. If it succeeds on a strength saving throw, it can summon a shield made of vines and bones to take half damage from an attack. I don't understand what that means. So if you want this mechanic, what? So if it succeeds on a strength saving throw, it summons a shield made of vines and bones. And then it takes half damage on what? The next attack? That's a little confusing. I'm not exactly sure how that works. This is just a Lich. It's just a spellcasting Mind Flayer. Is it not a... This is just a... You didn't know what you were doing? Well, I would say if you're making a stat block, you should try to make it from scratch or take inspiration from another stat block, but this is really the same as the Lich Mind Flayer. I don't really have any feedback. There's not anything here to feedback. Giving it a burrow speed, I would say, is not quite enough to make it its own thing. If you're trying to start with making monsters from scratch and you want to start designing monsters and you've never made a monster before, you don't know what you're doing, the best thing you can do is start with simple monsters. So a lot of people have this inclination when they're designing homebrew to make the biggest, scariest thing because they're very excited. It makes sense. But if you don't really know how to do stuff yet, or in your words, you don't really know what you're doing, you don't need to be sorry. You don't have to apologize. Remember what I said. I'm not feedbacking you, feedbacking your piece. Don't apologize. The best thing that you can do is to start with simple homebrew. Start with a CR1 monster, or a CR2 monster, or maybe a CR5 monster. Don't start with a CR25 monster, because you're going to end up getting lost in the weeds very, very quickly. A ringleader of a circus is a really cool idea. I could suggest maybe lean into the summoning control abilities. Yeah, I think it's a fun idea. There's also some really cool ringleadery subclasses. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So I would start simpler. Start simpler. I can't really feedback it. It's pretty much just a thing that already exists. Nonetheless, Mr. 13, you're getting a round of applause because you are a brave soul just by participating. And I do appreciate you spending the time. I would encourage you to start small. And also, do not be disheartened. We all are fucking dinguses, my dude. Every single one of us is a dingus. None of us know what we're doing. All we can do is try. But I will say, the more you try to write your own stuff and not just copy something or build it too much off of something that already exists, the more you will grow as a writer. So there is this weird dichotomy that we all face as creators, where it's like, we are constantly in the question of, do I take the easier route, which will accomplish the immediate goal more quickly and efficiently? Or do I take the harder, longer route where I might fail more and I might make a fool of myself, or I might expose some vulnerability, but over that process, I will learn more. And I think that that is the better choice. And what that means is you should try to make a monster from scratch, or like look at some monsters and try to understand how they're designed. Or better yet, before you start making a monster, literally look up, Google, how to design a D&D monster. And you will find some instructions that break it down. And then just try. Your first monster is probably not going to be that good. Your 20th monster might not be that good. But a couple of things that you come up with are going to be pretty clever. And who knows, maybe your first monster is going to be great. But allow yourself to try. Don't be afraid of putting yourself into a position of the unknown, because it is a great way to grow, not just as a writer but as a person. And you know, that's all we can try to do, is try to grow as people and writers. You know, like we're all just in here trying to figure out how to exist and be the best we can. I want to be the very best like no one was before, you know what I mean? Okay. Let's spin again, lovelies. Should we change the music up? Next is the naughty jester. Bow chicka wow wow. The idea for these is the little forest folk from cartoons and myths. I don't know. That's a very broad sentence. Oh, let's see. Like Smurfs or the borrowers. Okay. There is a nice little... They're the nice... This is the wrong form of the word there. You want they are. They are the nice little creatures that ride crows and squirrels and play sports with beetles for fun. That is a wonderful description. Really genuinely like that description. Really good examples. Okay, so it's a playable race. Cool. Do you save these streams on his channel for later, like a VOD? The VODs of all of these streams are up. All of them. So if you look on my YouTube channel, there's a thing that says live. There's a live tab, and you can scroll. You can watch fucking hours of me do this if you really want to. One second. Okay. Hiblets! That's a great name. From the sounds of laughter in the forest to the rustling in the bushes, put a comma here after this. Hiblets know the dangers of where they live and know that one must work together to survive. Oh man, honestly, can I be completely frank? This is better flavor text than this. This is grammatically really, really messed up. You could say, from the sounds of laughter in the forest to the rustling in the bushes, Hiblets live a life of blach and blach. But they also know, period. But they also know the dangers of the forest and what they must do to survive. Something like that. JK, I appreciate that. That's the kind of joke I like. Yeah, Gina's on one of my VODs. We did a whole call-in show. She's one of those people that sometimes is smarter than me, and I find it both intimidating and alluring. Okay. Age, blah, alignment, blah, creature type, humanoid. I wonder if you should go Fey here. You're small, you have a 25-foot speed, you can read and write common and Fey. Yeah, I might consider going Fey here. Innate spellcasting, you know Druidcraft, you can cast Animal Friendship an unlimited number of times with this trait. Nah, can't do that. Too strong. Plant growth once with this trait, that's fine. Animal Friendship, you can make it once per day. You can't make it unlimited. Sorry, buddy. Yeah. Charisma, your spellcasting for these, resistant to poison damage. One with nature, pick a biome type, and if you are in it, you gain advantage on all survival and stealth checks. I probably wouldn't do this either, honestly. Like, I probably would change it so it's like, I mean, I guess you could pick a biome type. There's nothing wrong with that. It's Sylvan, not Fey, the language. Oh, that's true. Yeah, the language is Sylvan. That's a good call. Yeah, so this is very similar to the Pixie, I'd say. So here's what I'll say. Couple thoughts. One, advantage on survival and stealth checks in your specific biome, I think is fine. You need to give examples of what biomes they can pick. You can't just tell them to pick a biome. And I think that this Animal Friendship can only be a once-a-day feature. And then I think you could give them something else. I would probably give them something that has to do with the fact that they're so little. Where it's like they can use other creatures as cover. I kind of like it. It's not bad. My only problem is the biome type. Yeah, there's no lists. Exactly. There needs to be a list. But, like, to be fair, this guy doesn't feel... The way that you described it, it sounded like a really tiny little dude. This just feels like a hobbit. Not a hobbit. A halfling. But halflings feel smaller than this because they can, like, hide behind stuff. I would lean harder into the... I think talk with animals instead of animal friendship would be better. Speak with animals. Yeah, but that's also really close to what the... That's also pretty close to... I think the Pixie gets that, right? The Fairy, doesn't the Fairy get that? Why poison resistance? I'm not sure. Yeah, I know it's not a Hobbit, it's a Hiblet, but it's not enough different. It's not enough different. It's a neat idea, but we're not really getting much more other than spellcasting and advantage based on a biome. Which I think is interesting, but I think we need a little bit more, and a little bit more, something that feels more nuanced and unique, I think. Some gnomes can do that as well. Yeah, forest gnomes can talk to animals for sure, yeah. Yeah, so I would lean into try to figure out what else can we be unique about these. So if you're leaning into like the borrowers or things like that, or Smurfs, you know, what else do they get? What else makes them so little and mystical? That's what I would say. Right now it feels a little bit too similar to a pixie hobbit or pixie halfling. We want it to feel a little bit more unique. A little bit. We want it to be a little bit diverse. Divergent. Whatever. Next, we have Arcade. Let's take a look. Arcade. Oh, Arcade. You champion. I've got a handful of elemental-themed oozes here that I intend to throw at a level 5 party. The idea is that they'd run into a group of 1 or 2 of each elemental type, and once their hit points reach a certain level, they would all combine into one ooze. You can look at all of them if you like. I do not like. I will only look at one of them. But a lot of them are mostly the same skin, different damage types. I'm mostly interested in your thoughts on the Prismatic Slime. Great, then I will only look at the Prismatic Slime, and we will all be happy. All right, there it is in the chat. Prismatic Slime. CR5, 12 AC, 85 hit points, a bunch of damage resistances, a bunch of other resistances. Everything in the stat block is pretty standard. All of this is very standard ooze. Let's see where it gets different. Whenever the Prismatic Slime is subjected to damage that matches its current affinity, we don't know what an affinity is, so we probably need to... Let me read the whole feature, and then we'll talk about it. It takes no damage and instead regains a number of hit points equal to its damage, to the damage dealt. So, if you are going to be including something you like this, which sounds neat, we need to know what affinity means before we explain what it is. Yes, you can only submit 1 homebrew at a time. The only way to submit more than 1 homebrew at a time is to become a YouTube member or a patron, and then you can submit on Sunday nights or Thursday nights. So yeah, we don't know what affinity means yet. So I need to know how affinity works before we understand how affinity absorption works. It's amorphous, that's fine. Again, very oozy. Elemental eruption. If the Prismatic Slime dies, its body erupts in an elemental explosion. All creatures within 15 feet of the Prismatic Slime has to make a Dex saving throw. You need to put what the saving throw is. What kind of save is it? Dex saving throw 13, Dex saving throw 15, Dex saving throw 11. What is it? Or take 3d6 damage of the current affinity. Again, I don't know how affinity works. We need to make that clear more quickly. Or we need to make reference to where we learn it so we understand what the fuck you're talking about on a successful one. Okay, so I'm going to be honest here. I would probably make this more damage. I think 3d6 is a little light for a CR5 for the explosion when it dies. I'd make it 4d6. Elemental Roulette. When the Prismatic Slime takes acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage, it gains immunity to the triggering damage type and vulnerability to the opposing damage type. I guess we'll see what that means. This also changes the slime's elemental affinity, which changes its color and determines damage type. Okay, so here's how this works. If you want to do something like this, you need to describe very specifically how it sits in the action economy. So let me give you an example. Let's say the slime takes acid damage, okay? Does it take that acid damage? Or is it immune to that acid damage? And then, like, what happens? Does it change before or after it takes that damage? So let's say we meet it and it's green, which means it's acid one. I shoot it with lightning. Is it vulnerable to that lightning damage? And then after it takes that lightning damage, it shifts into gaining immunity to lightning? I think that's what you mean. But you need to really expressly make that clear because we need to know the order of operations. Yes, I'm guessing after the damage as well, but we need to not guess. Guessing is not what you want us to be doing. You want us to be knowing. It does have to take the damage to change, so yeah, but it's not. Look. It gains immunity to the triggering damage. That means that the damage that triggers it, it's immune to. So I don't know what you're talking about, Pedro, but I think you got to read that more clearly. I think what you're doing is you're making an assumption based on what it should logically be, which is a good thing to do. But that's not going to help this person write this more clearly. Our goal is not to try to understand everything. Our goal is to point out where the misunderstandings are. Does that make sense? Because I agree with you. It's obvious that it should be that. but it's not written clearly. And in fact, it's actually written the opposite, because if you have immunity to the triggering damage, that means you don't take any damage, which means that you would never have vulnerability to lightning damage, because the lightning damage would trigger elemental roulette, and then you would just be immune to lightning damage. You know what I mean? Have to roll for an affinity because it's prismatic. You only do that at the very start. It's got some spells. I'm not a big fan of using spellcasting. I would just give it some other features. I would give it features. If you wanted to do these kinds of things, if you wanted to have abilities that sort of do Dragon's Breath or Chromatic Orb, just turn them into action economy things it can have. Just make them part of the action economy. It makes 2 pseudopod attacks, deals some damage. Okay, yeah. So main thing that I feel is I like Elemental Roulette as an idea, but I think it's got to sit in the action economy a little bit more specifically. And I feel like it would be reasonable for it to take like a reaction to activate or something like that. But yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I really, 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 before we move on, I really, really, really like the core concept here. The core concept of an ooze that shifts every time it takes damage or shifts every round or however you want to do it is a lot of fun, and it will lead to a very dynamic combat, which is a great thing to do. So I think the question to ask yourself is just make sure that this is clear. Make sure it's very clear that they take the damage and then they change. Do that. And then the other thing is figure out how to adjust the Chromatic Orb Dragon Breath ability into some sort of unique action economy, whether these are things that happen on a reaction or as bonus actions or just as other options for the monster that maybe have a recharge mechanic. I think all of those things are worth thinking about. I would also probably make the Eruption do a little bit more damage. But other than that, I don't know much to say. I really like it. It's got mostly the same stats as a Black Pudding, I think, now that I'm looking at it. A little bit different, but mostly the same, which is not the worst. Like, if you're making a monster, especially for a home game, building it off of a monster that already exists is actually a great idea. So, like, for example, if you wanted to make a different type of giant, then using the stats of a hill giant, a fire giant, or whatever, cold snow giant, ice giant, to sort of figure out what you want to make your thing so you don't have to build it all from scratch, I think is a good idea. But if you are ever planning on making it anything sort of in the public, that you got to change it pretty significantly. And then also don't limit yourself to it, right? So like, and make sure it's changed enough, because I will also say, if one of you sends me some homebrew and you say I'm making the demonic fire giant and it is literally just a fire giant and one tiny thing is different, I'm going to be annoyed, because that's not really homebrew. I mean, that's just that's not homebrew that you need my help with. You don't need me to look at that and be like, oh, here's how you can change it, because it doesn't matter. You haven't actually done anything. So don't send me homebrew if you haven't actually built it from scratch. I'm not really interested in looking at it. Or it's not like dramatically different. It doesn't need to be totally from scratch, but if it's mostly a thing that already exists, it can just be that thing, and you can basically just decide it's fine. That was the Prismatic Slime. Thank you, Arcade. Frost Giant, thank you, Amber. Sovereign. Sovereign's a celebrity on our channel. Sovereign's the only gosh dang one of you that writes their question and knows how to format that way. I am being honest. I just feel like something is wrong with this one. I can't say exactly what it is though. Also, I'm very confused by CR. CR is very confusing. So it's probably inaccurate. Okay. You want him to be quite strong. All right. Oh, Sovereign, I can't read it, buddy. You didn't give me access. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, bud. You gotta give me that sweet, sweet access, my dude. Ooh, next is Altenor. It's a fun name. This is the first homebrew I've ever created, and I've already gotten some feedback from different sources, so don't feel the need to read through the whole thing unless you're interested. Is it a fucking class? If it's a class, I might literally not read any of it right now because it's getting late. I'm definitely not going to read that much of it. It's a full casting class. Okay, we're going to skip a bunch of shit. So normally what I was going to say is I normally don't read past the second level. And it doesn't look like we get much other than spellcasting at first and second level. And subclasses. So yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm just not going to look at it. I don't really want to. That's okay, I think. I'll look at a little... Like, okay, okay, I'm not going to be a dick. We'll read Elemental Evoking, and we'll look at Elemental Order. Elemental Evoking. Level requirement and general description. See Chapter 10 of the Player's Handbook for general rules of spellcasting and Elemental of Document. Is this just spellcasting? So is the only thing you get a first level spellcasting? I guess so. Alright, let's skip that then and look at Elemental Order. At second level, your connection to your Elemental Order is strengthening. You gain the ability to specialize spells... So you make... Okay, so I'm not going to read the subclass. So I'm going to give you some honest feedback. This should feel distinct at first level other than just spellcasting. So we need something distinct immediately. I don't know what it's going to be, but we need something distinct immediately. I don't know what it is. It's got to be distinct. It's got to be distinct. It needs to feel like it's its own thing at first level. The reason why the Sorcerer doesn't get anything on their base class at first level other than spellcasting is because they get their subclass at first level. So if we're not getting our subclass at first level, we need something else unique at first level. For example, Wizards get their spell book. They can copy and write new spells. It's not that different, but it's different enough. So you got to think about what this thing has at first level that makes it unique, and it has to have that. That's my main piece of feedback. And I hope that's okay. I'm sorry I'm not going into more... I generally don't read beyond the first and second level features of a class anyway when I'm reviewing it because it takes a long time to give actual feedback to a class. The most important thing to think about when you're making a class is you need to be able to answer the question, why should this exist? And I should have an answer to that question by level 2. And I should have about half the answer to that by level 1. And if I don't, it probably could be a subclass. Alternative champion. I tried to make this as professional as possible, but it's definitely not perfect. I'm relatively new to homebrewing, so in any case, I hope you at least find what I made enjoyable. The idea came from the fact that everyone thinks monk class is super weak. Oh my god, we're not going to do this right now. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to read a class that's designed to being monk but better. Monk but better is something that everyone in the whole... I want to eat a whole cactus. So the subclass I made completely different direction, becoming a unique support class based on, doesn't rely heavily on combat benefits. All right, I'm not going to read this anymore. I'm not going to want to do it. We have to just dive in. I have to bite the bullet. Oh, I'm almost happy that I can't review it. I'm almost happy. I don't want to review. Every monk is weak. How do we make it better? I'm so sick of that question. I'll tell you what, they figured it out. It's called the Way of Mercy Monk. It's called the Drunken Master Monk. We don't need to figure out how to just make a monk better. The answer needs to be unique. We need a very specific goal. Anyway, we're not gonna look at it. Sorry, buddy. You got to give us access, or we're not gonna do it. Milky Boy says Way of the Monk. Exactly. Y'all think it's funny to keep sending me monks, but it actually just makes me want to, you know, jump into a shallow pool. Hado, welcome to the club. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate the support. This is my first subclass I've ever submitted. I tried to balance it as best as I can. I would like your feedback. Okay, OVI. Oh, how do I pronounce your name? Wait, did I pick the right thing? Yeah, I did. Oviaeus. I don't know. Oath of the Monk. This isn't a class, this is a race. I mean, I'll take a look at it. I'm going to be honest, this is too strong. You know how I know it's too strong? Look how many features it has. All right. The Phoenix Board are gifted humanoid descendants of the ancestral Phoenix. They take on the form and personality of their ancestral Phoenix. Okay, you get some ability score increases. You get an age increase. Age increase. Okay, so if you are giving a creature flight, you cannot give it much else. So you are going to need to make a choice right here. Are you giving it flight or are you going to give it other things? Okay, so we get flight. That's about half of the things you can give it right there. You get proficiency in 2. You get 2 proficiencies. you're getting close. You're just about done. You're just about done. Resistance to fire damage, poison damage, and advantages with poison. Oh yeah, no. Okay, I think you can keep resistance to fire damage, but then I'm gonna be honest. That's it. That's all you can give it. You can't give it much more. Once per long rest, if you're reduced to 0 hit points, you can roll a con save. On a successful save, you recover hit points. This trait cannot be used if the damage dealt is necrotic or on a critical hit. Your maximum hit points increases by half your level. Oh my god, this is too strong. This is too strong. This is too strong. I'll tell you what. Here's what you do. Keep the fly speed. Keep the fire resistance. This is what you do. Honestly. Keep the fly speed. Keep the resistance to fire. Keep a mortal body. Make a mortal body happen once per day. And then you're good. Vulnerability to cold is not an excuse to be more powerful. I am so sorry. But it is not a good idea. It is bad. It is not fun design. It will not. I did not overlook it. I intentionally ignored it because, in my opinion, giving a race a natural vulnerability to a damage type does not balance out the race. All it does is create a situation where the dungeon master has to decide if they're going to feel like an asshole or not. And that's not fair to the dungeon master. So, I'm not even going to read this. I am so sorry. But this is too strong. It's too strong. It's too strong by the time we're at here, let alone all of these sub-races. So one of the things to think about is flight is really strong. Flight is really strong in D&D. So if you want to give it flight, great. If you want to give it resistance to fire damage, great. I would not give it all these other things. Immortal body can't be that strong. It has to be a once per long rest. It's already significantly stronger than what the half-orc gets, which is really strong. Hit point maximum increasing by half your level. I don't even know exactly what that means. Like, you need to clarify how that would grow each time, and I would just drop this entirely. This is like a Phoenix form feature. This feels too strong. Like, you see how it grows at all these different levels? That's too much, dude. So you can't I mean, let me just show you. Let me give you an example here. Like, let me just show you what I'm talking about. What flies in D&D? What's a flying race? The pixie? Fairy? Aarakocra? The, what else flies? The owl? Whatever. Look at what the fairy gets. 30-foot movement speed, druid craft, fairy fire once per long rest, enlarge reduced once per long rest, and flight. And that's it. Look at the Aarakocra. Fly speed, basic weapon attack, gust. That's it. So, you got to be a little bit like, you got to think what you're going to do here, and you got to pick your poison. What you could do is, if you're really keen on this, like, Phoenix form, you could tie the fly speed to that, but all this temporary hit point, immunity to fire damage, shenanigans, that is just too strong. I'm also seeing things like you crit on an 18 or a 19. Like, this is just too strong, my dude. These are just too strong. You can't be baking this many features into a race. I am so sorry, but that's it. That's kind of all I have to say about it. Like, it's genuinely not worth it to break down all of it, because you got to cut away so much that I think that you need to sort of pick what matters most and cut away, I would say, realistically, at least 50% of it. At least. Cinder, what if the downside is you can't have a class? Then I don't think it would work either. Little too strong there, OVA use. A little too strong. We have a tendency to overbuild things, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it is important to always ground the idea in the reflection of the things that already exist. So look at the other races. Look at the types of powers that they get. None of them get things that really stack based on your level. If they do, it will be something where you get it at level 3 and or level 5. Nothing bigger than that. And you got to tone that stuff back. This kind of feels like a combination of a race and a sorcerer subclass. Yeah, it kind of did. Simic Hybrid gets stuff, but again, it's only 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Nobody's getting like, oh, at 10th level, you get a new thing. Nothing works like that. It is, yes. Dylan brings up a good point. It is easier to cut things away. So it's not bad for your initial draft to be overpowered. You just need to be very aware that if you are intentionally allowing your first draft to be overpowered, you are intentionally deciding to be okay with cutting a lot of parts out. And a lot of people have a hard time with that. Hey, Cinder, great content. Also, please keep in mind that I made this in a very, I wanted this specific thing mindset and didn't do any due diligence before publishing. How do I keep that in mind? Keep in mind I didn't do any due diligence. What does that mean? Does that mean, like, keep in mind I had a specific idea and I didn't think about it that much? Is that what that means? I don't understand. All right, let's take a look. I'm very curious what that means. This is Chekhov's crossbow. I like the reference. This finely crafted crossbow is adorned with intricate designs and symbols that seem to shift and change with each passing moment. When held, the crossbow feels almost weightless, as if a part of the wielder's body. This probably should require attunement. That's going to be my guess. Whenever you attack for the first time, or from total cover, or from stealth is not a thing. You could say, whenever you attack the first time in a combat, or from the hidden position, and the surprise attack is not a feature either. So, just to be clear, from stealth means nothing in D&D. You could say from the hidden position. Also, there is no such thing as a surprise attack in D&D. There are creatures, there is the surprised condition. You can force as many targets as can see in 60 feet of you to make a DC Wisdom 12 Wisdom saving throw. If they succeed, they gain 1 foreshadow token. What the fuck does that mean? You can't force saving throws on targets that already have a token. You can burn a creature's foreshadow token to get advantage on the next attack roll against it. Okay. This is really convoluted, my dude. What's the goal? This is so convoluted. This is very convoluted. It's okay. First of all, you shouldn't have a feature that's as many targets as you can see within 60 feet of you that get token. Like, that doesn't make sense. I wouldn't do that. I would make it so you could pick a creature. And then I would probably... Okay, if you are going to... Okay. Burn is not an action economy thing. You need to say as a reaction, as a bonus action, as something. So here's what I would say. I would probably do it like something like this. Whenever you attack a creature that has not gone yet in combat or has the surprised condition with this weapon, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw, period. On a failure, they gain one. On a failure, they are forced. They gain a foreshadowed. Period. If a creature is already foreshadowed, they automatically succeed on this saving throw. Period. On your turn, or at the start of your turn, you can expend a foreshadowing on a creature to grant yourself advantage on the first attack roll you make against that creature before the end of your turn. Period. Something like that. And then I would also say you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long. You can use this feature a number of times equal to, not your proficiency bonus. I would make it like you can use the feature 3 times before it runs out and you need to not finish a long rest. But I would probably make it have charges. So I'd probably say this crossbow has like 6 charges. You can expend a charge to do this. It regains 1d6 charges each day at dawn. Something like that. You don't see how this follows the Chekhov's gun reference? I mean, I think I'm going to be honest. I don't exactly either. Chekhov's gun, for people that don't know what it is if there's a gun in the play, that means that gun is going to go off. And I think the vibe is sort of like it's inevitable, but it doesn't really feel that different from like Guiding Strike. So I think that you got to tone it, you got to clean it up a little bit in terms of like how it sits in the action economy, how it's power scaled. It should be based on a resource, and then I think that you should probably. Yeah, you got to clean up how it sits in the action economy, all the language stuff, so it's a little bit more clear. And yeah, I also question why it's called Chekhov's crossbow. It doesn't feel like there is inevitability here. It just feels like guiding strike, guiding blast. Couldn't possibly speak for him on that. Would you say Cinder is too tired to review a full martial class? I'll say this, Lorith. I am too tired to review a full martial class if it is the first thing I'm reviewing on stream. I literally have never reviewed a full class on stream, and I probably never will. It is a lot of time and energy to review a full class because you can't really review it unless you actually read the whole thing. What I will do is I will review the first and second level features, because if your class needs any work at first or second level, that means it needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, but like your class needs to be distinct by first level and then really distinct by second level. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about a full class. Like if you made the Inquisitor martial character, I will look at the first level features and then the second level features. If the second level features are a subclass, I'll probably just look at the first level features. And I will say that I think that in my entire time streaming, if I'm being completely honest, I think that there has been one class that I've looked at that after looking at the first and second level features, I wanted to go on and look at the third level features because it felt like it was solid enough at first and second level. Only one. So no one should expect me to review a full class because it is unlikely that I will. And then second, on top of that, if your class is not really well formatted, I'm really not going to read that much. Like if the document needs to look good, we need the solid table, we need things bolded, we need everything nice. If it is any way not well formatted in the Google Doc or wherever, I genuinely don't want to look at it yet. Put that little bit of work in to make it readable, and I'll put that little bit of work in to read it. You know what I mean? All right, next we have Observer. Oh, wait, I forgot. Thank you. Let's clap. I'm so sorry. Round of applause. Thank you for submitting. I'm sorry. We're getting late at the night. I sometimes forget to clap. First time sharing Homebrew. Relatively new to making. Weapon inspired by Mjolnir. All right. Let's take a look. You can tell that I get like more disheveled and yeah. Basically, the way that stream works is I start really on top of things and I slowly get more blunt and irritated and disheveled as stream goes on. And that's kind of the game. Just so you're aware. Martial weapon, sword. You probably need to say whether or not it requires attunement. You do. Yes and no. I don't like that. What does that mean? Versatile thrown. That's odd. I don't know how I feel about being thrown. I think that if you want it to be thrown, you got to kind of figure out how to make that more explicit. What kind of rarity is it? Undecided. Okay. Pre-attunement. The weapon does not need to be attuned to by the user, so the weapon will automatically attune to whoever deems worthy of wielding it. What does that mean? The weapon does not take up an attunement slot. Oh, that's really strong. Okay. If it doesn't take up an attunement slot, you're basically deciding its minimum legendary item. Period. Just so you know. Worthiness. The weapon can only be wielded effectively by the one who it deems worthy. If a creature is not deemed worthy, attempts to wield it, it cannot use any of the weapon's abilities. It has disadvantage on attacks made with the weapon. Okay, if you're going to do some stuff like this, you need to give rules. What does it need? What is worthy? What is the... You can make weapons like this, where they, like, have a chosen leader, but then you need to, like, give us a little bit of insight with your goal here. So what is the personality of this magic item? What does it look for in a wielder? Who is going to be the person that it deems worthy? You need to know the answer to that, and honestly, it needs to be written in this document. As the weapon's wielder uses it in combat, they become more familiar connected with it, allowing the weapon to increase in strength. Again, that literally doesn't mean anything. There's no mechanics there, so that doesn't mean anything. When attacking with the weapon, add your attack and damage roll bonus equal to 1 less than the weapon's level. I don't know what that means, but in D&D weapons, the way that you would write this, if you want it to be in any way usable, you would just say it has, +2 to attack and damage rolls, or +1 to attack and damage rolls. I don't really know what add your attack and damage roll to a bonus equal to 1 less than the weapon's level. Don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Lightning armor. What you should probably do, honestly, is go read some D&D magic items, because I'm going to say something here. From what I'm reading so far, my guess is that you have not formatted this based on magic items that exist. And I don't mean formatted like copy features, but I mean formatted like look at the language. I will also say that Mjolnir kind of exists in D&D already. I forget what it's called. Does anyone remember what the magic hammer weapon is? Hammer of Thunderbolts. So here's the Hammer of Thunderbolts. This is basically Mjolnir. If you want to learn how to write D&D items, look at this language. This plus Gauntlets of Giant Strength plus Belt of Giant Strength plus Ogre Power turns you into Thor. Just so you know. So I would look at that item for some help. While holding the weapon, you can use an action to envelop your body in lightning, giving you temporary hit points equal to 2d8 plus the weapon's level. Again, we don't know what the weapon's level is. There's the mechanics given for that. It's confusing. Stop doing that. Once temporary hit points run out, the lightning armor dissipates. Okay. Whenever a creature makes a melee attack with a metal weapon against you while the lightning armor is active, it takes 1d6 lightning damage per weapon's level. Stop saying per weapon's level. We don't know what the fuck that means. The ability can be used a number of times equal to the weapon's level. Again, stop that. Stop that. Just drop the whole fucking weapon's level stuff. We don't know what the fuck that means. So here's what you're going to do. Once the temporary hit points run out, the lightning armor dissipates. You put that at the end of this feature. Because the lightning armor basically does this until the temporary hit points dissipate. This, I think, is a cool feature. Temporary hit points, which basically Agathar's. It's basically, you know what you could do? I mean, it's basically, what's it called? What's it called? The fucking Armor of Agatha. This is basically Armor of Agathis, except lightning damage instead of cold damage, which is cool. I would look at the spell Armor of Agathis to figure out how to word this correctly. There are weapons in the game that awaken over time. Yeah, they are, but this is not using those mechanics because we would see it if they were. Your weapon attacks deal extra lightning damage. I think that's fine. Bonus action, you can call the weapon to your hand. As a bonus action, you need to clarify what this means. As a bonus action, I would say like if the hand is if the weapon is not in your hand, regardless of how far away it is, you can use a bonus action to recall it to your hand. And then I would say it flies towards you at a speed of something, maybe 100 feet per round, something. But if there's no limit on how far away it can be before you call it back, you need to give it a speed. Weapon calling is okay. Lightning strike. While holding the weapon, you can use an action to summon lightning anywhere within 60 feet that can see sky, dealing damage. Okay. Look at the spell. Look at the spell. What's the spell? Summon lightning. Conjure lightning. There's a spell that's like summon lightning or conjure lightning that basically does this. Also, I would not exactly, but I would look at that spell for some language suggestions, and I would also look at the Hammer of Thunderbolts because that does that kind of stuff too. You can tell that I've been reading more Dritz based purely on my response to Cinder's questions. I really dislike how the belt makes it so the gauntlets don't do anything. Well, they unlock the third tier power of you having all three. I think that mostly this is a good idea, but you gotta simplify it and you gotta write it. You gotta format it like a magic item. So like, if it has a resource-based system where it can give itself temp HP and then reactively hit people with lightning, its attacks deal 1d6 extra lightning damage. You can summon it to your hand. You can use an action to like shoot lightning bolts. I think all of these things are cool. I just think you got to spend a little bit of time familiarizing yourself with the way magic items are written and try to write it in that way. And if you really want to dramatically do something different, you need to make sure that the way you're doing it is shockingly clear and easy to read. Otherwise, you're going to lose people. You don't want to lose people because it's a pretty good idea. Pretty straightforward. Magical Mjolnir style sword. All right. Thank you, Observer. Let's give a round of applause to Observer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's so funny when I do, I just randomly stop the music so aggressively. Oh, it's so funny. All right. All right, friends. That is going to just about do it for tonight. Thank you so much to everyone that participated. Let's get one big final round of applause to everyone that submitted stuff tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I am going to be streaming with a fantastic TikToker, Diana of the Rose, and we are going to be doing a call-in show. So you guys can call in with your D&D questions. You can talk to me. You can talk to her. It's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And she's probably going to be on till like 6 or 7, but I'm probably going to go for a while. So please, 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 it's already scheduled in my channel if you're not already there yet. Was this the biggest wheel yet? If it might have actually been the biggest wheel. I'm not sure. But guys, if you're thank you so much for being here. And if you haven't seen my outro yet, you should stick around because it's kind of pleasant. But wonderful stream. Big round of applause for everyone who submitted pieces tonight. It is hard and scary to put yourself in that position to be vulnerable, especially with how like confrontational I get towards the end of stream. So I appreciate you. Thank you to everyone that is sent some donations, whether that was super chats or gifting subs. I'm going to be very blunt with you. It genuinely, these little bits that you guys are able to share is the difference between me being able to do this for a living and me not. And now that I'm trying to do it for a living, I'm streaming a lot more. I'm basically streaming 4 or 5 days a week, every week now. I love doing this. I love having you guys be here. So I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, truly and completely, thank you very much. In the words of Captain Planet, the power is in you. And I want you guys to have a great night. I want you guys to have an absolutely great night. And yeah, I love you. I genuinely mean that. You guys as a collective, I have a great deal of love for you. So have a good night. Get home safe. Be good to each other. And I'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. Bye. Good night, you lovelies.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like